How's it going, guys? How are we all doing? How's it hanging? My lighting's already fucked. That's fantastic. Do I want... Oh, I do kind of want that. Shit. Okay. Well, that's fine. Hi. How's it going? Oh my goodness. Hello. I hope... Oh, my music's too loud, isn't it? There we go. Hopefully you guys can still hear that. Some vibes, some Christmassy vibes. How y'all doing? Hi. Let me start by saying hello to everyone, because we got a big stream today. I am planning on doing, it didn't go the notification, because I forgot to change my fucking stream info, like, immediately. But I am gonna be doing a bit of a longer stream today to help make up for the time that I couldn't do streams on Mondays for the past 2 weeks. Mostly because I have a quota to meet, and then also because I like you guys. Alec immediately, however, is the exception to that, him telling me to check my posture. Also, I will say, you guys remember when, I think it was, oh gosh, who was it? You know what, actually, let me get to that in a second. Let me say hello to everyone first. First off, the first person to pop in, as fucking usual, was Dawson, saying that it's Tuesday. It is, in fact, Tuesday. Welcome in, Dawson. Mike Titan is here immediately as well, checking in, saying, just came from watching Felicia Day commit crimes with a goose? Man, whatever stream that is, like, that's way more exciting than whatever the fuck I'm doing here. Jesus. Deku Kid is here. Commander Paisu says, is it Tuesday or Tuesday? Around these parts, it's Tuesday, partner. We say it the freedom way. Gilly Pack is here. Hello. Senor Storm is here. Bad Wolf is here. Gilly Pack wants me to hydrate. I can do that. Mike says she was playing the Goose Game. I fucking love Untitled Goose Game. I haven't played that in forever. It's such a good game. It's so cute. And especially if you play the co-op, like, you could just run around and, like, honk at your friend. And that's just, I mean, I guess you can do that in real life if you really want to. But, like, that's cute. It's adorable. I like it a lot. I also, I believe it was Mike she was playing co-op with someone. Okay. Gotcha. Isn't she, like, married with a kid, too? I'm not caught up on my Felicia Day lore, but I thought that was a thing. Lugslot says, so psyched for their new game. Yeah, wait, what is their new game? Oh my goodness. Also, hello to everyone over on TikTok. Hi. I'm a little delayed in seeing your guys' chats, only because my setup is not meant to let me see both things at once. So, highly recommend hopping over to Twitch. It helps me out a lot too, honestly, and it's just a way better experience from the viewer side. So that's what I recommend. Because it's, oh god, what is it called? It's called, like, House Games. That's like the name of the studio, isn't it? A video game company from Melbourne, if you're a freedom lover. First game, Push Me, Pull You. Oh shit, I remember that. That was a while ago. And then Big Walk is the name of the new game. And that's the one where you, like, that was this one, wasn't it? Wishlist on Steam, please. Oh, that's kind of cute that they said please. I'm gonna deal with all of that later. Please enjoy our screenshots. You guys want to enjoy their screenshots? Oh. Okay. This is cute. I like how you can play. I don't know what these things are, but they're definitely birds of some variety, right? Either that or fucked up snowmen. Oh hey! They're recreating that scene from Stand By Me. God, what a fucking dark movie. All I remember is the fact it's like 4 kids going out and, like, oh hey, Griffin just subscribed. Also, Thunder 4 Strikers, welcome in. Thanks for the follow. Griffin is back saying, well, howdy. Hey Griffin, how's it going? Good to see you again. It's been a while. I can't tell what this game is about. Is it literally just fucking around with your friends? Oh, this looks fun. All right, I'm in now. I'm fucking sold. Oh, prison? Psychological experiments? What the fuck is going on? Okay, this is me and my friend trying to take aesthetic pictures of the coast. Which is hard because it's the Oregon fucking coast. Which is called a coast for a reason as opposed to the beach. It's because it fucking sucks and it's cold and it's awful. Dawson says, does this require friends? Can I buy friends to play games with? Not legally. Griffin says, you too! I've been in my world building hole. How's things? So good. We actually filmed, speaking of world building, we filmed the next episode of the Atlas Loom today. It was like 4 hours of Dev and I just chatting and whatnot. But that was fun. It's a pretty solid episode. So that's, and then also today, if you guys are Gilded World Weavers and you haven't already looked at the bonus episode for today, it's the PAX Unplugged debrief, which is actually like a full length episode, about, basically just Dev and I just chatting, talking about, how PAX went. And so that's out today, and then next week will be the episode that we filmed today. So it's a very short turnaround. Shout out to Dev for doing the majority of the editing legwork, because I don't have the time between my job and all that. But yeah, Dawson says food has been sent. Oh, Dawson, that's sweet of you. Yeah, we still have a bunch of new stuff on the treat stream that I haven't really like tried out before. I will also say, Mike Titan, I believe it was you who donated to for a live pie stream the other week, and then we ended up not doing that because one of you guys, oh no, Mike, you sent a pie slice as well. So someone donated $40 so I could get a pie. Behold, we have a pie. This is the exact same pie as before. It's the triple layer pumpkin cream pie. It's pretty dense. And I wish I could show off the layers a little bit better, because it's definitely better structured than the last one, the pie slice that came. But, like, I'm gonna put this down because I just saw Alex say get ready to clip. Maybe we'll leave this. But I did promise a live pie stream at some point. That's just me munching pie, I guess. Whether or not that's a euphemism for something. I'm gonna turn on some of the background lighting because I want to see if that's better for the stream. Is that better? That's a little better. That's not bad. Oh, Dawson says, guys, Alec is here and he has an amazing tip goal that we need to meet by Christmas Day. That is very true. If you guys don't already, follow Alec the Bard on, here for the most part, especially lately, but also just on social media in general, except his handle's all fucked up depending on where exactly you go. Anyway, Alec, go check out his channel. He's going to be streaming in about, a little while. And he has a $1,000 tip goal right now, which he is already, you're like $200 of the way, over $200 towards, right? And I know Dawson said he was going to contribute another $200 at some point. So you're already almost halfway there over, it's been up for less than an hour, hasn't it? Dawson says you gave him $200 yesterday. Oh, got it. Anyway, yeah. We're trying to get him to $1,000 because then once we do that, first of all, it helps pay his bills because he's actually a full-time content creator and yours truly is not. But he then has to buy a matching teddy bear onesie, one that matches myself and Too Hard the Bard, Jade, because we both have one. And then he has to do a dance lesson for the chat in the onesie. So I'm pushing real hard for that. I used to have a dono goal that was like, okay, I'm gonna get rid of this actually, because I used to have one that was like helping me with my dental bills. I don't give a shit about the dental bills anymore. I'm gonna change that to, I do need to save for PAX. I'll change it to lobster roll, and that will help me get some fucking, actually, this shouldn't be $100, because I'm gonna be at PAX East in March, I wanna say. How much are lobster rolls? 25? Anyway, I need to start saving money for PAX. So that is for that. But yeah. Let's see. What else am I doing? What else am I doing here? Okay. Just gotta set up my overlay a little bit better, or my tabs and all that. Missy Izzy, hello, welcome in. Thanks for being a follower. Hello. Dare says we also need glitter hair. Glitter hair would be a whole thing. Dawson wants me to roll a d20 for the stream's vibe check. Oh shit. Okay. Yeah. Let me get a vibe check. Hold on. Today we're using and let's see if this works. Please focus. Yeah, the Liquid Core D20, and I actually have nice nails for it somewhat. The Liquid Core D20 that Bloodmane Leo sent. Or I guess we could roll the fancy one too. Let's do this one for now. We'll roll the fancy one next. To get a vibe check, I don't know what the modifier for the vibe of the stream is. It's pretty cold lighting. I would say like negative at this point. French tips? They are French tips. So I do these myself, which is why this one is all fucked up because I forgot to put like a seal on it. I'm not, like, good at what I do, but I feel naked without my nails, like, being, I don't know, like, clacky. So, yeah, that's the thing. That's what I usually do. Okay, D25 check. Holy shit, a nat 20! Thank fucking God, because we gotta be here like 4 hours. Alright, well, shit, nat 20. Thank you so much, Dawson, for making me roll that, because that's the first nat 20 I've gotten in, I think, a fucking long time. Especially on the stream. But, wonderful. Awesome. It's good to have it. Let me see if I can turn on... I don't like the way... Oh, shit. My light's down. Okay, that's okay. We don't need lighting anyway. I did ask for some key lights from my parents for Christmas, so I'm hoping that I get that. God, I need like a nat 20 emote or something. If anyone is a tier 3 sub and has the Diana Celebrate emote, the one with the confetti, please spam that in chat for me for a quick sec while I catch up on chat. Let's see. Okay, let's see. Deku Kid says, Felicia Day, I've heard her talk about her kid on her TikTok, although I don't know about her husband. Oh, okay. I don't know anything. I'm not up to date on my Felicia Day lore. But yeah. Mike says the game gives me Pikmin vibes. It does, doesn't it? Just kind of like in a fuck around sort of way. Dawson, are you the only one who has the Celebrate emote? Oh my goodness. Oh, hey! Oh, and Omega Mike just gifted a sub to Alec as well. It's probably a good thing that my mods wouldn't have to sit through ads. That's probably ideal. I do wish I could like disable them for them. Sterling Harding says, how's your day going so far? So far, so good. I got some pink lemonade too. Some strawberry lemonade, rather. What's the difference between pink lemonade and strawberry lemonade? Should I just Google it? Petra over on TikTok says, I love the Atlas Loom. I am so glad you like it. Holy shit. If any of you guys haven't listened to the Atlas Loom yet, we have heard nothing but positive, like, praise about it. And that fucking blows my, like, it's amazing how much you guys like the podcast. Like, it's to the point where we're like, fuck, what do we do now? Like, we've nailed it. I don't know how to go, where to go from here, how to improve. But yeah, Zero Dark Vader, hello, welcome in. Ray Miranda 20 says, GM question, how would you handle the peasant railgun? Oh shit, that's a great question. So I think the peasant railgun has been debunked by something to do with the Sage Advice Compendium. So if you take into account the fact that like first of all, it's not physically possible. Like that's not a thing per the rules, sure. But like there is no increased damage from accelerated movement. So like the amount of meters that an object crosses does not increase how much damage it does. And so it would still just do the basic like javelin damage. But yeah, I don't know. Beyond like there's just no rule for that. And the peasant railgun assumes there is. So I guess that would be my major, like immediately off the top of my head debunk for that. But I'm sure there's others. People say pink lemonade is just dyed. Or flavor? Oh shit. Ray Miranda says so rule of cool. I would not rule of cool a peasant railgun. No way. If someone came up with something brand new for the first time and it was like a brand new like concept that hadn't been done before and it worked for a very specific scenario that I was running, I feel like the rule of cool doesn't apply to game breaking exploits. It applies to like clever solutions that I didn't think of when I was building an encounter, which they will work once. Then in the future, I probably would think twice about letting them happen again. And also I would remind my players that anything that they do can be done to them. So y'all remember the episode in Dungeons and Daddies where they shove a bag of holding over a vampire's head and then tear a hole in it so that way it like banishes the vampire's head to the astral plane and like ejects it into the astral plane, and they functionally decapitate him with a couple of sleight of hand checks and grapple checks and things. So like I would tell my players, like, if you want that to be a thing, you can do it exactly once, because I didn't think of that, and that's a good idea. Like, functionally, I can't see why it wouldn't work. Beyond that, if this ever happens again, or you ever think about doing it again, the enemies in the world will also know that this is a thing, and they will use that against you as well. Because anything you can do, the enemies can do. So, rule of cool within reason. Okay, let's see. Tall Gonzo Boy says, what have I missed? I just got home from work. Nothing, we just got here. Seth is here, lurking. Colonel Panic says, if there isn't a goose, we riot. Not in the new game, but it does look really fucking cute. let's see. I also had the Saints of Re who resubbed for another month, and they're on their 4th month, which is awesome. Cupid's Depression, thank you so much for the follow. Hello, hello. Griffin says reposting, since I don't know if it expires soon, but would you like a key to a world builder tool / VTT, Diana? I ended up with an extra. Oh, which one? I can't, if it would go to someone else who would actually, like, it depends on which one. Hey, Adam's just gifted a community sub as well. Thank you. And Bob's 3K says I sent some items from your wish list. Oh shit, I should keep an eye on that wish list. It's been a hot sec since I looked at that. Also, Clever's on a 10 stream streak. Hey, Clever, welcome back. Someone else, I saw it fly by earlier. Someone was like, hey, you were at PAX? Yeah, I was at PAX. I'm also going to be at PAX East. So if any of you guys are going to be in Boston for that, I'm going to be there. Both myself and Endeavorance, the Atlas Loom duo. Hey, Saints of Re, Jesus. Okay, well, the Saints of Re just gifted 10 subs, and I think that starts a hype train. God, goodness. Wow. Okay, wait, hold on. We're getting way fucking ahead of ourselves. Sterling Harden says, can I be a moderator? Absolutely not. Sandler Handler has also followed. Weird, I don't know what's up with hype trains lately. Adams says, no problem, how's your night? Thank you for the sub, man, that's awesome. Night is going good, it's very chill. I had a work holiday party earlier, which was like virtual because I'm a remote worker, and it was a little sad. They tend to be a little sad when they're virtual. Goodness, Leon is here. Hey Leon, I just rolled your dice and we got a natural 20. Griffin is starting the hype train with 100 bits. Oh, Griffin, thank you. I thought they were still doing that thing where they like enhance the bit donations, but I guess not. I thought that was a thing. Mike said that was mine last year, so lame. It wasn't ideal, mostly because at the very beginning, it was just HR begging people to turn their cameras on. Dare wants me to hydrate, I can do that. And then the One Becker has followed. Hello, One Becker, welcome in. Devin Alexi also followed, and I missed it a couple minutes ago. Okay, let me catch up on chat. Oh, Leon says it's only 300 bits up. Oh, okay, and Samarathon wants me to breathe. Okay, I will breathe, and then I will read. We'll blast through this. Ryuji Tempest says, good evening. Hello, MRM2 Gaming says, now we see all the dirty things Diana looks up on the internet. I only do that on my Chrome. My Firefox is safe. Let's see. Let's see. Wow, I think a lot of these are responses to things I was saying, so I can't actually respond to them now. Dawson says I just sent sush. Can't go wrong with sush. Oh my god, it's new sush too. I didn't know this sush place existed. Sir71M has followed. Hello, welcome in. Doomza says, hear me out. TTRPG, but in the 40k setting. Would you consider starting a game like that? Hasn't it been done? In the 40k setting, I don't know for sure. I don't know anything about Warhammer, unfortunately. I'm more, even if I did, I would be more of an Age of Sigmar gal because I'm a slut for fantasy. So I definitely wouldn't run it. I don't do fantasy or like modern settings. But yeah, it has been done. That's what I figured because I know they have games. And I feel like just adapting the RPGs to a tabletop setting would be really easy to do. And honestly, with how much lore they have, it would be fucking fun. But yeah. Sir71M says, are you going to PAX West? I will be. Whether or not I get a badge, I'm going to be at the PAXs from now on. So the way I did things for my ramp up of going to cons with content creation is in 2023 kind of, I went to mostly tabletop conventions. So Gen Con and PAX Unplugged were my first conventions ever. Next year, I'm going to start rolling in the half tabletop, half gaming ones. So that means PAX East and PAX West are going to be there. Possibly some of the Comic Cons that are in my home state or home area. So Rose City Comic Con is like my home Comic Con. And then possibly Emerald City because I've got friends who go up there. I might also start going to publisher expos, but I'm not 100% sure yet. I haven't locked that in. It depends on how the charity goes, because that would be the only reason too. That's the only hint you're getting for the charity for the night. Zahel! Oh my goodness, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. I also realized I never changed my sub goal from 75. It is 20 right now. So we're 1 away. And Hype Train is back. Oh my goodness. Okay, sick. Goodness. Max Sound says, I'm gonna cast hide so I can lurk and stream. Could you help me with my stealth check? Depends on what your modifier is. If you have the bits, you can have me roll a d20 of some variety, whichever one you want. But yeah, anyway, yes, I will be at PAX West. They used to call it PAX Prime, right? But yeah. Let's see. Marathon says tooth holes. That sounds unpleasant. Yeah, I'm changing that from tooth holes. So the whole story there, if you weren't here yesterday, is I have $1,400 worth of dental work that needs to be done. I went in on like last Thursday or something like that to get my teeth checked out, and I have really deep grooves in my molars, and food gets, I don't know. Apparently, it's like to the point that it's really difficult inherently to brush, and just like genetically, I'm disposed to cavities for that reason alone. And then also my enamel formed weird, and so I would have like little pockets in it just naturally. And then of course that's even harder to clean out, and so I have like 4 cavities, and then my wisdom teeth are still covered by gum after like several years, and so they're going to try and basically surgically remove that. However, thankfully I don't have to pay the full $1,400. I'm on my mom's insurance for a little while, so that is, yeah, thankfully not as bad as you would think, but not fantastic. Someone over on TikTok, Petra, says the podcast is the perfect amount of rambling and learning. I love it. Thank you. Yeah, we honestly, we have a lot of fun filming those. It's amazing. This next one is gonna be so much fun too. Darth Rias says, you know Endeavorance? He's rad. Boy, do I. Yeah, we hung out. He was in my house at PAX Unplugged. We hung out for the first time in real life there. I'm still convincing him to move to Bend, or I'm trying to. Webster Games says hello. Hi. And Furrow says, swinging by to say it's a cool background. What you got going on for the stream? Yeah, so over on TikTok, you get the mobile background, which is like a little snowy landscape. It's actually my normal landscape. I just like kind of like changed it to blue to make it a little bit more snowy and whatnot. But for the stream today, we're doing an XL world building tabletop question answering type stream. I'm still working on getting a mobile setup going for a cooking stream. I don't know how feasible it's going to be. It might end up just being from my phone, which would be hard to deal with, hard to moderate. So I might have to do some weird stuff with like a laptop or something. But I also don't have a laptop, so except for work, you know, which I can't use for content stuff for obvious reasons. So we'll work that out. Let's see. Goodness, we're already at a level 5 hype train. Holy fuck. Adamska says you need some sound alerts for the hype train. I didn't know that was a thing. And then George Rose says, any advice or tips for a first-time DM running the Lost Mine of Phandelver? I think I answered this one a little bit yesterday, but essentially Lost Mine of Phandelver is like the premier starting DM experience. Like the book itself walks you through pretty much everything you need when it comes to how to be a DM for that in particular, because it's like an intro. It's a very early released adventure when it comes to 5th edition. It has a lot of baby stuff, you know, baby step type things for the players, and then also for the DM. I think it's got everything you need. The only thing I recommend is reading through the entire module at least once or twice before running it. And then if you feel comfortable with it afterwards, roll it into the expanded one, which is Phandelver, and below the Shattered Obelisk. That is like the expanded version of it from what I understand. Okay, let me continue talking. Goodness, catching up. A Ferrari called Max is here. Welcome in. Let's see. Missy Izzy says hello. I think I said hi already. Omega Mike says, any idea what Alex's progress is so far? I don't. I know his stream starts somewhat soon, so it'd be worth like popping his open on a different tab and checking. Maybe I'll do that. Last King says, hi, don't have time to stay, but I want to say hello and support the stream. I appreciate that. Lurkers are always welcome. Dawson says, I think he had $200 from me and someone else yesterday. Solid. As far as the glitter hair goes, Cupid Suppression says hype train go crazy. I'm stoked. It's exciting. Clever wanted me to roll a giant D20 saying they're applying for a promotion. Want to test that charisma check for the inevitable interview. I think I put away the giant D20, but let me grab that real fast. It always hides back here because it's so big. Also, check out the wreath, you guys. I made this. I made it. It's nice. The whiteboard is in there too, but I just haven't had a chance to like yank it out because it doesn't really work well with this camera angle. Okay, let's see. Adamskid says, I'm gonna watch quietly for a bit. I feel unwell since my plasma appointment. Oh no. Oh shit. Well, I hope you feel better soon. I hope you get your plasma back. That shit's important, I assume. Also, Mark Alias, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. So, Calebra, for your charisma check for your promotion. Here we are. 18. That one rolled quite a bit too. Given that it's your dice and you're the one who gave it to me, I would hope it would be a good score, but yeah, 18. There you are. We've also finished the hype train. Solid. Okay, great, amazing. Yank this over. Oh goodness. Okay. Amazing start. Hey, Ned just tipped $25. Ned, hello. Thank you. Amazing. Holy shit. Enjoy the lobster roll. Thank you. I will. That will be Something to get over at, I should probably clarify, lobster roll specifically on the East Coast. Lobster roll at PAX E, I'm gonna call it. I know no one else calls it PAX E, but I like it, because PAX, it makes more sense in my head to merge with PAX U. Adam Taggart over on TikTok says, I have a feeling you'd be a very scary DM. I am. And then, let's see. Let's see. That, I'm back at where the vibe check for the stream was. Dawson says we automatically get a plus 69 modifier for chat or for vibes. Appreciate that. Griffin says hype train success. Good job, team. I think you get special like Christmas emotes from the hype trains nowadays too, right? Orc Skull, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. But let's see. Gosh, I feel like I'm still like slightly recovering from the PAX Pox, the fucking con crud that I got after PAX, but we're vibing. We're getting there. Let's see. A Ferrari called Bax says, I'm starting to build my next D&D character, and I'm playing an older gentleman, and I'm excited. I've always wanted to play a, like, older, but, like, honestly, the idea of an older gentleman, but, like, in the Kingsman sort of style, where they're just, like, suave, and they have, like, a fucking sword cane, and they're, like, a master fighter for no reason, and entirely, like, high charisma, but high dexterity fighter, like a duelist type vibe. That would be so much fun, I feel like. But, like, I guess the feminine version of that would be sick. Like a noble, almost, because, like, the fancy suits and everything. And they would have, that glamour weave, I think it is, the one that changes into a bunch of different outfits. It's like a magic item, because if you don't know this already, I make it so all of my characters start with a free magic item. It's a common magic item at character creation, and so that way they have something to kind of like talk about, to lend to their backstory a little bit and things like that. So yeah, that's a thing. Fenrir Starker says that was basically my swords bard butler. Yeah, that'd be sick. Orc Skull says, I'm currently prepping a god hunting campaign. Ooh, what system? In like God Killer, like the God Killer type vibe. That'd be fun. Doob Doob says, hi Diana, it's me, Santa Claus. Hey Doob Doob, how's it going? Let me continue what I was doing in chat a long time ago. Dawson says Mike is somewhere, and then Mike immediately popped in with the celebratory emotes, which I love. I do wish more people had those, but like it kind of makes sense that the big celebratory one is tier 3. Hey, Dice Goblin Black Cat is here. How's it going, Dice? How are you? Dude, is anyone running any holiday one-shots, by the way? Because if so, I want to hear about it. I haven't had time to prep anything with regards to, like, holiday things. Oh, shit. Cash Cow. Hey, Cash Cow, how's it going? Cash Cow popping in with the usual Elo poppet, but in a better accent, I'm sure, because I don't have one. But that's amazing. Thank you so much. And I think we've met the goal. Yeah, Jesus, we passed it by 4. Okay, hold on. Next sub goal, which 30? 30 seem fine. 30 seems fine. 30 seems chill. 30 seems like a good round number. Griffin says, I'd have a character who worked as a resurrectionist with a similar vibe. An older gentleman who would resurrect the wealthy and then extort them. That's cool. That's kind of like the type of morally questionable character that I love seeing, especially in campaigns where my players come up with really good character ideas. That's like, oh, amazing. Orc says, no, not God Killer, but that'd be great. It's in 5e. I run a load of campaigns in the same world, Greyhawk but adjusted. The God Hunting is an add-on to the current campaigns. If you haven't already listened to the episode of the Atlas Loom where we talk about how you can create systems to kill gods, you absolutely should. It's like right up that alley. Mike says Alec has a ballroom dancing clip playing on his intro. Yeah, so Alec is a national champion dancer. When he's offering like lessons and stuff at cons and then on his stream, it's worth it from what I understand. I've never attended, but it's like half his personality. Mike Titan says pink lemonade was supposed to be created at a circus using dirty water, which was pink. Oh. Night Raven says, get that Panera 5th logo lemonade. 5th logo? Honestly, I kind of want to try it. Just for the vibes. Also, Dice Goblin Black Cat is just resubbed with Prime, and they're at their 3rd month. Hello, Dice Goblin. Guys, if you don't already follow Dice Goblin Black Cat on TikTok, and then also, if you haven't shopped around, she has a shop called Fate and Fortune Dice. Let me drop a link here real fast, which are just the coolest things. She's like one of the big resident dice makers in the D&D TikTok community. Hey, Orc Skull has just subbed for a month as well. Thank you so much, Orc Skull. Welcome in. Glad to have you here. I hope you guys are enjoying the little like special sub badges for the Christmas time, for the holidays. You know, I like it. Dice says love you. I love you too, Dice. I'm so sad we couldn't say hi at PAX Unplugged. Potentially PAX East. I don't know if you're planning on being there. Little Nugs, hey, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Good to see you. Let's see. Doomza says, hey there. How's it going, Doomza? I think I'm still at the peasant railgun. Jeff Capel says, hello, how's it going? Hey, Jeff, how's it going? And King Smiley is here as well, or was here. Max Sound said, hello, me and my kitty greet you. Tell your cat I said hi. Calibra said, have you ever played with or used the Bagman? I want to, but I want to modify it. So the Bagman as it is, like as soon as you start telling the story, the thing is, and this is the problem I have with a lot of D&D creatures as is if you start talking about what it could be in any sort of capacity, if you start saying like, oh, this is, you know, a legend of some creature that crawls out of people's bags of holdings, that people already know what that is. The Bagman is like a well-known thing at this point, so I would reskin it so that it applies to either at a smaller chance every bag ever, that or any extra dimensional space ever. So someone who crawls not just through bags of holding, but also portable holes. Like if you open up a portable hole, there's a tiny chance something's gonna come crawling out. Anything that's like an extra dimensional Morning Canaan's Magnificent Mansion, things like that. Kind of just like this little dimensional being, this dimensional boogeyman. That way, it's a little less expected. And then also, Morning Canaan's Magnificent Mansion wouldn't be as safe. Just to throw them off a little bit. But I also run horror campaigns, and so I have the pass to do that. But yeah. Dare wants me to roll a d20 saying, can I get a d20 roll for my chance at sleep success tonight? Also, Diego Iglesias has followed. Welcome in, Diego. Yeah, I'll roll the fancy d20 this time. If you guys haven't seen these yet, by the way, these are the dice that I got at PAX Unplugged. They are... Is this going to autofocus? It's not, is it? Maybe? No. That's okay. I don't care that much. They are glass dice that have like this frosted sort of vibe, and then it's on the inside got some sort of refractory element, so that way it looks like it's glowing and shining a little bit. I will roll this for you. Prophet says, your room is still so bright. I thought it was daytime. Yeah, I just turned on the big light because it helped me with my lighting. I don't have key lights, so I'm working on it. But here we are. Your chance of sleep tonight is 18 out of 20. So rolling an 18, give or take your, I don't know, racial features? You might not have to sleep if you're an elf. Hey, Stingy Brian, welcome in. Leo G. Luna has also gifted a sub. Hey, Leo, how's it going? Good to see you. Welcome back. Let's see. Orc Skull says, apologies, can you tell me again what you said I should check out of yours for a god killing? Plan is to run lots of small arcs. Ooh, let me see. Oh my goodness. So lots of small arcs that are themed around the god's domain, but would love more inspo. Yeah, if you want anything to do with gods as far as inspiration and like world building and mechanically figuring out how they work goes, the Atlas Loom episode 1, theatlasloom.com, yeah, Clever linked it there. It's the podcast that I run with Endeavor. It's all about world building. And even if you know what you're doing and you have like a campaign planned out, it's still a good like podcast to listen to just in general for ideas to have on in the background while you're world building. Apparently it's really nice to listen to is what people have been saying. Highly recommend it. It's just a fun podcast and it's not stiff, which is nice. Anyway, going back to the Bagman. Purple Urkel, welcome in. Hello, hello. Joel's says, what's the go-to class? I am a druid main for sure. I love druids, you guys. I can't wait to... I'm playing one for a home game that's coming up next month. My god, am I excited to play a druid again. Jesus Christ. Leo says, I just came for this. I'm gonna go to sleep. Alright, well, thanks, Leo. Thanks for swinging by and saying hi. Colin DeBin, welcome in. Thanks for the follow as well. Orxwell says, yes, druids need more love. They do. Honestly, they're really overpowered, but, like, if you do them right, they can be. The only problem is the subclasses really just don't compare to each other. Like, everyone goes Moon Druid, and, like, Moon Druid was one of the first default subclasses to come out for that class, so the fact that people are still choosing it, I feel like means they need better options. Little Will, the Lil WH, welcome in. Same with the DBO Smalls. Yeah, alright, hello. Welcome to the party, you guys. Orxel says overpowered but also fun to play. Yeah, so roleplay opportunities when it comes to being a druid, and I say this all the time, they're immense because you're someone who's in touch with nature. You have all these nature-themed spells, and they span the four elements to the point where if you wanted to theme your character after a certain element, so if you're like, oh, I want to stick to cold damage, or I want to be like a fire druid, you can do that. And then also being able to wild shape and having those sorts of like abilities and expanded roleplay opportunities is so cool. Little Nugs, hello! Thank you for the sub with Prime. Welcome in, welcome in. Oh my god, we're at 20 out of 30 for a sub goal already. Oh my goodness. Anyway, Logs-a-lot says, are you in the anti-peace domain cleric camp, or do we like it here and we just adjust for how strong it is? I haven't ever banned anything from my table. I also don't have players who tend to like min-max or anything like that because I play with other D&D content creators and they're all like forever GMs as well, so they understand the troubles of that sort of thing. So they tend to be really nice about it. They haven't ever given me trouble. I've never even banned the luck feat, which I know I should, but also like it's kind of like where I have rule of cool, they also have rule of don't piss me off by using unnecessary exploits or game breaking things, because they're all very heavy on the roleplay side of it, and so I don't really have to worry about that sort of thing, which is nice. That being said, once someone gives me a reason to, I might consider it, but like in general, I don't go off the anecdotes of other players when it comes to banning things at my table. Dark Vader says, hey, just wanted to say your content has inspired me to go from player to DM. I run my first campaign next week. That's fucking awesome. If you're still here, Dark Vader, let me know what you're running, because that sounds cool. Clever says, has any artificer tried to make a nuke in your campaign? No, but I do have this one artificer in my Curse of Strahd campaign, which Curse of Strahd is not built around artificers because it came out way before artificers were a thing, but she is doing some really cool stuff with her artificer class where she's flavoring it as someone who doesn't quite have morals in the traditional sense and enjoys the play of life and death and the ability to manipulate life and death and experimenting with life and death. And so that, combined with, for those who are aware, the Abbot, would be a lot of fun, and I'm excited to roleplay that encounter. No nukes yet, though. Griffin says, reposting since I don't know. Oh, wait, I saw that. The VTC tool. I would love to check out Dungeon Alchemist. I haven't tried it yet because I'm a Tailspire girly, but I do want to give it a shot. Last King says, gotta go, just want to say hello. Well, thanks for swinging by. Also, B-Ball Austin said hello. Marathon says, the Bagman took one of our players last night. Oof. Goodness. Ray Miranda says, what about 100 1-pound daggers in a bag of holding and turning the bag inside out on a BBEG? So that doesn't... First of all, so the 100 daggers, right? Not all of those daggers are going to be point out if you dump them out on someone. It's the same as like catapulting a box full of daggers at someone. It wouldn't quite work. They're not all going to hit. They're not all going to hit like blade down, and they're definitely not all going to be striking with the same precision that someone who has proficiency with a dagger and like is actually using a dagger as a weapon as opposed to just throwing it like a ready, basically like any other object would work. Cinderblock Sally could explain this way better than I ever could, but in general it wouldn't work the way you think it would. So yeah. Let's see. Clever says it would count as blood damage. It would be like not it's not quite the same. We'll put it that way. Colin says they would hit blade down if they are point heavy. Yeah, so I guess it depends on like what type of, I don't know, like just random daggers. Oh, wait, hold on. Dice said I walked away for a second. Did you see the thing about her dice? Wait, what thing? Oh gosh. Oh man, let me find it. Oh no, Dice, hold on. Dice Goblin Black Cat said, Diana tagging you tomorrow for a TikTok just for you. That's so exciting. Oh my god, Dice, that's awesome. I love being tagged and stuff. I love it when people like, I don't know, interact with me on TikTok and things like that. Like I don't always have a chance to like look at my messages and things like that for like a week. But I do really love seeing when people like consider me on things. It's so sweet. Okay, I'm back to, I'm scrolling past all the gifted subs. Good God. Alchemy RPG, that was the one. Sorry, Griffin, yes, I haven't tried it yet, but I'd love to check it out. I'm a slut for VTTs because I play only online, basically. So that's a whole thing. Let's see, oh my goodness. Adamska said, I had a work holiday party November 30th. Oh, weird. But we had a potluck and gift exchange today. I don't know if I would ever do a work gift exchange. I feel like that'd be just asking for problems. Also, Euroverse, welcome in. Euroverse said, what are we talking about? We are talking about D&D. Yeah, Clever's right, as usual. And then also, Dice Goblin Black Cat has a video for me, which I'm curious to see tomorrow. Mutant Lemon says, I ordered myself a computer for the games and should finally be able to play Baldur's Gate 3. Amazing! I'm glad that someone's able to. I tried to do it for stream yesterday and it fucking conked out on me. Cashwell says, if you set up an arrow with a bag of holding on the end and then a second bag of holding that is open, so when the tip breaks and goes into the bag of holding, it implodes and kills everything in the area or sends them into the astral plane, cursing their existence. So that is a lovely concept that I thought was hilarious when I first started playing D&D. It's called the Arrow of Total Annihilation. And you can do it with the second bag of holding. It's either annihilation or destruction. I think it's destruction. Yeah, the arrowhead of total destruction. And you can do it with the bag of holding. A lot of people do it with a portable hole instead. And so I believe that was also debunked though. Give me a yeah, here we are. So this is like an arrow that you can shoot. And basically what happens is when it hits, you remove this safety pin right before you shoot it. You fire it. When the tip hits some sort of like wall or object, there is a portable hole in the very tip that gets shunted into an open bag of holding. And then that would cause the whole thing where whenever two extra dimensional spaces go into each other, they tear a hole open into the astral plane and yank anything within 10 feet into it. It would work. However, I consider it game breaking in my games. And so I'd be like, you can maybe do it once, but it's not cost effective if you were to make it from scratch. And so like, I don't know. I don't, it'd be cool once. And then after that, I'd be like, all right, do you really want this to be like in the hands of all of your enemies from now on? Because I can make that a thing for them as well. Alvin with a hoodie over on TikTok says, are you the one who planned a picnic date with someone? Yeah, the indoor picnic video is one of my most viral videos. I think it's still pinned. It's that, the dick twisting video, and the monster DM screen are like my big three. But I have gone viral several times. I think I have like 9 or 10 videos over 1 million views at this point. The Angry Bagpipe, welcome in. Hello, hello. You Want Kebab says, Diana with the overalls. Yeah, I got overalls. Clever says, close it up to a black hole. Indeed. The Yuriverse says, can a bag of holding be a mimic? Why or why not? Yeah, I don't see why not. Mimics are really, they're super versatile. Like, they could be any object, and they can mimic magic objects as well. Like, if they can mimic an entire fucking house, or a wall, or a door, and things like that, that's 100% a viable thing. The Angry Bagpipe says, I forgot you streamed on Twitch. Oh, yeah, I need to post about it more, I swear. In any case, welcome in, everyone. Dawson says, food check. Oh, gosh. Oh, man. Oh, shit, it is here. Yeah. Hey, Yuri, you're here. Why don't you entertain my chat for me? They'll show you what to do. One sec. Okay, so this is brand new food. First of all, thank you so much for, oh my god, so many emotes. I need a new bit. Hello. Yuriverse has a corpse mimic. Technically, yes, because a corpse is an object, I believe. Per rules, right? So if it can mimic an object, I think so. There's better things you can do with corpses, though. Like, if you haven't tried using a, oh, what is it called? I think it's like a carrion stalker or a carrion some such thing. Yeah. Carrion stalker, carrion something. There's like 2 different carrion feeding monsters that can burst out of corpses when they sense movement nearby. They dig into a corpse, lay their eggs there, the larvae eat the corpse, and then when someone approaches the corpse, it like bursts out and can shoot larvae at other people nearby to attack. It is very much like Alien, yeah. And so that's like a thing that I implemented in Curse of Strahd, actually. I switched out an encounter with Onkegs for an encounter with a carrion stalker. My god, it's the description I've been writing of that particular encounter describes how the corpse was killed by Onkegs, but then by the time this party comes up to it, it's like bloated, and you can see like its jaw is crushed inward, its collarbone has been stepped on. Like, you can definitely tell that there was evidence of some sort of an attack by an Onkeg. And then Strahd came by and implanted the corpse with a carrion stalker. And so that means that whenever they go up to inspect this bloated body, they can see like more detail. They can see the tongue is all purple and like mostly severed from the impact to the jaw that had happened. It's like hanging off to the side. The eyeballs are all bulging out from the pressure of like the skull being crushed in a little bit. And it goes into like these really gory descriptions that I should probably stop talking about because I am also on TikTok. But as soon as they get closer, they see like the spine like rise up a little bit and the belly start to distend, and then a half second later the carrion stalker bursts out, and then they go into initiative. And so that's what I do for my encounters for a little taste of it. Commander Picewo says the old joke: a party walks into a tavern, the barbarian orders a drink and says the wrong name. The tavern keeper laughs, the party laughs, the empty stool laughs. Diego Iglesias says, what would you say is the scariest, not in regards to how difficult it is to kill, monster you've encountered in a homebrew? Yeah, so it's kind of homebrew, kind of not. Also, guys, look at this sushi. Hold on. You see that? See how gorgeous that is? I've never had this sushi place before, but it looks really good. First of all, thank you so much to whoever sent that. But yeah, so I might be able to show you a picture, actually. So Mana Project Studios, they sent me some books a little while ago, which are, functionally 5e expansions that are horror related. They specialize in horror. There's 2 sects. One is called Seventh Sinner, which basically converts a bunch of like the 7 sins from Christianity and whatnot over into 5e monsters. So like, here's one. The art is always super cool. I'm going to flip through this on my end because there is some not safe for work art in here. But like Lucifer is the whole concept. You have all the different 7 sins and like cultists related to them. Lucifer himself has a whole on like stat block. There's cultists to each of these guardians of the sins basically. So that's super cool. I was going to do a whole video on that at some point. It's in the pipeline. And then there is Nightfell, which is the kind of like, it's kind of like moon-based horror, or like the world is more based around like the cycles of the moon and whatnot. And so this one right here is a really cool concept. It's going to be really dark, but they have a concept of something called a lunar predator, which has, I don't know if you can see it, an eyeball in its mouth and things like that. So I honestly get a lot of like my inspiration from art and things like that, which is part of what caught my eye for this, and part of the reason that I reached out to them and I was like, hey, your stuff is really cool. Can I like take a look at it? Can I talk about it on my channel if you guys send me the books? And they were like, yeah, sure. Like 0 questions asked. And so there's one in here. I don't think it's, I'm gonna try and be careful, but like, look at this fucking art, you guys. My God. I don't know if my camera's gonna focus again, but where is it? It's back here. Is it up here? I can't. Okay, hold on 1 fucking second. I'm a good streamer. Yeah, there we are. It's scary stuff like it's cool. It's so much. It's neat. I like it. So yeah, this is the Nightfell books. One is like a source book, and another is like a bestiary. Also, the Rorschach. Thank you so much for the follow. Same with Paunchy Coast, Dark Knight 1467. Thank you so much. So yeah, I will go over this more during my actual like kind of like deep dive into the books themselves, but they have like lunar-based classes and subclasses and things like that that are all 5e compatible. All seem to be balanced from what I can tell based off of reception, which is mostly how I decide how things are balanced, because I'm not good at balancing things. That's not my forte, but it gives you like different, like basically a world, adventure options, and again, it is mostly like moon based. It also gives you spells and things like that, which I think are super cool. But this one is like the bestiary, and this was what caught my eye. I'm trying to find the specific monster I was looking for, which is basically, that's, oh, this is cool. An animated bramble. But yeah. Let me find this monster because it's really fucking cool. It's like basically, I never watched, oh, here it is. Oh, I found it immediately. That scene from It with the head? So they have that functionally with like a functional stat block and things kind of. Yeah, so that's that. So things like that I think are just like really cool. I would probably even up how gory it is and take inspiration from things like Kingdom Death, where I would, and this is a little tip for anyone who's considering doing horror of any variety, try and make it so that if you want to up the scariness of any sort of creature, basically, make it so that certain body parts are elongated, added, removed, or moved. So, for instance, the Bagman. Part of what makes him scary is his hair is really long and droopy over his head. His skin is like tight to his body, and he has really long limbs. Same with the Nightwalker. Really long fingers is really easy. So that would be an example of elongating a body part. You can also shorten body parts, but it doesn't really have the same effect. So like making it so a creature doesn't have a neck is not as scary as making it so a creature has a unusually long neck that like loops around and like stares at you. That would be one. You can also do, what did I say? Subtracting body parts. So making it so it doesn't have teeth or it doesn't have ribs, or like with the creature that I just mentioned, that the Bagman, it doesn't have really any musculature. It just has skin tight to its bones functionally. Adding body parts. So I made it so that a lot of my creatures in my world have like spines made of bone, like jagged bones sticking out of them, or they have like extra limbs. There's also moving body parts around. So I made one creature that had a giant gash down the front of itself, and you could see like its ribs sticking out into the void that was its stomach and like its interior cavity. And then the gash that went down its stomach was lined with fingers all like going up and down it, and the fingers were constantly wiggling. So that's one. I've also seen a humanoid creature where instead of having feet, it had just had another hand that was like this basically, and that's how it walked. And it like that was the only way that you could tell it was evil, basically, kind of Rakshasa style, where you can only tell they're evil because their palms are backwards. Very similar thing. So yeah, basically take a body part, move it somewhere else, multiply it, subtract it. In Kingdom Death, they do this really well with hands. So they'll make it so like, I think there's like the Giga Lion is what it is. It's like one of my favorite creatures from that game. And it's basically got, instead of lion paws, it has massive hands. Massive furry hands, like with fingers and opposable thumbs that have just giant claws on them. So they do a lot with hands in that game, but I really like it. Anyway, horror, it's a lot of fun. I do a lot of horror. Okay, let's see. Clever says, did you ever fix up the mods for Baldur's Gate 3? I did not. I'm going to wait until tomorrow because we're going to be fixing for Baldur's Girlies anyway, and I just don't have the time. Missy Izzy says, what's a good PC you'd recommend? I run a 2070 and my specs are down below, but I can't recommend a good PC because I just don't know anything about them. Like, I didn't even build this computer. I just full on bought the parts. Other people told me what parts to get, and so I swiped my credit card, got everything together, and then hired a friend in exchange for like a pizza or something to build it for me. And it's been working super well since then, although it's getting a little hot. I should probably turn up the fans. It does need also 3 more fans than it has, so it's not fantastic. But yeah, Doomza says, your recent TikTok about the OCD just made me think you would like one of the Primarchs from Warhammer. I haven't looked into Warhammer lore at all, so unfortunately that one's lost on me. But yeah, let's see. Adam says, I'm gonna watch quietly for a bit. I feel unwell since my plasma appointment. I think I read that one already. Oh, the Yuriverse says, where can I buy those books and what's a Nightwalker? Let me look up a Nightwalker for you, but the books themselves are from Mana Project Studios. Let me put it in chat here real fast. I would show you their page, but it's not, it's kind of not safe for work. But Mana Project Studios is the name. They have their own like systems as well and extra books for that. I believe were they the ones behind the One Piece RPG? I can't remember, but you're looking for Nightfell and Seventh Sinner. Seventh Sin for the like horror 5e compatible expansions. Edgekid is here. How's it going, Edgekid? Orc School says, any advice for someone looking to create content in the TTRPG space? Yeah, just start doing it. Especially if you're talking about like TikTok and stuff, the only way you can really get into content is by just fucking launching yourself into it. There's no real way to like, I don't know. It's a lot of throwing shit at a wall and seeing what sticks. But once you're in it and once you do well, once you have like over 70k followers, people are going to start to notice in the TTRPG world because it is very small. Like we are a very small community of TTRPG TikTokers, which is what I love about us. Like honestly, I thought about making a whole separate video about just how much camaraderie there is in the community and how awesome people are. But it's amazing here. But it really is like the only way you can really get started is by just doing it. But yeah. Let's see. Orcswell says, feel that. Awesome, thank you. Of course. And Colin DeBin says, honestly, new to D&D and your videos have been some of the most informative for an absolute rookie like me to learn things. I think that's something that we discovered, especially while doing the Atlas Loom and whatnot, which, by the way, if you guys are like new to DMing or GMing any system, not just D&D, I highly recommend the Atlas Loom for the world building part of it. We're also going to have questions answered later on as part of a Wish segment. You can email wish@theatlasloom.com, which is on our website, and get... Oh, yes, the Nightwalker. So sorry, Yuri. And get your questions about jamming in general answered. And eventually we're going to have an expanded sort of like set of things we want to talk about, including above the table stuff, like how to deal with problematic players, homebrew rules that we use for different settings and different games, how we kind of handle conflict, things like that. Safety tools is a really big one that I want to talk about. So the Nightwalker, here we are. Let me get rid of this Arrow of Total Destruction stuff, is massive. It's a massive, basically Shadowfell creature. And this is its 5e stats. I do really like looking at the photos for old editions because they're just so janky by comparison. Okay, that one's actually pretty cool. This one looks like a bad guy from the fucking He-Man series. But like, look at this guy. Look at the smoke coming off of him. Look at the size comparison. So he's huge, he's undead, he's chaotic evil, and he rules the Shadowfell essentially. He can fly. He has dark vision. It's like, he's super fucking intelligent. Yeah, let me see where it actually, where's the fucking stat block? I kind of want to look at this. Morningkane's Tome of Foes. So if we go to, which I think I have. No, I don't. Is it Monsters and Multiverse? The Tome of Foes is different, right? I don't think it's going to be here. LMN. Nightwalker. I have a feeling I might have to... Oh yeah, I have it. So here it says it's from the negative plane, not the Shadowfell. A Nightwalker on their material plane is attracted to elements of the world associated with the creature responsible for its creation. Oof. So you can create one? Oh god. Okay, so the CR is fucking 20. And it has something called Finger of Doom, where it points at you, as long as you're within 300 feet of it. If you don't succeed on a DC 21 Wisdom saving throw, you take 6d12 necrotic damage and become frightened and paralyzed. That's not great. And it has like multi-attack and things like that. Now, if it brings you down to 0 hit points, you die. You can't be revived, you can't be resuscitated. It's only the wish spell that can bring you back, which is what makes it scary. Griffin says 300 feet. Yep, yeah. So CR 20. It's a lot of fun. It's a spooky creature. It's probably one of the spookier things that D&D puts out natively for like its actual modules, because Wizards of the Coast doesn't go super hard on the same sort of horror stuff that I tend to do. So like body horror, gore, things like that are my bread and butter, but I don't see a whole lot of it in published things. So I feel like you could take that stat block and reskin the creature to be a little bit scarier as far as like its aura goes. So for instance, maybe if you look at it, you start to have tunnel vision where darkness creeps into your vision and you can only see it clearly and it always appears to be looking at you. Something like that. It wouldn't have any functional purpose, but it would be scary for the players to imagine their character going through. And that's what I really like, is not necessarily changing the stats of a creature to make it scarier, but making the encounter scarier. It's really easy to do. It doesn't take any math, doesn't take any reworking of the stat block or anything, and it has a lasting effect on your players. Yuri says, write that down. Also, Nito D, welcome in. Same with I. Kreggers. Hello, good to see you. I'm going to munch on some of the sushi. Okay. Fen a long time ago said hello. Hi Fen, I don't know if you're still here, but sorry I missed it. Cupid Depression says definitely would be an awesome DM to watch. Thank you. I would like to be like a, I don't want to say professional DM because like that implies nowadays that you're like on, you know, start playing and whatnot. I love start playing. I just don't have the time to like try and sustain myself running several games at once because it's a lot of prep and I put a lot of work into my games and trying to implement people's backstories, you know, things like that. It takes so much time that I don't think I could do it justice the way I want to if I were to run several games like that. But being on like an AP as a DM is a cool concept. And also just like that in combination with the way that I try to share info with other people and try and make GMing less scary for people, and having them watch my TikToks or listen to the Atlas Loom and then come back around to watching me me in an AP as a GM, and like showing off those skills as they're being used would be super cool. And then that would also give people an opportunity to come up to me and be like, hey, Diana, I saw you did this like really awesome description for this creature. Like, how'd you come up with that creature? What are the skills you use? And then I can break it down for them and kind of like help give them those tools, because that's my goal, is to put more DMs in the world. Quacky7854, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Dawson says, do you keep snacks in your overalls pouch? I don't have, God, I really badly wanted to shove like a piece of sushi in here just for demonstration. I did not though. I feel like you should applaud myself restraint there. Edgekid says, I used to carry a net in my latest battle. Such an insane and terrifying creature for such a low CR. Carrier nets are cool. So for those who aren't aware, carrier nets are, I think they're in Van Richten's. They are like this creature that is essentially, it's a construct. It's like a marionette, and it like has this needle. And if it hurts you with the needle, it can like possess your body, I believe. Let me see. This is the brain in the jar. Yeah, here it is. Fucking first try. So here it is. Now it's not like horribly hard to kill. The CR is 1, but you see that giant needle she has? So if it hits you, right, I believe it can, yeah, so the silver needle possesses the carionet possesses a silver needle that pins its soul to its body. By posing as a toy, it gets close to a victim and then uses the needle to swap souls with the victim. So the soul of the carionet goes into the creature that it's fighting, and then the creature's soul goes into the body of the toy. It can appear as any type of toy or a piece of art. It doesn't have to be like a marionette specifically. And they're pretty scary. I would say one of the scary things about them is that it can be literally any toy. It could be a fucking Jack-in-the-Box, or like a teddy bear. And that would be terrifying in its own right. So, you know, something that is like just a normal cuddly toy that happens to have a silver needle on it at all times, and you're not entirely sure why until you realize what happened and it attacks you. Alternatively, you could go the Five Nights at Freddy's route and make it very obviously scary, the kind of the way that they have here, where the eye is kind of fucked up and things like that, and kind of like taking, oh god, it's really hard to see. Yeah, yeah. So her eye is fucked up. The ancient style of dress and like the old style of hairstyle kind of it raises alarm bells. I would also make it so the movement is scary, so it has like jittery, like kind of like creaking movement, not entirely human, almost like someone, some invisible thing was puppeteering it, but doing it horribly, making it so that I describe the way that its like neck snaps to the side as it looks at you and has like these unnatural movements, because it's not restricted by things like bones or, you know, normal human proportions, normal human like musculature. So in theory, you could do some fucked up sort of contortionist things with a doll. So that's how I would make that scarier. This is just turning into a workshop of me being like, oh, that monster? Yeah, I know that monster. I like it, but here's what I would do to it. So, which I love. This is my favorite kind of stream, honestly. Like, I really like going off on horror vibes. Edgekid says, and then hide the needle. Exactly. But yeah, Dare is saying, have a good night. Goodbye, Dare. Good to see you. Apollo Creed says 30 AC. Yeah. Yuri says, what is the best way to reach out to you to debate creepy ideas for campaigns and such? As a DM, I have a few horror elements and need more. I would just toss them in my chat. I don't really have a good reputation for responding to emails and things like that. Like if you send me a stat block and you're like, hey, how is this? I won't be able to answer well because I don't do balance, but I can talk to you about reflavored sort of horror elements and how to make things scarier and how to describe scary scenes. That I can do really well, and I recommend just doing that in the Twitch chat for specifically these Tuesday streams, because that's what they're all about. Let's see. Someone is saying that I need to increase my microphone. Let me do this. Is that better? I hope that's okay. Over on TikTok. Also, if you guys are on TikTok, hop over to Twitch. Twitch is going to be a way better experience for you overall. Ben Schindler says, crit fail thoughts. Like thoughts on whether or not they're a thing? I know they're not as much of a thing, rules as written, especially because crits just aren't a thing for skill checks, but I run them so that they're not, like, horrible. You know, you're not going to accidentally attack your friend unless your friend is, like, grappled nearby and there's a reason that they wouldn't dodge out of the way. But I do make it so your sword might get stuck in a nearby like supporting beam or something like that, and you have to use your object interaction to pull it out, or like your bonus action to pull it out or something like that during your next turn. Now, that would be my approach. I don't really go super hard on crit fails. I know there's like things you can do. Oh, 2 people wanted me to hydrate. I'm so sorry for missing that. I know there's things you can do to make the like tables and stuff that you can use to make crit fails more intense, but I haven't really used them yet. Apollo Creed says, the bane of my existence is invisible creatures. Invisible creatures are a lot of fun to fuck with, but they're also really easy to navigate, to like circumnavigate once your players, especially if you have experienced players, know how to deal with invisibility. I would try and make it so that there's a creative way for your players to work their way around it. So for instance, they throw chalk in the air and that gives them advantage on, or it negates the disadvantage on the attack or something like that. I would try and make it so that there's something that they can do to make the encounter fun roleplay wise if I'm gonna do an invisible creature, as opposed to just, oh yeah, it's a normal battle but the creature's invisible, good luck. That's just boring, you know. The Real Dead Man, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Same with Yogo My Soup and Brandon71. Let's see. Apollo Creed says we use flour. Exactly. So things like that. I've also had this, I had this concept in my head for a little while. I was gonna make a video on it about the, oh gosh, let me see, do this, about the, oh god, fuck, a concept of a wizard, right? And I talked about this on the Atlas Zoom literally today for the thing that we filmed, but making a wizard who uses thrown chalk or powders or pigment powders as their method of casting spells. And I got this idea from that one scene. Y'all remember the Rolling in the Deep music video with Adele, where there's like a brief scene of a person in an empty mansion in a room full of like this white powder, and then they throw the powder up using dance moves and like this pole that they're wielding. Imagine that, but like as a caster, right? And so this caster like tosses white powder in a big arc, and then the powder like solidifies into Leomin's tiny hut. Or they toss it out into an area and then it scatters and then turns to glitter as it hovers in the air and like freezes, and that becomes fairy fire. That would be super cool. Commander Picewo says, I picture pocket sand. Yeah, imagine they cast blindness / deafness, and instead of doing like the grand gestures and the massive dexterous moves to cast the spell, they just go like and just fucking blast it in your eye. I think that'd be hilarious. I want to make that wizard. Yoga My Soup said, I'm in love with you. You're so geeky and intelligent and great to watch on TikTok. I downloaded Twitch to watch you. Well, welcome in. Thank you so much. I also saw Harbs is here. Harbs says, I'm here to support the bad decisions, and RM Gamer Nerd is back. Hello. Hello, hello. I did have a question here from Yuri saying, I know it's an overplayed theme, but I don't think blood magic in my campaign is super scary, and I don't know how to make it so. Are you talking about blood magic as in blood magic that is an unlocked homebrew subclass that your characters can use, or blood magic that is like coded as evil and needs to be vanquished? Because that will change the answer. Because if you want it to be like friendly still, you don't really want it to be super evil, unless you're running an evil campaign, or you want a character to, through the course of their, interactions with their normal subclass, think about going into blood magic. Okay, you want it to be fully evil, says Yuri. I would make it so that the blood can't be yours. Something to do with an incompatibility or something like that, making it so that you have to do some sort of sacrifice. And then also you can kind of work in the 3 signs of sociopathy, I think it is, or psychopathy, where I think one, if and this is like a totally, I don't know if it's entirely proven or anecdotal, but back when I was learning psychology in college, there was this thing where they said that the 3 early signs of psychopathy is like starting fires, harming animals because you feel it's like a gateway to harming humans, and then there was the 3rd one that I can't remember, but things where people will bring harm to animals, and that being like a method of existing blood mages of scouting children or problematic people, and then wetting the bed. That's it. Thank you. So maybe there's blood mages who keep an eye out for that, and they use that to recruit new people into their cults, their circles, whatever. And they do so by kidnapping, making it so that blood sigils are found pretty much everywhere, and they still radiate a slight bit of conjuration magic or whatever magic you're trying to do, making it so that people will see like limbs scattered around in the home bases of these mages, but they are very clearly cut in ways to expose as much of the veins as possible. And you can see like they've separated out veins and are experimenting with trying to keep the blood for longer and still have the magic be potent, or even making the magic more potent by mixing different types of blood. I would play into like the experimentation side of it a little bit, because I would imagine it would be a relatively newly discovered type magic, not something that's ancient, and making it be like, I don't know, that they're still discovering what works and what doesn't, and the process of that experimentation is inherently morally fucked. Quacky7858, welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. Same with Jordan P333. Good to see you. Okay, let's go. I'm really far behind on chat, so give me a quick second. Orc School at one point said we had 5 campaigns running weekly. Good God, I could never do that. Tamarathon says, I reskinned a troll for the werewolf and let it summon wolves as a legendary action. Summoning wolves is fun. I don't know how I feel about summoning things as a legendary action or some such thing, because I feel like it just kind of clutters up the... Especially when it's a low-level creature like a wolf or a swarm. Unless it has something that will debuff the characters, it just feels kind of messy, like clogging up the battlefield a little bit. I don't know. Let's see. Padalino Frajola said, do you play other systems other than D&D? For TTRPGs, not so much, not that involve dice. I have played Dread before, which was so fun. If you guys haven't played Dread, it's the best horror gateway drug to playing tabletop gaming, you know, RPGs, like proper RPGs with actual stats and things, because it's just, it's you all you need is a Jenga like set and then a theme to run off of, and then you can print off the character sheets online, and oh my god, it's so much fun. I want to play it again so bad. And you don't need dice or anything, you just need a GM who knows what they're doing and knows how to improv, and you can get people who haven't played a single role-playing game before in their life to get into it with Dread, I'm pretty sure. Jade wants me to hydrate. Thanks, Jade. Stratosphere has followed. Welcome in. Griffin Sunquill says, look into the history of bloodletting too. IRL history has a ton of examples where we'll just make you bleed for a while was considered a cure for disease. You could have a well-intentioned mages or doctors that prescribe bloodletting and end up stumbling into blood magic. Yeah, so you can make it so that, like, blood mages have essentially slaughterhouses as their home bases, right? Where instead of cow corpses or other sorts of animals, it's humanoids. I would definitely, depending on what type of human is hanging there and what... You could mess with, like, the ages of the victims if you really want to get dark with it. I'm trying to be very careful because I am over on TikTok still. But yeah. Anyway, Stormhold X68, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Universe says, I was thinking about basing it on a god. I took some inspiration from the first episode of The Loom. Ah, awesome. And I had an NPC who was a governess who looked young, but it was thousands of years old. And I was using blood magic to look young. Or she was using blood magic to look young. They died recently. When a player asked she's been a ruler for 3 years, I answered, that you know of. Ooh, good answer. Anyway, let me catch up on chat again. Oh yes, so other systems other than D&D, I want to explore more, but I'm really stuck on like horror as a TTRPG concept. Call of Cthulhu's all right, but I don't really like Eldritch horror very much. It's just a little too esoteric. I prefer the tangible stuff, the stuff that could happen in real life, you know? So that's like my sort of thing. And so I was thinking about doing like Cult, KULT is one, so that's always fun. Let's see. George Rose said, I was supposed to start a campaign right now before Christmas, but everyone here in England seems to have caught COVID all at the same time. Yikes. Yeah, I got my COVID vaccine, like the booster, last week, and my arm was dead for like a day, and I was a little sick. I had like a little bit of sore throat and stuff like that, but it was gone by like the next day at dinner, so that was totally fine. Dice said, don't call it a slaughterhouse, call it an abattoir. I have no idea what that word means. New vocab word. Clever says, or make the lair a twisted perversion of a healing center, like a hospital to get blood. Yeah, so the twisted perversion of a healing center thing is, it's definitely, I feel like, a little bit more modern, because then you have to think about, like, okay, well, fantasy hospitals, you know, in this world, they'd be more like, you know, cleric type places. It feels out of place, I think, for me. And I know Baldur's Gate 3 did it recently. We just got to that part in Baldur's Girlies, but like, and that was scary. But I don't know. I would touch it up a little bit if I were to do that. I have to think about how I'd do it. Bam V9, hello. They say my arm hurted like crazy after it too. Yeah, the arm thing is wild. So what I used to do, and I remember back in like the COVID days when the first series of shots came out, you would like you'd windmill your arm for like a couple minutes after getting the shot basically, and that seemed to alleviate any sort of like soreness. I did not do that this time because I went straight from that to a party. But yeah. Mike Titan says, I treat D&D and cooking the same way. I watch way too many videos about them compared to how much I actually get to do. Yeah, right? Oh goodness. Same with like miniature painting. I'm starting to paint this guy right here, which is a Firbolg Druid. Aha. I've just got like the base coat of black down for like a couple of the spots that are going to be fur and moss covered rocks. And so I haven't really like gotten super far into it yet, but I'm excited for it. It was like, it's a Christmas gift for a friend who asked me to paint them a miniature. I just haven't had time to do like proper miniature painting in fucking forever. Apollo Creed says, I got COVID and flu shots at the same time. Never again. Ooh, yeah, that's like the double whammy. Godspeed if you do that. Derek over on TikTok says, hey, I don't have time to tune in, but I love your content. Keep spreading all your knowledge with us. Thank you so much. I'm so glad you like it. And then Game Dev Y says, I love the hair. Thank you. Someone also asked, your hair is really pretty. Is the darker part brown or ginger? So it's dyed red. It will lighten as time goes on, and you can see like my roots are wildly grown out. I also don't know what's going on with my part here. But it's like naturally a much darker brown. So that's growing in. I think I have an appointment next week to get it retouched because, like, at this point, it's part of the brand. Stormhold says, thanks to Roll20, I DM 2 different groups weekly. Groups of 4 players. That's a good balance. 4 players is probably all you need. I'm running a Westmarch style Curse of Strahd campaign right now that is like 18. They don't all show up at once, thank God, but I've had like 7 people for a single game one time. I wouldn't recommend doing combat with 7 people in a single game. Firefee is here. Hey, Firefee. And Uriverse says, all right, I'm going to go. It's 2 a.m. here, Pacific time. So PT? 2 a.m. PT. I'm assuming it's a different place, not Pacific, not like my Pacific. Anyway, Diana, it's always a pleasure chatting with you. I really feel like I'm talking to a friend. You're amazing. I want to stay because the conversation is super interesting, but I have work in the morning. Just quit. Just like don't go to your job anymore. You know, you don't need it. Who needs your job? Who needs payment? But also Firbolg. I always said Firbolg. I said Firbolg for a while, and then I heard someone say Firbolg, and then I was like, that sounds way cooler, and so I just assumed it was right. Portugal time. Got it. That makes sense. Clever says, yeah, after getting emotes styled after it, definitely the brand styled out. Yeah, that's the other thing. I've invested money into it. And it's also like how people recognize me at cons, to the point where even if I put on like a semi-disguise, like a hat and like an outfit that I would not normally wear, people still come up to me and they're like, oh my god, you're Diana the Rose, right? Which is so nice. I like that recognition, I guess. Firefee says, what's going on with stream today? Today we are talking TTRPGs. You missed a whole really fucking cool segment about horror and how to make horror encounters scarier. So if anyone has any questions on that, please ask them. I love it. Stormhold says, how often are you live? I'm live 3 days a week. Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. The schedule is there for you. It's also down below. But yeah. Reese Rayfield says, I'm currently in my first campaign as a player. What are some good ways to get info from the main NPC? Anything that you would do in real life. Assuming your DM is good enough to know, like, you know, what, I guess, like, how to react to conversations in a human way, like a way a person normally would. I would make it so that you go up to them and you, like, offer them something they want. Offer them a trade, offer to, you know, give them information in return, something like that, do a quest for them, anything like that. I can also say that you can try and persuade them, buy them a drink, buy them dinner, do something to have them let their guard down. But it also, I'm assuming that this is info that they don't want to give you and that they need something for. If it's just like a normal conversation, you can just ask and see how that goes. If they are religious, you can go up to them and pretend to be a follower of their religion, or like make a religion check and be like, oh, does this person have a holy symbol on them? If so, you can then make another check to be like, okay, well, what religion does this person follow? Do they have any catchphrases that they use to greet each other, and kind of like manipulate your way in using that strategy, if your character would do that. Again, it kind of depends on the type of character you have. If you have a character that doesn't have high charisma and not a very good insight, maybe leave it to a different party member, or maybe take a different route. But those are just like the sorts of things that I would think of. Yuri says, see, I can't bring myself to leave. I'm so sorry, Yuri. But yeah. Let's see. Let me make sure I'm caught up on chat. I think I've got more of the most recent one. The Lil WH says, hey, I love your TikTok content. Just happened to be browsing and saw you were live, and I was like, oh shit, I know her. Hey, that's awesome. And Diego Iglesias says, the rule of don't piss me off is going straight to my notes. You're welcome. Also, any thoughts on Genasi? No thoughts. I have used Genasi as like evil so here's the thing. When it comes to running modules, even like homebrew ones, people tend to just kind of make all of the bad guys human. I am a big proponent of making them anything but human. So in a recent module I did a little one-shot for Jonathan, Latino Against Spooky Shit, Forrest, Recovering Academic, and then a couple other people. I think Arlo was there. I forget who else showed up to that one, but there was a BBG like henchman, a lead henchman who was a Earth Genasi. And so being able to flavor him and make it, he was actually a very posh fellow. Edge Kid, holy shit. Oh my god, Edge Kid, thank you so much. I also just saw that you gifted a bunch of subs to specifically people that I'm I'm friends with. Thank you. Oh my god. Okay, so we're at 53 out of 30 for a sub goal for today. I just want to point out, you guys, some of the people that just got those gifted subs, thank you so much, because it includes people like the lovely folks over at Eldritch Podblast, who, if you don't follow them on TikTok, oh my god, you should. They have such a good podcast where they talk about basically common table issues, homebrew rules, rule negotiations, things like that. I saw one went to Inky Introvert as well, who is also a friend. They are, I believe, over in Dev's channel more often than not, but that's amazing. Edge Kid says I didn't mean to interrupt your story. I can't remember what I was saying. It probably wasn't important. My goodness. Yeah, can we get some thank yous in chat for Edge Kid, some dubs in chat, or some more dancing Santas, because that seems to be the vibe. Universe says, all right, gotta sleep so I can work and buy D&D stuff I've seen in your videos. Oh, yeah. Dude. Oh my god. Oh, do I have it? I don't have it out. If we have time later on in this stream, I have to walk you guys through the fucking DM journal that I got from Sphinx Stationery. My goodness, you guys. I don't say this lightly. It will make you a better GM. And they're not paying me to say that. I just fucking love it. It's so good. Yuri says, no, stop, I need to go sleep. Okay, it's fine. Yuri, sorry. I can ban you if you want. I can temp ban you. I can kick you. Griffin says I need to see. We'll get to it. Jessica Sports says, oh my god, finally managed to make stream. I gotta support the DM girlies. Ah, yeah, thank you. We do need more women DM, and then also Latino DMs and also Latinos in general in this space. There's a lot of diversity issues in TTRPGs that we still need to address, and I'd like to think I'm doing my part here just by being here. But I appreciate it, and game recognizes game. Odin's here. Hey, Odin, how's it going? Your reverse says, no, I gotta stay. I want to be a better DM. I will post the video tomorrow about it too. Odin says, just popping in to say hi on break. Have a good stream. Odin! I love you, Odin. I will be on later. I'll talk to you later. Get back to work. What the fuck are you doing here? Okay. What was I doing? I was catching up on chat. The little WH a long time ago said, I love your hair. Thank you so much. It's a pain in the ass only because it's breaking. I showed this off last time. It's a little bit better today because I just washed it. But like, do you see this? This is not cut to be this length. It's just broken because of how much bleach is required to like get this going. Jessica Sports says, my new group is literally all gay girls, and I'm so excited. Yeah, I love that. I think most of my group is queer as well. I mean, I'm also a queer DM, so like I guess that is also a thing. Aim Guardian, hello, welcome in. Gamer Nerd says, did you fix your mod /PC after stream yesterday? No, I figure I'm going to do it before stream tomorrow because that's when I'm going to be playing Baldur's Gate again. If not, I will try and switch over to something else. Also, Warlock1714 has followed. Welcome in. Thanks for being part of the party. Let's see. Kaz Tidrick over on TikTok says, the bad guys in my homebrew campaign are mostly elves and dwarves, to BH. Yeah, I like that. I do also like the idea of making exotic, like, races less exotic, though, just in general. I really want them to be more normalized. Mostly because then the players will blend in a little bit better and not every conversation turns to, oh my god, you're an Aarakocra? Like, I've never seen one of you before. Can I touch your feathers or something dumb like that? So I tend to kind of do an even spread. For instance, we have a Hexblood in one of my starting towns who is she's like an avid map maker, I think. It has nothing to do, she's not like a potion maker or anything that you would expect from a Hexblood, but like she vibes, she's there. But yeah. Mood over on TikTok says, how do I join one of the Roll20 games you run? I don't run any games open to the public, unfortunately. So I do have a Curse of Strahd campaign that is Wes March's style that I run for other TTRPG TikTokers. But that is pretty restricted to very specific people who are... It's invite only, it's not recorded, it's not published, and I don't do any public games, unfortunately. But if I ever start, you guys will know immediately. I will post it absolutely fucking everywhere. Kaz Tidrick said... Oh, wait, no, sorry, I read that already. Blanco over on TikTok says hello. Reese Rayfield says, what are some of your pet peeves for your players as their DM? For my players, I feel like if one person's taking up most of the airspace and taking up too much of the spotlight, that would piss me off. And so I try not to do that as a DM on my side, like, ever, because I'm so afraid of being seen that way and being, like, my worst enemy, basically. So that's one thing. J-Nuts is in chat. Hey, J-Nuts, how's it going? And Cass says, I use elves and whatnot because they're so ancient, and I feel like they should run everything. Got it. That would make sense, like, age-wise. And I feel like having people in power as heads of druid circles and whatnot who are Eladrin, Elfkin, you know, anything like that, Fey ancestry is common and not unreasonable. And it's interesting to think about, like, the dynamics there. So if you have a person, you know, a human mentee who's being mentored by a... oh, Edge Kid says, I'm out, got an early flight, y'all are the best. See you later, Edge Kid. Thank you so much for everything. And then the, like, fucking, what is it called? I already forgot what I was saying. Oh, so if you're like a mentee, right? So for instance, I'm creating a character right now who's a druid, and she was mentored by a human, and she's an Eladrin. And so the human was like the first introduction she ever had to being a druid in any capacity. And she was kind of like, okay, well, this guy's like in his 30s, you know, he knows a little bit, it's fine. Along the way, way later in life, she ran into an elf who was a druid, and she learned so much more from that elf because that elf had been around so much longer and had so much more information to share that she was like, holy shit, like, I need to start learning from people who aren't humans, basically, and I need to start, like, expanding out into other cultures and seeing how they do their druidic, you know, rituals and things like that. Oh, hey! Thank you so much, Yogo, for the 19 bits. Yogo My Soup says, my favorite thing is animal companions in any game ever. I have 5 IRL rats. Dude, can we talk about how fucking cool rats are? I'm gonna get back to your question, but also rats are the best pet ever, and I'm someone who studied zoology. I know for a fact they are the best pet ever. I will die on this hill. They're like tiny puppies. They're like pocket puppies is the name for them, colloquially. You can teach them all the same tricks. They're so smart. They're so sweet. Oh my goodness, I fucking love rats. I miss my rats. Anyway, Yogo says, what could you do for a new D&D campaign to be very friendly with animals? I love the idea of the story of Zeus and Alicia the Eagle, so something like that. Oh, Aquila the Eagle. I haven't heard that story, so I'm afraid I can't give much info on that front. Are you talking about, like, on the player side, how to be friendly with animals? The biggest thing you could do for basically any motivation you have as a player when it comes to long-term things like having a pet or, you know, starting a keep, starting a village, starting a religion. The best thing you can do to help your player progress in those goals is tell your DM what the fuck is up, because otherwise, if you just pop into a session and you look at the first animal and you point to it and you go, I'm going to tame that, your DM's going to be caught off guard. If instead you go above the table outside a session and message your DM and be like, hey, my character really wants a pet something, you know, she would love a pet rat, but, you know, I could take a pet any sort of rodent. I just think that would be a good goal for her to have. That is her player goal right now. That is her character goal. That will help you out more than anything else. And then your DM will, at best, you know, tell you what exactly you'll need to start thinking about. Like, they'll give you access to find familiar in some way. They will tell you that you should think about upping your animal handling abilities, that you should maybe consider buying a pet, that you should find one in the wild. They'll give you the blueprints that you need and kind of like the skeleton of what you need to do, hopefully without spoiling too much, but they'll make that opportunity a thing in the game, because otherwise you might not ever get the opportunity. But yeah. Dawson says, I was gonna say, why is she so excited about rats as pets? But that makes sense. What the fuck is that supposed to mean? It's got the same vibe as you look like a sprinkles guy. Just telling me that I would be I was a very good pet owner, by the way. As someone who studied zoology, oh my god. You guys, So I study animal behavior specifically. So if there's one thing I know, it's animal enrichment, animal training, and animal wellness in captivity. My God, I could go on about that forever. Yogo says my rats are named Yeti, Whiskey, Rue, Peach, and Amity. Ah! That's so cute. Is the text to speech going? Okay, reading that. Draco says enrichment in this enclosure. Yeah, it's the same vibe as why I buy an entire pie and decide to eat it straight. Enrichment. Um, let's see. But Yogo, that sounds amazing. The Zeus and Achilles story, they can share a bond and feel and communicate through thoughts. Zeus used him during the Titan Wars. So yeah, so that's basically a familiar. That I would just let your DM know that no matter what class you are, you intend to have a familiar at some point. There is also, I think, an Eldritch Invocation or some sort of like feat or something that allows you to cast Find Familiar at will. And so that would be a good thing to take on. Your DM can also guide you towards things that you can do mechanically in the game to kind of allow your player that sort of flexibility. Kyle, for some reason, says, is that pie banana cream? It's my favorite. No, it's pumpkin cream. And it's like this Sherry's exclusive. And I learned Sherry's is not a thing elsewhere in the world. So sorry for your guys' loss. Echo Words has followed as well. Thank you so much, Echo Words. And then Brandon Yang said, I made a Ranger Fairy that was going to subclass into Drake Warden. How does that sound? I have never seen a Drake Warden. I would let your DM know ahead of time. A lot of my answers are going to be let your DM know and see what they think. I'm so sorry in advance for how general that advice is, but it really does solve most issues, especially if your DM watches my stuff. Just going to plug that real fast. But yeah. Anyway, let's see. Let me catch up on chat. Okay, let me see. Someone said they love the wintry overlay. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I didn't really like go into too much effort for this, and it isn't super cozy unless you look at like the Be Right Back screen and things like that. Like that's a little cozy. I bought it on Etsy, but for the most part, it's got frigid vibes with just how everything is turned blue, and whatnot. But yeah, let's see. Oh, hey. Yogo cheered again, saying, brand new to D&D, so thank you. I'll let the text-to-speech work on that. Oh, shit. Because in any game, mostly video games like Dragon Age, War Tales, or Baldur's Gate, all I want to do is get animals and battle with them. Functionally, Pokemon. Yeah, that's always fun. Firefeast says it has Ice Witch vibes, not the regular Druid vibes. Exactly. So kind of like Ice Druid vibes. I do want to see someone play an Ice Druid. I feel like people always lean towards like Fire Druids, and I'm a victim to this especially because there's like the whole Fire subclass. There's not so much one that's based around cold, as far as I'm aware. But also, again, Druid subclasses are a little lacking. I mean, Moon is just objectively the best. Firefeast says text-to-speech isn't working. Oh, okay. I don't have headphones on, so I don't know. Basically, Yogo said that they have pocket puppies, and also in video games, they tend to want to get animal companions. Dev is here! How's it going, Dev? Dev says, Fire Druid sounds actually rad, though. Dev, I've been talking about the Atlas Loom episode that we filmed today. I've been stoked for it. But yeah, so they have a Druid Circle of the Wildfire, which is cool. You don't get access to Fireball. I remember that being the #1 complaint, which makes sense, I guess, for, like, balance purposes. But, like, the fact that you can flavor your character after any of the 4 elements relatively successfully is super cool. Oh my goodness. Randolph something loves Billy. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. I cannot read that name for the life of me. Griffin says, I have a homebrewed winter domain cleric that's been super fun. I imagine Ice Druid would be even more incredible. Yeah, especially because the ice spells are really cool. So things like Ice Knife is a really good spell. I like it personally, if you're careful with it. And then, Control Water would be a good one. Basically, I'm a slut for the 4 elements just in general as themes. And so that's a thing. Firefeast says that's what Ashley Johnson is playing in CR Campaign 3. Oh, I haven't seen that. And Patolino Frajola says there's a lack of ice subclasses in general in D&D. Yeah, I think they just have stayed away from trying to lock most subclasses into a single element, and they go for elements in general. So like druids in general do really well with all 4 elements, and there's no real distinction between them. It's not like harder or easier or more powerful objectively to get into one versus the other. They all have their strengths and they all have their weaknesses. So like cold damage tends to lower people's ability to do dexterous things. It like makes it so they can't, I don't know, it's things like that. What the fuck else was I saying? But outside of like the monk, they have like the way of the 4 elements, like that's a thing, but again, it's not a single element, it's all 4 of them. Firefree says the wildfire druid. Yeah, exactly. Apollo Creed says Ice Knife is highly underrated. It's so good. I like it. And it's also really cool to describe how it hits and then explodes and has that like shattering sound. I had Endeavor's actually used Ice Knife in a recent battle against a zombie, and being able to describe how it like sunk into the undead flesh of the zombie in its like forehead on a killing blow, and then its head knocked back, and then while its head was knocked back, it like exploded and the thing just crumpled, and then like these ice spikes like shot out of its skull, and I don't know. Dev says Ice Knife is cool. So cool. It is a good spell. I almost always take it. But yeah. Cash Cow says, I have a DM that says the same thing. Anything you can do, your enemies can do too. That's why we don't use Mordenkainen's Disjunction. Exactly. Anything that you can do, just be aware that if you start doing game-breaking stuff or exploits or whatever, your DM is probably going to, if it's OP, counter it at some point, or counter you specifically as a player, which is entirely within their right if you're like absolutely decimating everything and other people need the spotlight every once in a while, or if you're doing things where you're just bowling over NPCs because of some exploit. Those NPCs are going to start being able to use that exploit. They're going to hear those stories and start to replicate that. Dawson wants me to breathe. And Dark Joker wants me to hydrate. Also, Space 3E. Spac 3E? Welcome in. Thanks for the follow. Yoga My Soup says the medieval D&D Pokemon D&D, or a medieval Pokemon D&D campaign would go hard. I feel like a couple of people have tried to do D&D or like Pokemon in D&D, and so that's a thing. I don't know if anyone's like properly gotten a defined rule set down that people universally like though. Deb says I simp for any kind of AoE around target spell. Exactly, like they're just so much fun. Works really well for crowds. Firefree says Ice Knife and Thunder Wave are my 2 favorite first level spells. I never use Thunder Wave because I'm always standing next to a friend, but it is good. I just don't, it's not my favorite. I don't know. It doesn't seem to push things in general are not my favorite, so I never use like Thorn Whip or anything like that. Dawson says don't breathe and hydrate at the same time. I will try not to. Dev has a D&D themed tarot card reading for 3200 Sprouts saying, how will Flynn greet me tomorrow morning? Oh, I hope he gives you the biggest little waves. The little tail waves, tail wags. I almost forgot the fucking word for wag. I have a degree in this shit. Here we are. Oh, and also, oh my goodness, we also have Flight Aggressor, who's a new follower, and Bad Gamers Get Good, who wants me to do a posture check. Dev says wag degree. Yeah, let's find out. Oh my goodness, here we are. McManamai says, am I reading that right? Yeah, I think so. So there's a feat for specific elemental damage to ignore resistance. I had a Christmas one-shot last week that I ran where one of the characters was Jack Frost and an Arctic circle of land using the elemental adept feat. Yeah, so the feats are a lot of fun. I really like feats as a concept. I wish I could take more of them, but I don't have the advanced stuff in D&D Beyond to allow me to take them, except for like the basic bitch feats. So I usually just go for the ability score increase out of necessity, but I would take a feat every time if I could. Dev, oh, Flight Aggressor says, happy to be here. Happy to have you. Also, PVonk77, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. And if any of you guys are over on Twitch, or on TikTok, sorry, you should hop over to Twitch. There's a lot more happening, including redeems for readings from this fucking cool D&D themed tarot deck that I got, which is, if my camera would focus. Is it going to focus? It's not going to. It does so very selectively. Perhaps? Yeah. This is upside down, but you get the vibe. There's some really cool like Dragon Age style tarot decks. Someone got it for me as a gift as well. So Dev, how is Flynn going to greet you tomorrow? They're just really chunky and hard to shuffle is my only my only gripe about them. You got the Two of Wisdom. Please focus. There's a dead beholder in the background of this one, which I really like. Is it gonna... That's good enough. Now it comes with a little booklet that has basically how you can interpret all these. And it uses... Two of Wisdom, let me see. It uses the D&D stats as opposed to the, like, fucking... Come on, please. Oh, goodness. I'm still getting used to this camera. Here we are. D&D stats as opposed to, like, the different bits that you normally would. So, like, coins and crowns and stars and circles and glyphs and all that, and wands that aren't in a normal tarot deck. We have the stats. So, for the Two of Wisdom, being able to be with someone, whether a friend or lover, and still retain your own sense of individuality. For Flynn, I'm guessing, I mean, you guys are friends to the ultimate degree, because you guys are besties, right? I'm assuming Flynn is Endearance's dog, by the way, for those who are new here. Endearance, by the way, is also the co-host of the Atlas Loom, which if you guys haven't listened to the Atlas Loom, highly recommend it. LCats1996 says, moved over from the Clock app. Thank you so much for the move over. Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry for everyone still on TikTok who can't move over. I can't really see your chat super well. I will get to them when I can, but I prioritize, highly prioritize TikTok, or Twitch. God, I wish they didn't both start with T. Anyway, be sure to follow Dev. Yuriverse says, I just popped by again to tell you I just bought the Nightfell Bestiary and Seven Sinners. It's so cool, right? I cannot wait to do the video on that. I just need to sit down and have time to, like, flip through it. I think I probably won't until after the holidays, so I should probably email them and be like, hey, I got it, but it's gonna be a while. But yeah. Also, Simi wanted me to roll the giant D20. Simi saying, I just want to see if I can get the nat 20, that's all. If you do, I'd be so impressed. That would be the first person. LCats1996 has also followed me. Oh, fuck's sake. Where did I put that D20? It was here somewhere. Did I just, like, put it away? I probably put it away. Yeah. Okay. So for those who are new here, there's a giant D20. The lovely Clever donated it a long time ago. Not that long ago, actually. It's a long time with regards to the speed of the way the internet moves through things. Dev says, I assume that means he's going to be all waggy and then go snooze. Yes, exactly. He's going to be a friend, but also retain his independence and then go do whatever he wants afterwards, basically. But when he says hi, tell him I said hi. Okay, here we are. So, this is a giant D20. Simi, I hope you get a nat 20, because I haven't seen anyone get it yet. You got an 18. Sorry. Better luck next time. I'll put it over here next to Alcito. Alcito hasn't been out in a while. You want to see him? Little man. Jessica says also, your outfit is so cute. Thank you. I don't wear this much. I also am known for wearing, like, exclusively summery outfits basically all the time. I keep my apartment as warm as I possibly can, and I have a heated blanket ready because I just would rather look cute than be in, like, a sweatshirt and shit like that. But yeah, this is our mascot. This is Alcito. The boy. The little man. He's a little owlbear plush. And he has this little hat on for Christmas and whatnot. The collar was a dono goal. So he looks a little bougie in that. I should probably take it off every once in a while, but this is the boy. I got it from the lovely people over at, fuck, what is it? I know the name. Metal Weave Games. Yeah, they sell this owlbear plush. And he's got a magnet in his beak too, and you can buy like a little like toy stuffed fish to like tack onto it as well. I didn't get that though because it was quite expensive, so I'll put him back here. Commander Peiswa says, why do you have a bruise? Oh, fuck if I know, dude. I don't know when this happened. I don't know. Someone just like brushed against my leg the other day and I was like, ow, what the fuck? Why does that hurt? And then discovered this monstrosity. And then my other knee has like these two marks because I was in Switzerland walking down a steep gravel slope and fucking ate shit and had like gravel so deeply embedded in here that it like fucking, I don't know, this scar is from the summertime. It's been ages and it hasn't gone away and I don't think it's going to in a hot sec. Yoga My Soup says, I just wanted to cheer one more time and say thank you for the tips. I'm brand new and nervous to D&D, but I'm an adult now and gonna get into what I want to. Good. My friends and I are starting a campaign in February, so I'm doing research in the meantime to see what I want to do. Oh my god, the best way to learn D&D too is to watch other people play. Highly recommend actual plays if you're learning like the mechanics of it, and then also my channel if you're learning just like generally some tips. I mostly work on the DM side though, so I don't know. Dev says, Diana, you would make a great auctioneer with how fast you can talk. I can't think that fast is the thing. Dawson says, at least she could have a backup if the podcast doesn't work out. Dawson, don't put that energy out, man. The podcast is doing great. Shadow says, tarot suits and meaning. The pentacles mean earth. Physical cups mean water. Emotions mean, water and emotions. Pentacles means earth and physical. Cups is water and emotions. Wands is fire and willpower. Swords is air and knowledge/intelligence. Got it. Shadow wants me to breathe. Jessica says, yeah, I'm literally doing prep for my new group while watching your stream. By the way, the breathing redemption, like the only reason that's there is because I talk fast. I am so sorry, but I hear that it's good for people. People like listening to it. I don't know. We got 100 people here. So I think it's cool. Tev says I'm the same way on my stream. Exactly. Now, Flight Aggressor says, I want to get into D&D, but none of my friends that do it are local. Downside of being in Central Oregon. I will say, I love Ben to death, and our friendly local game shop is amazing. It's the people there are awesome, from what I can understand, at least on the like worker side. I don't know about the owner. I haven't heard much, but there are not a lot of nerds here because everyone who lives around here is a very outdoorsy sort of person. They go like skiing, snowboarding, things like that, hiking every single weekend, paddleboarding, which I do all of that as well. But when it comes to like finding people to play D&D, there aren't a whole lot of nerds here. So I play online. That's my main thing. But I prefer playing online anyway. There's a lot less barriers to being able to show up to a session when you just have to like log onto your computer. And especially because everyone knows how to use like, you know, fucking Discord and shit like that already. If you have a good enough computer to play D&D, you probably also play video games and whatnot. So that's easy to set up. But yeah. Let's see. Reese Rayfield says, what are some cool ways your party overcame something that you threw at them that you didn't see coming? I don't think I've had a massive instance where that happened before. Yeah, I don't... Oh, it wasn't cool, but it was fucking hilarious. I mean, it was cool, but it was also funny. This one time, my fucking party in Curse of Straw decided to, in the middle of the night, wandering through this haunted-ass village without walls, where there were zombies and werewolves and vampires and shit like that wandering around freely, they decided instead of going to the one place that was safe, a nearby mansion, they wanted to fucking go down a well. And I've told this story so many times now because I'm still mad at it, but I didn't... Yeah, Endeavorance was there. Endeavorance was one of the people. And I didn't have anything planned fully fleshed out for the well yet, so I distracted them with some zombies that they heard coming from a nearby house. So they broke into the house, killed the zombies on the first floor, and then started going up to the second floor. In order to kill the zombies on the second floor, they decided, we're gonna do this the easy way, and they fucking booby-trapped the house. They full on Home Alone, like, used Firebolt to heat up the doorknob. They fucking pried up the floorboards to make a hole. They had an unseen servant stretch a rope across a doorway. They made it so that, like, the zombies would fucking basically fall onto the first floor of the house, and then they would deal with them from there, from, like, a height advantage and having the upper hand and shit. It was funny. It was pretty funny. I was just mad that I had to improv most of that encounter because I didn't want them to go in the well. The well is the real issue, basically. I was joking about this on this fucking episode of the Atlasloom that we made today, but I'm never making another well exist in any of my fucking campaigns ever. It's not going to be a thing. We're all just going to get water by fucking collecting rainwater. I swear to God. Anyway. Flight Aggressor says, I'll definitely look into an online one. Didn't realize you were local to me, Diana the Rose. Small worlds. So Dev posted a highlight of the Atlasloom on the Atlasloom social media. If you guys don't already follow the Atlasloom social media, by the way, we're at the Atlasloom pretty much everywhere, and the Atlasloom pod over on Instagram. Dev posted like a TikTok, basically, that was like me yelling at him for getting time zones wrong. I mentioned living in Bend. And I think it made its way to the Bend side of TikTok because it has over 500,000 views now. And it like has a bunch of people talking about Bend in the comments. It's an amazing place to live, by the way. But I'm going to cease talking about it because it is getting quite overcrowded and housing is quite expensive. Yeah, anyway. Let's see. Like an RPG over on TikTok says, I just want to say you're one of my favorite D&D content creators. And I'm very glad that women in the community have you and many others. Thank you. Dude, my fucking stats are actually almost half women and men now. And I wasn't expecting that. I fully thought I would be 90% men still. I don't know what I did. I think it was maybe the period video that pushed me over. Jordan says, did you like the Dungeons and Dragons movie? I did. I thought the plot was a little predictable, but I guess that's to be expected from just like a have fun sort of movie. I don't know. Chadney Rally Team over on TikTok says, hello fellow Bendite. Hi. Stressed Asexual says Misty Step or Vortex Warp, which you prefer? I prefer Misty Step only because it has a strong Fae connotation, and I tend to play a lot of like Fae lineage type creatures, so like elves and Eladrin recently. Very much my thing. Yeah, okay. Let me see. Mikadis, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. And Shadow says, I got a balance, Diana Rose. Spending time with the hubby. Have a good night, Shadow. Thanks for stopping by. Okay, let's see. Griffin Quill says, if you want to be extra mean, have a mimic take over one of your players' corpses. Yeah, I can't mention it now because I know Dev's here, but I planned an encounter that's a little bit better than that and a lot scarier than just a mimic. Because I love mimics, but if I were to run a mimic, I would also make it so that there was like something about it physically that makes it scarier. So instead of, just like the chest opens and there are teeth inside, I would make it so not only does the chest open, but the chest opens and then a pseudopod comes out and it like starts to stand on one, a couple of legs, maybe 3 or 4 like fake protrusions that they use as legs. The planks on the chest would start to stick out and like kind of look like raised scales. It would start to have spikes sticking out from the wedges, kind of like the gaps between the planks. I don't know. I would try and reflavor it to be a little bit scarier than just, whatever you are, the nearest orifice grows teeth, that sort of thing. Let's see. Dev says nervous emoji. Yeah, you should be nervous. You guys haven't even gotten to the scary parts yet. Mikata says, I found you on TikTok. So glad I could find you here. Yeah, thanks for hopping over. And then let me see. Spycrab640 has followed, as has LD Witch and Luxo22. Thanks y'all for being here. Welcome to the party. Fight for Light says, I'm doing a Die Hard one-shot for Christmas. The boss is 100% based on Alan Rickman, but I'm leaning towards 80 movies icons as the henchman. A Warforged barbarian Arnold Schwarzenegger, Rogue Harrison Ford, Ranger Chuck Norris. I think that sounds super fun, especially for a Christmas one-shot. I love one-shots because you can just go off the rails. It's so fucking fun. Lemex says, my family's from over that way. I love hearing the correct pronunciation of the state. Oregon? Oh my god, yeah. Oh god. I don't even run into people who say Oregon. And I'm so glad I don't. I don't know what I would do. I don't know how I would react, but it wouldn't be good. Ginger Wolf, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Okay. Flight Aggressor says, no kidding, I ended up just buying my home in Redmond because Ben was just insane. I think it's getting better. I had my rent go down a little bit in my most recent thing. I think the biggest issue was that we had this thing where, I mean, people are still moving to our town like crazy, right? But the need for housing that's been here since pre-COVID was stopped for a while by that whole Suez Canal sort of like building materials slowdown. And now that we're over the hump of that and we're getting a ton of building materials, it's now down to like labor as kind of the bottleneck, but that's a way less strong bottleneck to deal with. And so welcome back to the housing market stream, by the way. So now we're getting this influx of new apartments. Like fucking every single building I see going up is an apartment or an apartment/shopping center to help deal with the lack of things to do or the overcrowded things to do. And so we're kind of getting more competition back when it comes to apartments. Houses, I imagine, are still pretty bad though, because a lot of people who move here can afford houses and wouldn't want to live in an apartment. So that's not fantastic, but as someone who is totally okay renting for the rest of her existence, fucking cheers to the housing market, I guess. Says my stepsister lived there for a decade and my mom still says Oregon. Disown your mom. Do it. You don't need her anyway. I don't know what it is. I don't know where that came from, but like, it seems, I don't know. I don't like it. It's like when people call me Deanna. I get that like a weird amount from people who should have no reason to call me that. I don't know where that comes from. Dawson says, I'm okay renting until my rent is over $2,000 for a one bedroom. Oof. Yeah, I mean, that's a high bar, I assume. I don't know where you live, Dawson, but like over here, I can't say how much I pay in rent because that might like dox me if someone were to look at the housing market close enough and if they were motivated enough. But I pay what I consider to be a really good amount for where I'm at and for the place that I have. Seth says, have you been talking to my therapist, Diana? Listen, I'm also just a general, your family, you don't owe your family shit sort of person. So there's that. Let's see. Packed Lunch 719 said, a village of mimics. That is a cool concept. So I believe they're called colonies, aren't they? Isn't like a colony of mimics like an actual thing? I remember someone came out with a concept at some point, and I can't remember if it was like official stuff or if it was like an actual like a homebrew thing where someone had a colony of mimics and it was like tamed, and I forget what they were like being farmed for, but they were being farmed for something. A Ferrari called Max have you ever run into a ship mimic? I had a really cool idea for a mimic a little while ago. I think it was a bow mimic, and I think I got it from like some art. Let me see if I can find it actually. And it was like basically this mimic that turned into this snake looking thing because it would curve into a bow and it would functionally be tame. So if you wanted to tame it and use it as an actual bow, you could. I don't think it had any particular special effect or anything. But when it like went back into mimic form, it would just like uncurl and then turn into like this snake looking thing with a purple tongue and eyes. And I thought it was actually pretty cute. Also, Bad Gamers Get Good, welcome in. Thank you for the subscription. Thanks for being a sub. Welcome in. You do have some new emotes too for being a sub. Anyway, yeah, the concept of like expanded mimics is really cool. I've also seen some debate about what a mimic's true form is. I had never thought of that before. I imagine it would be very similar to like a changeling or a doppelganger, where it's like, because I imagine it's probably related lore-wise, right? So it'd be some sort of gray goop, but I wouldn't want to make it like a gray ooze, and I would want to make sure that it was like sticky and still had like pseudopod vibes, and like maybe it was more on the purplish side to relate to the purple tongue that they have. I gotta show you guys the mimics that I painted too. Hey Samurai, hello. Pilgrim TG says, I recall the mimic farming story. The mimics were being farmed and raised and trained to take the form of arrowheads. That's a different story, but that's hilarious. TDS Idea Machine says, mimic skeleton that looks like it has magic items on it. Nom the Grady Gooses. That would, oh god, that would scare the shit out of my players. But also, if anyone you can't really tell what a magic item is. I mean, I guess some magic items look magic and they like are very obviously like special, but also, I don't know. I feel like without detect magic, you know, if you use detect magic, you would just see not even items. You would just see creatures. I don't know. Anyway, Harper House Rules said hello a long time ago. So sorry, Harper. I'm trying to catch up on chat. It'll take fucking forever. Dawson said, have you been able to use chopsticks this whole time, but I never noticed? Yeah, I'm not good at it. I'm not amazing at it. When it comes to like eating individual bits of rice, I'm really not fantastic at that. It's not my thing. Diego Iglesias says, what would you say the scariest, not in regards to how difficult it is, monster you encountered in a homebrew? I am not much of a player. I'm a forever DM, so unfortunately I don't have any sort of creatures that I've fought as a player that are particularly scary when it comes to like, especially when it comes to homebrew stuff. I really wish I could be in a horror campaign where that was like a real thing, that I don't know, like a DM that had the same mind I do basically when it comes to intense, scary, like body horror type, like horrific things in encounters, but I haven't run into anyone who can do that yet. Dawson says, wow, you're really behind. I know, I'm trying to jump between present and past because to make sure I didn't miss anything. But yeah. And then also Sparkly Trousers, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Let's see. Clever says, I like monsters that mess with the player's perception of the various senses, or even memories and stuff. Yeah, so in Ublex, there's a creature that literally eats memories, and so going into that encounter, or even maybe into a campaign where I plan on using it, I would have my players tell me some memories, or like vignettes, basically, flashbacks that their character would have, and then way down the road, I would have them encounter that creature, and then I would have a reference of everything they told me like fucking half a year ago, and then it'd be like, hey, remember this thing? Psych, no you don't, or something like that. But yeah, Arm Gamer Nerd says, done at the Karate Kid catch bug level. No, not at all. I'm not that good in the slightest. Dawson says, you're doing really well. I didn't even notice till you pointed out my message I had sent before I made myself dinner. Oh, whoops. Yeah, sorry. I'm not doing that well, I promise. I talk fast, but not fast enough for to keep up with how fucking much you guys talk. Claude says, any non-medieval fantasy settings / systems you'd like to try out if you get out of the GM chain? I feel like Cyberpunk would, I don't know, I just have such an aversion to modern settings, honestly. I'm not a huge fan of them. I might consider anything that's not like up-to-date present day, so no pre-internet maybe. Maybe like some sort of steampunk era type, like, God, Industrial Revolution would be kind of fun. Oh, meant chair, not chain. Gotcha. Same vibe. Anyway, let's see. Griffin Sunquill said there was one fey creature I heard of where its neck was super long and craned, but it also had a second mouth in its stomach that also spoke and had personality. Fey shit is scary. Oof. Ooh, that is terrifying. Any more than one mouth is a lot. But yeah. Okay, let's see. I am quite far behind. Oh my goodness. I recognize like half of the names in this chat are not a thing anymore. TDS says Candela Obscura, maybe. Maybe. I do want to get into Candela Obscura. I know a lot of other content creators in the TTRPG world got like free copies of the source book and whatnot. And honestly, if I got one, I wouldn't be able to read it. I've got like 15 copies of source books that I haven't read yet. But that would be one to... I think it captured my curiosity. The only thing the gripe that I have with horror campaigns and horror settings and horror like systems is that you aren't meant to fight the monsters in most of them. And I feel like that's just not as fun. Like, I feel like there should be some way to defeat the monster as opposed to just like, oh, yep, this exists. You're going to die eventually. You better run and survive long enough in the meantime. I don't like that as much. I like being able to scare my players but have them still come out triumphant in the end. RPG Soundforge says, how about Kids on Bikes? I actually haven't played with Kids on Bikes yet. I hear it's amazing, though. I've heard only good things about Kids on Bikes, Kids on Brooms, Kids in Space, or whatever. They're 100% a thing that people in my circles really enjoy. Now, Draco Blaze wants me to do a D&D-themed tarot card reading for them, saying, how well will my next furniture project go? Are you trying to, like, build your own furniture? Because if so, that's really fucking impressive. Anyone who can build their own furniture is, like... God, it's so cool. I just love competence in general. Anytime someone can do something that I can't, anything that I can't, I'm like, oh damn, that's pretty fucking sick. So let me see. I guess it also depends on what you're doing, but your tarot card reading, Draco, is the 6 of Charisma. I don't know what that has to do with... Oh, please focus. Aha. Yeah, 6 of Charisma. Let's find out what that means. The booklet's fucking all... My desk is a mess. Let me see if I can... Oh, it's not gonna focus. Okay, I'll give it a second. 6 of Riz says, giving and receiving fully while not sacrificing your values or exhausting your energy. So it sounds like you're not gonna... It's not gonna make you hate your hobby. We'll put it that way. Which is always a good sign. So yeah, that's not too bad. Apollo Creed says, I built my own living room table. Oh, shit. And Draco says, I'm building a 4-compartment record shelf for a friend and also a redwood round end table. That sounds sick. Dude, any sort of like natural living edge wood type furniture, I'm a slut for. I don't have enough room in my apartment for anything to do with like, anything to do with fucking like a dining room table. Basically, I don't have the room for it. So I always eat like right here. Or on my couch or something like that, or I kneel at my coffee table in my living room, but I don't like, I don't know. If I did though, I would 100% buy like a dining room table that had like a living edge sort of thing, maybe some resin, because that's always trendy. RPG Soundforge says, does anyone remember the guy who built his furniture out of FedEx boxes? Is that a thing? Was that like an extended cut of Castaway that I just never saw? Dude, y'all remember Castaway? Castaway was such a good movie. As like a survival story, as like a human story, but everyone, I feel like whenever you watch that movie as like a rewatch, you always forget how fucking long the intro and the end parts are. Like the amount of time that he actually spends trying to survive on that island is a relatively short amount of the runtime. It's wild. Dracomane says, I'm just isolated to a 12 by 15 foot room. Oof. Goodness. Okay. I gotta do a quick count of some things. So 1, 2, 3, my goodness. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 and a half. So 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 and a half, 15 and a half, 16, 17. Ooh, goodness. 18, 19. You know, let me check on something. I think this XL stream is going to have to be a little bit more XL than I thought. Which is fine. We got tons of people here. Hello. Hi. And so happy to answer questions while I can. But so for those who aren't aware, I'm part of a Twitch Accelerator program. Hey, Coreo Beats, welcome in. Thanks for the follow. Hello. I'm part of something called the Twitch Accelerator program. Basically, Twitch came out to me and they're like, hey, we love your stuff on TikTok. Come do it for us on Twitch. And I'm like, all right, bet. And they were like, okay, so we'll pay you to do it, but you have to stream at least 20 hours a month of non-gaming, non-actual play content. Now, I've been gone for the past 2 Mondays, which means I wasn't able to do as many hours as I wanted to. Next Monday, I'm going to be fully gone for Christmas, so that's a thing as well. I basically fucked myself on the Mondays. And if my calculations are right, I'm at about 17 and a half hours for the month, which means we're going to have to go a little long today. Not that anyone would mind, I don't think. So, if you guys have any questions, happy to answer them. In the meantime, I'll keep going on with some catching up on chat. Oh, shit! Spycrab640, thank you so much. Holy hell. Lobster rolls are the best. Thank you so much. Okay, hold on. I need to change this. So not only was it for a lobster roll, but it's specifically like, your girl gotta eat at PAX E. It's generally like a fundraiser to help pay for my flights and accommodations over at PAX East, because I'm gonna be at PAX East March 1st through, or 21st through 24th. Which is gonna be exciting. Griffin says 2 lobster rolls. Listen, I've had a lobster roll exactly once in my life, and it was in an airport. And I imagine airport food is not as good as normal food. Spycrab says, I love lobster rolls so much I can't lie. Honestly, I had one once, and in the airport, it was not bad. I can't imagine how good it is at, like, an actual restaurant, you know? Correa Beats wants me to hydrate as well. I can do that. And also wants me to breathe. Can do. Can I just say, too, I also really don't like having this short little whiskey glass. I keep this around when I'm out of normal tall glasses, but I way prefer the tall one. Dark Joker wants me to check my posture. I can do that. Griffin says you're actually so brave for trying airport seafood. We barely have... I'm brave for trying fucking Bend seafood at this point. Like, I live in Central Oregon. We really don't have access to the ocean except for, like, salmon and whatnot from the river. Because we do have a river running straight through town, which is so nice. But, like, I don't know. It's not... I'm not picky, I guess. Forgive me while I chew. Let's see. 1000 says dead air. Fuck off, I'll turn up the music. Hold on. Oh, the music's between songs. Fuck. Shit. Hold on. Fuck. Ah, fine. Whatever. Griffin says, Felt, I live in the Denver area, and anything that isn't a fish you caught yourself is suspect at best. And Jessica says, rude to not offer us any seafood. Sorry, do you all, chat, do you want some, hold on. Do you want some sushi, chat? Here. Oh, fuck. Deb says silence is death. I can't. Okay. Oh, no. Oh, man. I fucked it up. Oh, God. I can't even fucking... Sush. Is it gonna focus? If I put it in front of my face, it might. Ha! Sush. Griffin says power word dead air. Jesus. What was I saying? We were talking about seafood. Someone said I shouldn't get an airport lobster roll and that the normal ones are way better. I hope to try it. I really want to. I think that'd be fun. And then Triff says, I can see the ocean from my apartment. We have great seafood here. Where are you at, Triff? I don't remember. So, I will say, living in Bend is great, but we are quite far from the coast. That being said, the Oregon coast sucks. It's terrible. It's cold. It's wet. It's rainy. It's not worth it. Haystack Rock is bullshit. It's not worth it. Thor's Punch Bowl, or Thor's, whatever, the fucking God's Punch Bowl. Thor's Well, I think is what it's called, actually. Thor's Well. It's fine. It's whatever, but you're so far away from it. The lighthouses, they're okay. The sunset over the ocean. That alone is worth driving like the 4 fucking hours out to, because it's so cool. And I feel so lucky to live on the west coast, the best coast. So I can see the sun set over the ocean as opposed to rise. But yeah. Let's see. Boobert369, thank you for the follow. I think I need to catch up on chat as well. Oh my goodness. Colin Debin says, honestly, new to D&D, and your videos have been some of the most informative for an absolute rookie like me to learn things. Thank you so much. I'm so glad. And Clever says, problematic players, per Jonathan, you just kill him. Ken, can absolutely kill him. I also love how Clever said problematic players, not the characters, the players. You're not gonna kill the problematic characters. You're just gonna full on murder your players if they piss you off enough. So that'll be a thing. Dragman says, I'm assuming you avoid construction and wildfires. Driving down 101 in the summer is great, though. Is it? Yeah, I mean, I was gonna say, I've never been over there in the summertime when it's not absolutely on fire. So that's a thing. Griffin says it's only a crime if you get caught. True. If anything, the amount of shit that being a D&D DM would have you Google makes it so you probably know how to bury a body better than anyone. TDS says murder bad. I mean, murder's only bad if you get caught. But yeah. Okay, let's see. Jessica says sometimes killing characters ain't enough. You gotta send a... Dawson says Dinah's definitely in a list somewhere after all these comments. Dude, talking about being a DM and having to Google problematic shit and say problematic shit, fucking this one time I had to Google the approximate weight of a child skeleton. And I'm on 100% on a list for that alone. It was for science. It was for the fact that my character wanted to carry a child skeleton around, and I was like, well, encumbrance is a thing in my games. I'm so sorry, by the way, for having encumbrance be a thing in my campaigns. I'm just that much of a rules lawyer. I don't know. Griffin says I'm definitely on a list somewhere based on my session prep Googles. Exactly. Also, Stretchinometry, welcome in. Thank you so much for being a follower. Commander Picewo says on a list for science. Exactly. Dawson says the FBI know you for sure. Exactly. Also, Haven over on TikTok says, damn, that camera quality crispy as fuck. It is. Thank you so much to Dracobane for sending this my way, by the way. I'm still learning how to use it, but I'm doing my best. RM Gamer Nerd says there goes the Twitch and TikTok contract from that statement. I do know that my account manager watches this. Jordan, if you're watching, I'm so sorry. But also welcome in. Good to see you. We should chat at some point, because I don't know if I'm doing everything right. I know I'm definitely not supposed to be talking about child skeletons, but oh well. But yeah, Dracobane says, do we need to get you a proper water bottle? You know, I'm not good at taking care of them. I pulled out this old hydro flask the other day because I was looking for something to store water in that wasn't my tall glasses, because the amount of, oh god, I've broken so many of them too. But I drank like half of a massive hydro flask of water, and I was like, because I found the hydro flask and I was like, oh shit, why am I not using this? Like this is I've had this since college. Like it's good. It holds a lot of water and it doesn't have any logos or anything that would dox me from my work or anything like that. I got halfway through the bottle of water and I looked down and I saw that there was mold at the bottom. So if I die, Endeavorance gets my stream. I'm calling that now. TDS says, though being a DM is one of the occupations to get you to say, I killed my niece and nephew today. It was great, with an unironic smile. Exactly. Scout Guy 626, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Dev is cheering my demise and my will. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Well, all right. If you guys don't follow Endeavorance, by the way, I know I said this already and give him a shout out, but he's the only one who's still hanging out here from my close friend group. And also he's... I almost said a guy working on the podcast with me, the co-host of the Atlas Loom. So please absolutely give him a little hello. Scout Guy is here. Hello, welcome in. Okay, let's see. Bad Gamers Get Good says, in your opinion, what is the best online platform to play D&D with others? Maybe easy to learn or more in depth with the others? Yeah, holy shit. Here, let me just give you the URL. Startplaying.games. If you're looking for a way to like find people to play with, Startplaying is the way to go. If you're looking for like a virtual tabletop, I tend to use Tailspire. Tailspire is my favorite because it provides a lot of versatility in the kinds of assets that you have to build maps with. And, it's got like a massive community full of people who actually I can show you this. Hold on a second. Let me pull up my fucking I closed my fucking Firefox. One sec. But there's a whole community full. So when you build maps in Tailspire, it's as easy as copying and pasting. Firefox, here we are. Dev knows. So I run my games in Tailspire for him. But there are a couple different ways. Let me see if I can just look up like the Tailspire site. Yeah, here we are. So this is Tailspire. You can get it on Steam. It's still in early access. I believe it's, yeah, $25. So good for $25. It has dice rolling if you want it. I don't think anyone actually uses it. It's got this like tilt shift sort of style of map viewing, so that way it is kind of like, it gives the vibe of being to scale. It has tokens for creatures. It has, I believe, either Hero Forge or Eldritch Foundry integration, so you can build a character in either Hero Forge or Eldritch Foundry and then import it into the game. Let me see if I can do this. And basically, you can build maps for a bunch of different settings. It's not reduced to just fantasy either. You can build maps, invite people to come play in them as players. You can kind of like move the camera around, deal with different layers. So on the same map, you can have the overworld, the Underdark, things like that, all in one place. And you can build it yourself, but what I do is I go the lazy route, where I... Tales Bazaar. Go on to either Tales Bazaar or Tales Tavern, which are two sites that kind of gather pre-made maps or maps that the community has made for a bunch of different things. So, obviously there's different levels of skill here. For instance, this one is just a ruin, you know, a little chunk of stone. This one over here are a couple of dice towers just for funsies. This one is a full-on map from Dragons of Stormwreck Isle. And my favorite part is the fact that the entirety of my Curse of Strahd game has been built in Talespire and then copied over into, built on Tales Bazaar. And then I can go in, literally just copy, either open it in Talespire directly if it's a whole board, or if it's just like a small asset, there's a button to, nope, that's also a whole board. I wanted just the, let's do this. A slab is what I wanted. Essentially, I can straight up, here we are. If I wanted these ships, for example, I can copy the code. It copies to my clipboard. If I go into Talespire and press Control V, the same way you would to just paste anything, it pastes these ships into my game. Like, no lag, no problems at all. The only thing is, in order to use it with your players, everyone has to have it. And that is kind of a problem. I hate asking everyone in my campaign to spend $25 on something, but instead I usually just screen share the map to them, and then I put their characters on the map and then move them around myself. Anyway, I would live and die by Talespire, because I would go in and the entirety of Curse of Strahd as a module is present already. Someone else already built it. I built it. I just have to Control-C, Control-V into my game, and then I have it. And then I can modify it as much as I want. I can add different music, different levels of mist, things like that. I'll show you guys my maps at some point, because that would be a cool little thing. But yeah. Hey, Mayo, how's it going? Welcome in. Also, Blossman00 just gifted a community sub. Thank you so much, Blossman. Oh, shit, we're at 55 subs out of 30. Let me up that goal. Jesus. Thank you all so much for the fucking subs today, by the way. That helps immensely, and it's so appreciated, especially because I have turned off ads throughout the, thing, the stream, but you do still have pre-rolls. That's not something I can turn off, unfortunately. Philly Pop over on TikTok says, Talespire, I run all my games in Talespire now. They are getting rid of the thing where everyone has to buy it. They're making seats so you can play without owning. If they do that, I will endorse it wholeheartedly, fucking for free. I probably will do that already on my channel, just because I love Talespire so fucking much, you guys. It's such a good thing, and it's so worth the $25, and they keep adding so much new content to it basically every couple weeks. And so now we not only have fantasy settings, but we have like steampunk settings, you know, technology settings, futuristic settings, things like that, sci-fi. It's so cool. Mason Rowe says, what's the name of the map builder? It's called Talespire. It's so good. Anyway, Paladin Kev says, above VTT has been great with D&D Beyond integration. That's awesome. Yeah, I do like D&D Beyond for character building and managing the character sheet. I don't feel like I need an integration with it for anything else, but I also haven't been on it super long. Also, Dev is heading off. Everyone say goodbye to Dev. Jessica says, I'd use Talespire if I didn't play in person and didn't really have an easy way to use a screen. Yeah, I do enjoy the idea of using miniatures and battle terrain in person, but it's also extremely expensive to get like proper battle terrain, like 3-dimensional battle terrain. You can use a battle map pretty easily, and that's like a lot cheaper, but also if I was going to do that, I may as well just use Talespire and then mirror my computer to my TV, so that way everyone can see it who's sitting at the table presently. And then at that point, I would get more detail for far cheaper. Drasim, thank you so much for the follow. Same with Philly Pop, McLovin7, Montage Maniac 01, and Jack the Ripper. Thank you so much for following. Mayo says, pre-rolls have two parts, Twitch generalized and streamer-specific ones. You can turn off the additional streamer-specific ones. I have turned off pretty much everything, I believe. Paladin Kev also said, good evening. Hello. Okay, let's see. I feel like I bit the inside of my cheek like half an hour ago. I'm a little fucked up by it. Griffin says, I will forever shill for alchemy. It's honestly the most beautiful VTT I've ever used. I can't wait to give it a shot. I wanna check it out. I'm such a simp for Tailspire at this point. I've used it for so long that I would feel weird about switching to anything else, or it'd be like a chore to switch to something else. But I don't doubt that that's gonna be a thing. BBBBB41. Thank you so much for the follow. Kakashi says, just joined. Tailspires for jamming? Yeah, so it's like a virtual tabletop, but it's not got all the same fancy integrations. You can't import your character sheet or anything like that, but it's fantastic. Tailspires, Fiddly Pop says, Tailspire is great because it is all in one. The macros make it really diverse now. They do have mods and stuff, yeah, and they did actually open it up to the community. They listen to their community so fucking well, you guys. They opened it up so that people have made fantastic mods for it and have made amazing integrations. So you might be able to have your character sheet in there now. I don't know if I'd use that, but in any case, for being in early access, it's fucking amazing. I love it so much. Griffin says, I'll use Tailspire to make maps, take a top-down screenshot, and import that for my battle maps. Ooh, I love that. That's awesome. And I do also recommend that, like, even just for if you're just looking to fucking make a map alone, Tailspire is amazing. You get all the layers perfectly in there. You can raise and lower the water level of your map, so you can simulate flooding in the middle of, like, a battle if you really want to fuck around with terrain and things like that. Yeah. BB41 says, if I'm your friend and we were fishing together and for some reason I turned into a worm, what would happen to me? Yeah, bait. Mayo says, my crew uses Foundry. It's one of those things that aren't beginner friendly, but God tier for those who know how to use it. I have used it on the player side. I haven't used it on the DM side, but from what I understand, it's not too bad once you get used to it. I don't know. Endo DMs uses it. They're my GM right now for a West Marches style campaign, and God, they do it really well as far as like managing maps and whatnot goes. And also getting around the limitations, because there are some limitations. Hurtful Relic 775, hello, welcome in. And thank you for the follow. Fiddly Pop says you can make character sheets within Tailspire now. Macros mean sheets and even DM screens in the game. I'm a Tailspire slut. I love that. I need to get on that level. I need to learn how to do all that sort of shit. I like full on. I mean, I guess if I play virtual, I don't really need much of a DM screen or much of a reference. I tend to just tab out and Google whatever I need. Chaotic Vito, welcome in. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being here. Kakashi says, I've just finished playing my first ever campaign. Nice! Starting a new campaign and writing one myself now. That is awesome. Divergent Daddy says, how do we contribute to your food Apaxi? That is, it's only on Twitch. So if you guys are currently hanging out over on TikTok, I highly recommend popping over to Twitch. Twitch has a much better, like, I guess, better visuals. Mostly. And then also, it's got the ability to be more interactive, and I will check that chat a lot more often. Damon Hand says, oh my god, I love your content. You're one of my favorite content creators, in all caps. Thank you so much. I appreciate that immensely. Have a great day, stay safe, and I'll catch your page on my For You page. Ah, awesome. So glad you guys like it. It's still so weird having people be like, yeah, I'm a fan of yours. Like, that's the weirdest part about cons for sure, is people come up to me and they'll know who I am. And, oh, the Mariachi says popped over to Twitch. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. But yeah, Twitch is a way better place to watch me, and it also helps me out a lot as a creator because Twitch is paying me per how many people watch the stream. TikTok is not. TikTok Live is, I don't want to talk shit about it too much because it's a dangerous thing to do when you're on TikTok Live. TikTok, man, do they do their algorithms well, and their auto mod is scary. But yeah, Twitch works a lot better for me. So I appreciate anyone who makes the hop over. I know it's a pain in the ass, but it does help. Yeah, what was I answering? Oh, shit. Oh, hey! The Mariachi just cheered 400 bits, and then Twitch threw in an extra 60 bits. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. The Mariachi, God, I haven't gotten, it's been a while since I gotten, like, bits. Twitch has also added 60 as part of Bitmas, which is, like, this whole thing that they're doing where I think gifted subs are 25% off, which is wild. And then, the bits, if you cheer more than 300, I guess they add extra 10%, which helps a lot. I appreciate it. Okay, let's see. I'm so far behind. I'm back to where we were talking about the Nightwalker. I could, if we run out of things to say too, God, what was I going to show? I remember there was something. Darkman says, I can't remember, does 100% of bits go to you? I think so. I think 100% of bits does, and then 50% of subs does. I'm not 100% sure. I'm still new here. But yeah. Let's see. Dracobane says, I can't remember. Does oh, wait. Oh, I read that. Montage Maniac. Hello. Thank you so much for being here. They say Matt Colville and James intraday following led me to this page. Do you have a blog or anything? I don't have a blog. I have a podcast. Intracaso. Oh, wait. Following as in I'm following them? They didn't follow me when I wasn't looking, are they? I would freak out. Oh my god. But I do have a podcast called The Atlas Loom. It is a world-building podcast with myself and Endeavorance, whose handle is not I'm Endeavorance anymore. It's Endeavorance TV. I need to fucking fix that. Montage says I follow them. Oh, got it. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, that has a lot of world building advice, and it has a lot of me talking about how I build my worlds. And we're thinking about making it into full-on like YouTube video podcasts, as well as being available on Spotify and Apple Podcasts and everywhere you get your podcasts. We're thinking about making a video version available freely to everyone, but we're not 100% set on it yet. Dev still has to work out the editing, see if it takes like too much time, or if it takes like the same amount of time, if it still looks good. So that's a thing. Then Mariashi says, for creators, a bit is about 1 cent to the creator. Oh, that's awesome. And I don't have to deal with taxes or anything since I'm in Oregon, so that's always good. Griffin says 50% of subs, 100% of bits. Right. Yeah, I am working on getting partner status, so hopefully I can get a little bit better on the, I don't know, on the sub front, because I hear that helps a lot. And then also I'd get more emotes, I'm pretty sure. I think. I'm like 90% sure. The Sickest Shinobi, welcome in. Thank you so much for being a follower. Hello, hello. ACB over on TikTok says, I just downloaded Baldur's Gate 3. Amazing. And Nat Martinez, hi Nat, says, what multi-class do you do and why? I am playing a druid right now. I really like the concept of doing a druid / rogue, because imagine wild shaping into a mouse to get into somewhere that you shouldn't be, and then wild shaping out, assassinating someone, wild shaping again, and leaving no evidence behind. Like, I feel like druids would make such excellent rogues that there should be a like cell of rogues out there that specializes in the ability to wild shape and like are also druids, or vice versa. You know, some assassin druids would be super cool just as a concept for the shape shifting alone. Like, I'm kind of surprised no one has built a faction out of that already. Maybe I should do that. Oh god, Rogue Ascension also followed it, and Alec wanted me to check my posture a while ago. Fiddly Pop had subscribed with Prime, thank you so much, and Sickest Shinobi had followed. Guys, is it bad to use your computer tower as a footrest? Asking for a friend. Fiddly Pop, now that you're a sub, don't forget to use the emotes. The emotes are pretty cute. Dawson says it's not bad. Unworthy Wolf says it's not bad. Okay, good. Solid. The Sickest Shinobi asks, how many times a day can a druid shapeshift? Oh, yeah. So there's a table for that. Druid wild shape table. And it kind of depends on your level, I believe. But oh no, because it's based on your proficiency modifier. Let me see. Oh my goodness. Here it is. Nope, it's not here. Oh, for fuck's sake. I don't know what it's actually called. I'll find it in the player's handbook because that's easier. But I believe it's half your proficiency modifier rounded down. So I flipped right to it. God, I'm good. So this is the table of your abilities, basically. I think this goes into spells more. And then you get wild shape once you reach level 2. And then the amount of times you can wild shape per... Oh, because it's not a table. You can start off using it twice. And you can stay in your shape for a number of hours equal to half your druid level rounded down. So I'm wrong. It's not related to proficiency. I'm an idiot. This is my main class. I am a druid main. I'm not a good druid main. I'm just a druid main. But apparently it's not related. You can only just do it twice straight up. Really? No. I thought you got more. Am I crazy? It's only 2 per short rest? I thought it was 2 per... Yeah, 2 per short rest. Okay, if it's short rest, that's not bad. And then the reason I always go Circle of the Moon is because you can you can transform into a beast with a CR as high as 1 right off the bat, because usually it's locked by CR. So once you reach 2nd level, you can only go up to CR like 1/4, which is basically nothing. And then you can go up to CR 1 starting at 8th level. And I think you can only do things with a flying speed or swimming speed at 8th level or above. However, if you're a moon druid, it gets a little bit better as far as like CR level. Starting at 6th level, you can transform into a beast with a CR as high as your druid level, divided by 3, rounded down. That's a lot of math, but basically that's why I always go Circle the Moon. It's just better. But yeah. Marishi says, I go Druid of Dreams. Oh, solid. And Daddy Twit has subscribed with Prime, followed, and said, hi, I was Divergent Daddy over on TikTok. I jumped on. Thank you so much for making the jump over. I appreciate that. Dragon God 6266 has also followed. Hello. Brian Buckner says, I believe Tasha's made changes to that. Wait, really? I regret not reading through Tasha's more. To be fair, it's not that thick. Like, this is probably the thinnest book that I have. But it's got a lot of just, like, it's dense with info. If you guys don't already have Tasha's, you should 100% do it because it has something for every class. It's, like, one of the few things where I would be like, yeah, along with the Player's Handbook, the Monster Manual, and the DMG, you should have this. So it adds new spells, and it adds the Circle of Spores, and then the Circle of Wildfire, Circle of Stars. I don't see anything related to having more wild shape abilities, but it does give you more druid spells, and then also the ability to use one of your wild shapes to summon basically a familiar. It's called Wild Companion. It says, you gain the ability to summon a spirit that assumes an animal form. As an action, you can expend the use of your wild shape feature to cast Find Familiar without material components, which is really big because the material components are like 10 gold piece. It's like fucking 10 gold's worth of incense and charcoal and shit like that to cast or something like that. In my games too, I do make it so that there's like actual requirements. Like, so if the requirement of a spell is 10 gold worth of incense, you do have to actually go out and buy the 10 gold worth of incense. It's a little strict, but that's what I run with. But yeah. Jackman says, Wild Shape and Tasha's gives you different ways to acquire your wild shape forms. Really? Oh, okay. We also have a couple new subscribers. Daddy Twit just gifted out 2 community subs. Thank you. Holy shit, we're at 59 out of 60 gifted subs for the goal, which has been a moving thing for a while. Also, yes, Philly Pop says Tasha's Cauldron. Unworthy Wolf asked what book's that. So this is Tasha's Cauldron of Everything. There's 2 books that add like two major expansions to player options in D&D, beyond just like books that give you, you know, the occasional new race or something like that. Like, this is chock full of stuff. The other one is Xanathar's Guide to Everything. So these 2 are like the big expansions on the player side, basically. The Xanathar's is pretty cool because it adds a lot of new ways to use skills. So if you're proficient with like a tool, it gives you new opportunities to use that tool proficiency to complete tasks. It adds a bunch of new subclasses. So like for the druid, since we were just talking about that, in Xanathar's, it gives you new like building trade. Jesus. First of all, Walker D.O. just followed. Walker D0. Thank you for the follow. And then immediately after, Unworthy Wolf overshadowed that with 10 gifted subs to the community, which is amazing. Thank you so much, Wolf, which pushes us past our sub goal of, oh, of course, it puts us at 69. Thanks, Wolf. Thank you. Appreciate it. Unworthy Wolf says, mwahaha, 69 without the goal. Thank you. I can appreciate that you're looking out for it and not shooting right past it. Montage says, scroll creation in Xanathar's is great. It is great. I really like that. I like anything that you can do in your downtime and whatnot. It's a lot of fun. Jonathan Crick is also here. They say hello. Hi. And Naxi says, let's go. For the sub. Dragon God 6266 says, what's a good way to find a D&D group? I've always wanted to play again because I've only done 2-shot runs and I'm having trouble finding another group. I highly recommend Start Playing. I should just fucking charge for this at this point, but startplaying.games is really the only way to do it online. Unless you you can also look at like your friendly local game shop and join Adventurers League if you want to be a player, but of course it's hit or miss when it comes to DMs. They aren't reviewed, things like that. You might also not like the players. But usually it can be free depending on the game shop. So that's one option. You can also look at your town's, see if they have a Discord or a subreddit, and see if there's chatter there about people who are running games. Again, you're playing with strangers, people are unverified, it might get weird. And just with regards to safety, like meeting in someone's house once a week is a little bit iffy if they're all strangers. What you can do instead is go to startplaying.games. They are a platform to basically match people with GMs for all sorts of games. It's not just like D&D, it's like Call of Cthulhu, Vampire the Masquerade, any tabletop game basically. And they have different levels of skill, so you can play a game that's like, oh, you know, I will teach you how to play while we go. Those are available. They have like GMs of massive experience levels, and also some content creators, some really big content creators in the TTRPG world are on there running games for people. It does cost, but the cost is kind of like a buy-in, and honestly, it doesn't really, it's almost not, it's really not a lot. Like on average, I think it's maybe around $15. And if you have a more experienced, higher reviewed, higher rated DM, it tends to be more. If you have a DM who's relatively new to things, it might be less. Sometimes people have sales. Sometimes people are like, yeah, the session 0 is free. It's per session, but that session is all that fee is also a buy-in. So that way, you know, if you spend money to go to your session, you're actually going to show up to that session, and you're not going to have a bunch of people ghost you, and you're not going to have like, oh, you know, we have to cancel this week because no one showed up. That doesn't happen as much. You can still cancel ahead of time if you like get sick or are out of town or something. You just have to let your GM know, and chances are they'll like refund you and everything, unless there's extenuating circumstances or it's within like 24 or 48 hours or something like that. I'm not on there personally, but everyone I know who is on it loves it. So that's fun. Hail Boogie says, World 20 has some resources I thought to find groups. I haven't fucked around with World 20 at all. And I can also stand by start playing as like a company ethically, because I know the owner and he's chill as fuck. And he's so nice to content creators, and he honestly like respects the hell out of us. And so, yeah, it's nice. So I recommend taking a look at that. Hail Boogie says, Roll20 has some resoures I thought to find. Oh, wait, no, I just fucking read that. Fairly Pop said, how do you do crafting systems? For example, my players are always making silly arrows. I don't have a good system for crafting. Logistically, like realistically, they would have to have the tools and the time to sit down and craft. And most of the time, it's not going to be worth it for them to do that in like a medieval fantasy realistic setting. And I tend to run realistic games. Like it's very rare that it's going to be worth it. However, if it comes to something like a spell scroll, then there are rules for that. If it comes to something like normal everyday items, they would have to have proficiencies in the tools required. They would have to have the supplies. If they need like a forge to do forging, they would have to have access to a forge for the amount of time it takes. And so I would take a look at homebrew options for that, or existing options if there are any in Xanathars and Tashas that I'm not aware of, or the DMG. The DMG would also be the place to look for that. Griffin says, I think there's rules for downtime in Strixhaven that you can maybe finagle. Yeah, so people have definitely done it. I haven't personally, though, so it's hard to recommend anything. Daddy Twit says, I've been so immersed in Baldur's Gate 3 that I need to take a Twitch break. I really hope I can get that game running for the fucking stream. If not, it's not the worst if I go off and play it on my own. I just don't have time to play it on my own is the only thing. I don't know. RM Gamer Nerd says, did the lights just flicker or am I going insane? It's my camera trying to do like a light balance. Oh, hey, Jessica Grace. Hello. Welcome in. You and your 16 viewers. Hi. Hi, everyone. Guys, everyone say hello. Be nice. Chat. Chat, be nice to these people. Hi. Hello. Welcome in. I guess I should do the thing that streamers do where they say, hi, this is me. Good to see you guys. So sorry in advance for the fact that you have to be a follower in order to chat. I know that's a thing with raiders. I didn't realize till afterwards that would be such a barrier. But in any case, hello. My name is Diane of the Rose. I am a TTRPG content creator over on, well, I mean, mostly TikTok, here on Twitch nowadays, and I run a lot of D&D content and how to be a better GM, and I'm the co-host of the Atlas Loom, which is a world-building podcast and whatnot. Anyway, I'm here. Hello. Hi. Welcome in. Jessica, thanks for trusting your chat with me. Hey, chat. How's it going? You're always welcome here. We are just currently talking. We're doing a little bit of a world-building sort of like encounter building, I guess, answering TTRPG related questions. Lincoln Lee and Roosta, hello. Thanks for being followers, you guys. Hi. So yeah, we're just chatting, we're just chilling. It's a pretty relaxed sort of stream. If you guys happen to play D&D, Baldur's Gate 3, any sort of tabletop gaming, anything, this is the place to be. I am the person to ask questions of, and I'm happy to help. Meanwhile, over on TikTok, let's see. I have a bunch of people saying hi. J-Rod, Russell Friedman, and Camper Sam all say hello. Hi, guys. Also, if you guys are over on TikTok, over on the mobile version of this stream, hop over to Twitch. Twitch will help me out a lot more than TikTok ever will, and the experience is a lot better, just like viewing-wise, interaction-wise, things like that. It's not as amazing camera-wise because I'm having trouble getting my camera to stay focused. Let's do this. Let's move this over here so you can see Alcito in the background. Yeah, my boy, my son. I have a little owl bear in the background there. But hi, good to see you. RM Gamer Nerd says, does Uno count? Kind of, yeah. I mean, like, if you go to tabletop conventions, things like that, anything counts. We're all just here to vibe. We're here to have fun. Brown Plinka, hello, welcome in. Thanks for being a follower. Welcome to the party. I should really start saying the welcome to the party thing more. I dropped off that so hard. Riley, oh god, that's a lot of numbers. Hold on. 024681. That was actually a lot easier than I thought it would be. Hello, welcome in. Same with Killian PB Gaming. Hi, thanks for following, you guys. Philly Pop says, do you have any tips for tavern games? One of my groups is very RP heavy, and I kind of freeze when they try and play bar games. I want some that are not super basic, so not like Three Dragon Ante. Honestly, it depends on how in-depth you want to go. Because, like, if you want them to actually sit down and play a game within a game, then you can adapt pretty much any card game. So, for instance, Speed is pretty good, and literally just give your players a deck of cards and be like, all right, pretend you guys are at the table, pretend you're your characters, play a game and see who wins. And you can play an NPC actually physically playing a game with them. I haven't seen many people do that. A lot of people just are like, oh yeah, we'll roll dice. Unfortunately, I'm not good at like games for those sorts of things. That's not my forte. I would check out some homebrew options on the DM's Guild or Reddit. Reddit has a lot of really good options for that. I have seen them. I haven't written them down. So unfortunately, I can't advise on that front. Brown Plinka says, yo. Hey, Brown Plinka. Welcome in. Jared Myers has also followed. Hello, hello. Daddy Twit wants me to breathe. I can do that. And also, Philly Pop wants me to hydrate. Can do. Griffin says, I've had this bookmarked. I knew it'd come in handy. Yeah, a collection of tavern games. There you are. D&D behind the screen. In fact, let me copy that and open that up over in... Ha. And then here we are. So, it looks like there's a couple options here. Goblin's Eye... Fuck off. Goblin's Eye, 21, which is literally just blackjack. Something that converts slots into D&D. More slots. I'd be aware of like gambling and all that. I wouldn't roleplay gambling if your players are under 18. Or what is it, 21 now? No, it's 18, right? You have to be over 18 to gamble. In any case, just be careful of that. But there's like a bunch of options in here, Griffin. This is awesome. Holy shit. A lot of them do use dice. A couple of them, I imagine, use cards and whatnot. The only thing is, like, of course, space issues. If your table is full of D&D shit, you're probably not going to have space to do, like, a full-on card game. But dice always work. Everyone has dice. Everyone wants to use their dice. Especially when it comes to the fancy ones, like the D12 that no one ever uses. Hokage Chef, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Oh, my goodness. 21. Okay, gotcha. And then Emma Panada. I assume like a play on empanada? Anyway, welcome in. Corrupt Picaturo. Hello. Thanks for the follow. Old Scorpion over on TikTok says, have you ever worked with Matt Mercer on a D&D game? I have not. I've met him. He's so nice. I have his business card. It's up there somewhere. It's like, it's fallen down. Really fucking nice business card too. I took that idea and molded my own business card after it with like rounded corners, gold foil, and like thick edges. That was fucking cool. And also he's so nice. He's incredibly nice in person, as everyone always says. However, I have not worked with him on anything. I did pitch my charity idea to him, so he's one of the few people who know what it actually is. But I think it needs to be proven before anyone in this industry who's that high up actually talks to him about it. The TTRPG world is small, you guys. Like, the fucking amount of TTRPG content creators is tiny. There's, like, maybe 12 major ones on the content creation side who aren't part of, like, actual plays and things like that, who are, like... It really is just, like, as it was described to me, Critical Role, and then everything else is teensy tiny by comparison. And so it's kind of the Wild West when it comes to things like being a content creator in this space, you know, trying to deal with sponsorships, publicity, things like that. And it's an interesting growing space. But it is quite small, and most of us know each other or are already 1 degree or 2 degrees separated from people like Matt Mercer. Working on things, though, is an entirely other thing because everyone is starting their own APs, everyone's doing their own thing, everyone's writing source books, and not all of them are like, I don't know. It's an interesting developing world. Empanada said, hi, I got to meet you briefly at PAX U. You did? Oh, that's awesome. I didn't realize you streamed on Twitch. Hope you're having a chill stream. So far, so good. Yeah, I didn't realize I said hi at Twitch. It was good to meet you. I imagine. I don't know. I'm not, it's been, or I met you at PAX U, rather. It's been a while, so I don't remember any of the faces anymore. But yeah, I do stream on Twitch. Good to see you. I'm glad you remember me. Gamer Nerd says, I'm going to want to invest in a dot card soon. I have seen a couple dot cards. Oh god, I think Zach, my lovely connection at Coldwood Press had one. I have a businesscards.io card that I use to have people like add me to their contacts list on their phone. It's just like added to my Apple Wallet. I imagine it's a similar thing. I know people use NFC cards as well. Jessica Sports says, I've literally never heard anyone meet Matt Mercer say anything bad about him. Honestly, should start creating D&D content and stuff. Been tempted for a while. Oh yeah, no one says anything bad about because he's genuinely like a quite nice person. Like I met him at a meet and greet, and it was based around content creators who are like people of color. I'm Mexican. I'm Latina, by the way. No one can ever tell, so I always try and point that out. But it was a POC focused like meet and greet type event, and even though it was like this thing where he was supposed to be there and so was Travis Willingham. Travis couldn't make it because of some last minute thing, and so Matt was there talking to all of Travis's like matchups. Basically, it was like a matching system. I was matched with him, and he was matched with like 6 or 7 other people as well. Maybe it was 10 on the professional side, and then he also was talking to all of Travis's contacts as well. And he sat there and basically like the entire night talked to people. He was so selfless about it. RM Gamer Nerd says, what part of Mexico? My mom's from Veracruz. Tamarathon says, my business cards double as photography portfolio. I did see that. Yeah, you did give me one of your cards at PAX U. Philly Pop says, how to be a great GM as a solid creator. Have you been around him? How to be a great GM. I think he's international, and he might not come around much. Got it. Let me see. I might. How to be a great GM. I know I'm going to be on How Not to GM, like the podcast. He's a YouTuber. Oh, I don't talk to many YouTubers, so probably not. Most of us are like on the TikTok side of things as far as gatherings go. YouTube is interestingly small when it comes to tabletop content. Like Cinderblock Sally is the only YouTuber I know who actually is successful in that space and still mingles with the rest of us TikTokers over on, despite being like mostly based on YouTube. He's still part of our circles. If you guys don't follow Cinderblock Sally, by the way, you should. But yeah, Emma Panada says, my business cards are just neat plays on tarot cards. That is awesome. I do like that. That is a cool thought. Let's see. Typical Viking says, do you have any advice for a new D&D player who can't figure out where they fit into their party? I don't know what you mean, and it's hard to answer a question like that accurately without knowing what your D&D like party composition is, and then also like what class and race you are, what your backstory is. That's a question that's hard to answer without intense amounts of context. In general, I would say like try and think about, and if you need to find a niche, think about what the rest of your party does and try and fill in a gap that they haven't filled. If you have, an orphan, you don't need another orphan in the party if you want like balance with that respect. If you have like a tragic backstory, maybe think about like maybe how that backstory changed you and formed you into the person you are today and how that's different from the rest of your party members. Try and like let your character build and your character backstory guide how you are and how you fit into the rest of the party. It's hard to give a more specific answer than that, unfortunately, without more info. J-Rod says, you're 100% my favorite D&D TikToker. Thank you. You're one of the few I'd love to have a campaign with. I appreciate that immensely. Honestly, TikTok has been doing super well lately, you guys. I'm almost at 184,000, I want to say. I should really be posting more often. I probably will into the next year because I got a lot of big things out of the way, like the launch of the Atlas Loom and whatnot. And so, which you guys should watch the Atlas Loom if you haven't already. Jay the Human has followed, and so has Corrupt Picaturo, if I didn't say that already. Welcome in. Welcome in. Brian Buckner said, I personally don't believe in party composition. I like the you do you character creation. I like that as well. I think it's the OCPD, and well, I won't lie and say I like that. I have OCPD, and so for me, it's very much like oh, we have this already, then we don't need another this. Like, oh, we already have 3 clerics, we probably shouldn't have another cleric. That being said, if you start off with a bunch of people in the same sort of niche and character vibe, you're gonna diverge eventually. Like, the party will still kind of like over time as they adventure together figure themselves out and diversify themselves, and so like realistically it's not a problem. It's just the OCPD in me is like, damn, we gotta diversify, and so that's my thing. J-Rod says, my wife likes your hair, by the way. Thank you. It's dry as shit and broken as shit, but it looks really good on camera sometimes. Julie has followed. Welcome in. Same as Nostalgic 1. Thank you so much for following. Goose says, Diana, I finally made it back. The snow. Oh, on this stream? Goose, this is your first time seeing the fucking winter setup? Yeah, we got over on TikTok, we got like a whole bunch of like wintry forest vibes. We got icicles everywhere. There's a bunch of cool stuff. And then we also have like the starting soon and be right back screens that are all like cozy as fuck. By the way, if any of you guys are over on TikTok, I highly recommend hopping over to Twitch. There's like 43 of you. Jesus. Yeah, Twitch is a way better experience. If you have Twitch, I'm Diana of the Rose. Over on there, and it helps me out a lot to see it, to be able to talk to you guys over on the Twitch chat as opposed to TikTok. It's just easier for me to see and things like that. Hey, the Artemis Diaries is over in TikTok though, saying, hi babes, hope you're doing well. Hello! Oh my god, dude, I miss doing that interview with you. That was the first and only time anyone's ever approached me for a zoology interview for a podcast, and that was super cool. If you guys haven't already, you should go check out the Artemis Diaries over on, I believe, at least Spotify. I don't know if they're on other platforms, but it's worth checking out. They are a podcast talking about zoology careers, development in that field, anything to do with animals, basically. And I was an interviewee on there because, little known fact, I studied zoology in college, along with a bunch of other things. I was a zoology major, and I minored in chemistry, psychology, and professional sales. So I'm all over the fucking place. And then I was an honor student. I had like 4 jobs at once at one point. Things got crazy. Also, Chuli has just followed and said, hi, I saw you were live while scrolling TikTok and had to come here. That's awesome. I appreciate that immensely. Yeah, anyone who hops over helps me out a ton because TikTok does not pay me for viewership, but Twitch does. And so having a certain amount of viewers at a time helps immensely. Later Skater Boy says, hey Diana, killing the overalls. Thank you. And they also say, all right, I'm gonna go back to hibernating, have a good stream. Well, have a good hibernation. God, I missed that fucking bear onesie. I should do another stream for that. Elias82, welcome in, or Elia S, I can't quite tell. Same with Nostalgic One, if I haven't said it already. I think I did, but oh well. Old Scorpion says, do you limit character backstories? I once made a 10-page rather than the one asked for. No, so this one time, the very first time I ever played a D&D character, I made a 14-page backstory. And it was so advanced that my DM sent it to all of his other DM friends, and they ended up like making me fucking fan art and stuff for this character that I'd never played before. This was my first time playing D&D ever. And even like, I didn't know the rules or anything going into it. They were just like, hey, come up with a character, come up with a backstory, and I was like, fucking bet. And so that was like a whole thing. So yes, I love detailed backstories, especially as a GM. For integrations, it helps out a ton. And at the very least, having motivations and like deriving people's motivations from their backstories and looping things that the player character would be aware of in the world based off of those backstories helps a ton. Zeta Omni, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Riley 0262468810 says that's awesome. Oh my god, I revived that character recently. So when I was talking about the druid character that I started building recently for an AP, a home game with other D&D content creators, that's her. That was a 14-page backstory. I just lost that backstory. It's no longer available in my G drive. I don't know what happened to it. I miss it so much. But I ended up rewriting her from an elf to an eladrin. I gave her all of the same stats basically, but gave her a slightly different character backstory and different character arcs in the future, and different character motivations. And so that's I'm excited to play her again, basically. So that 14-page backstory has still served me well. Siua Kitu Pulotu has just subscribed, and they are on their 2nd month in a row. Welcome in. Thank you so much for being here. Let's see. Elia says, how to keep leveling your wizard, then multi-class 3 levels in warlock? Is that a question? If that's a question, I'm afraid I'm not understanding there. Might need some clarification there. Nathan Grieve over on TikTok says, can you give me some motivation to go running? Dude, when do I look like I run? Do I look like I have any sort of like fucking athleticism? I don't have an athletic bone in my body. I don't run. I just exist. I marinate. Very bad joke. Joe joke, welcome in. Same with RG Cough. Hello. Good to see you guys. Goose says, I'm sure your OG DM has a copy of it, or one of those people I shared it with. I asked. The OG DM didn't have a copy. They had a link to the G drive because I shared it via a Google form and Google Sheet. No, a Google Doc. Jesus Christ, 3rd time's a charm. And since I deleted the source Google Doc, they don't have access to it anymore, and so that fucking sucked. All I saw was like a preview of it that was screenshotted, and so I could see the first 2 paragraphs on like the image of the preview, but that's about it. Everything else is lost. Our Gamer Nerd says, need to head out, gotta deal with the damages Mother Nature caused. Oh shit, okay, I hope nothing's bad. See you mañana, Diana. Yeah, good to see you. Very, very bad JoJo says hello. Hi, welcome in for the first time. Montage Maniac also says, have you used Microscope for world building before? Or for your D&D worlds or your group history? Microscope, I've never heard of it. I'm assuming that's like a platform or a note-keeping thing. Most of my note-keeping comes in the form of Google Docs, or if I want to go physical for like on the player side of things, I use Sphinx Stationery. Elias says, what would be the best patron for a necromancer wizard? Oh, for like a warlock? The undying or the undead are both like kind of in that theme. It depends on the theme of your character though. I'm also a believer in the fact that even though you have like a certain vibe as far as your class goes, being able to flavor it in certain ways, just based off of, you know, your look, your color scheme, things like that, and building off of that can be a lot more fun. So for instance, I am playing in oh my god, what is it called? A West Marches style campaign right now run by Endo DMs, which if you guys don't follow Endo DMs on TikTok, you should. His account is amazing. He was like one of my first mutuals, and he deserves way more attention than he has. Dr. Boctopus says your donor goal confuses me. $50 is the middle, but 25 is the 100%. Yeah, so the end goal was 25. We made it to 50 out of 25, basically. It's a whole thing, but I'm saving up to go to PAX East, so that's what the goal is. And it was just like starting off $25 to get like a lobster roll, and we raised 50 so I can start saving towards like flights and things, because those are fucking expensive because everything's on the fucking East Coast. Also, Brad the Viking says, I hope you have a good rest of your day. Gonna go see some friends for my 23rd birthday. Hey, happy birthday. Very Bad JoJo says, Google Drive deletes things sometimes. It sucks. I really wish I hadn't deleted that. That hurts my soul. J-Nuts is also here. Hey, J-Nuts. Guys, J-Nuts is the person who gifted me the stream deck that I used to do all this, like, fucked up sort of Zoom shit that I directly stole from Cinderblock Sally. I'm so sorry, Cinder, if you're watching this. And then also this Secret Labs chair, which matches my headset, which I'm not currently wearing because the Christmas music is really loud on my end. Spy Crab says 3 lobster rolls. I did devote myself, I told myself I'd get at least 1 lobster roll. If I have to do it on the way out of the Boston Logan Airport on the very last day of the con, I will. But I will try to make sure I get like a proper one that's not airport food type lobster rolls if I can. Guster Posey, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. They also asked, what's the next podcast topic? The next one, I don't know if I want to reveal it yet. We did have one drop today, which was a PAX Unplugged debrief. But that was a lot of fun. It's just a good like bonus episode. Unfortunately, it's not available to anyone who's not a Gilded World Weaver. You have to be at the $5 subscription level. But if you are, you get access to full-on bonus episodes that are so far full length, or bonus clips like little highlight reels that we had to cut for time, or bloopers from the main episode. Goose says, are your lights pulsing, or is it just adjusting to moving? It's just gonna be moving. Yeah, sorry about that. The background light kind of fucks with it a little bit, but it's also, it helps me not look as tired on camera, so that's why that's a thing. Goose says, I love the zooming. Yeah, because I can show off my shit. So like, I have the D&D tarot card deck with me, for instance. If I were to pull a card and hold it up, you guys can actually like, given enough time and patience and whatever the opposite of frustration is. Oh my god, is it really gonna stop zooming in? Like, are you kidding me? Come on, I just want to show off this cool art. I hate this. I'm not, fuck it. No, I'm putting the cards away. Fiddly Pop says, oh my god, I saw you put Red Dragon Inn on your wish list. I love that game. The Red Dragon Inn is my favorite game in existence. It's so good. And it's just like a fun little tabletop game. I go visit them at every convention, and almost every time I go, especially at like Gen Con and stuff, they were sold out, and I was so happy because it's just a fun game. And I turned it into a drinking game with my friends. Alec the Bard and I are known for getting together at every single con and playing it till like 6 in the morning. And I want it known that we tied last time. And as soon as I started winning, because I forced him to stop using this bullshit cheating sort of deck, I started winning, and then he was like, oh, we should call it good. So let it be known that I'm better. ID10T says, I've never played that. It's a lot of fun. I have what's called the character trove, I believe it is, or the treasure trove. Yeah, character trove, I think, which is a giant box that holds every single expansion, basically, from the first game down to whatever the most recent one is. And I have a lot of the recent expansions up, but there's a lot that I'm missing too. And so that's something I asked for Christmas. From my family, but yeah. Philly Pop says it's like a tavern brawl style RP game that can be done as a drinking game. Yes, exactly. I've never done it sober. I will say that. Josh DFSU, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. J-Rod over on TikTok also says, how do you roll or vivify? Diamonds worth X? amount of gold pieces, or do you use rolling? So I do allow people to resuscitate people as at will. I don't have any sort of system for like making it harder to be resuscitated. However, I do require the diamond itself. You can't just like throw 100 gold pieces at a party member and then be like, oh, you know, this is the same amount in value. You have to actually go shop for the diamond and have it on hand ahead of time, and that applies to any sort of material components that are consumed by a spell that you have to use. So unfortunately you do have to go shopping for things. So that's a thing. But yeah. Eli said, I might go for the undead because I want to make sure that we have shields because there are 10 of us. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Goose says, I definitely need to pick it up. You should! I highly recommend the Red Dragon Inn, you guys. It's such a good game. It's easy to start off with the first one. Maybe one of the first like 4 or 5 are all like pretty easy to learn. So basically you choose a character, and that character has its own deck, and every deck has its own strengths and weaknesses, and so every expansion has different players, different characters that you add to the game, and it kind of changes like the way the game works depending on who you play as. And so having all the expansions actually helps a ton and gives you way more options. And so yeah. Josh says, hey homie, I saw you on Cinder's channel, so I thought I'd come check out your stuff. Welcome in, Josh. If you saw me on Cinder's channel, was that like during his interview with me, or was that like on his stream? In any case, yeah, this is me. Hey, what's up? Goose says, how was his deck rigged? He played fucking Gurky. For those who know. So with all the different decks, right? They have all their own strengths and weaknesses. He plays the deck that is really good at rigging card games, because there's like a card game sub-mechanic, there's like a gambling sub-mechanic, and so he takes people out with stupid ease by cheating at cards, because that's what his character's specialty is cheating. And so he goes for, it's definitely like a really hard card to beat, deck to beat. And so he goes for it every time. The only time I started winning was when I forced him to play something else, because we rolled d20s and then had that be like the determining factor for like what cards we played. And then I started winning. So I think as long as I play anything and he plays anything else, I'm good. But yeah. Okay, let's see. McCoy Boy says, what's the best success for you? Wish the best success for you, sorry. Follow for a long time, and also, how's the motivation? I remember your TikTok saying how it's been tough. Oh yeah, so I made that TikTok a little while ago talking about content creation and how people can kind of drop off their motivation to continue doing a certain thing. And it's very common to get pigeonholed into one thing when you're doing content. Also, oh my goodness, 3D Silac, welcome in. Same with TTJ Kim. Thank you for the follows, you guys. Let's see. What was I saying? I immediately lost track of what I fucking was thinking. Oh yes, so when I was talking about the motivation when it comes to content, I was talking about how people tend to do one thing and then they go viral for it, and then they continue going viral for it until, you know, eventually interest drops off, which is an inevitability with pretty much anyone. It's very rare. Like, I mean, how many fucking YouTubers, you know, do you see that have survived to present day beyond like the gaming YouTubers and things like that? And even they have to do the occasional clickbaity video to stay relevant. That's like, the try not to laugh challenge and things like that, where every single thumbnail, maybe this is a complaint about YouTube in general and YouTube culture, where the thumbnails are all like shocked expressions and the title of the video is in all caps and things like that. Like, it sucks, but also like that's what works, because the YouTube audience is what, like 15. What was I talking about? Anyway, over on TikTok, the algorithm, right? You go viral for one thing, and then the algorithm pushes any content that you make in the exact same sphere into people's eyes again and onto their For You pages again, as long as it's got the same basic format, the same visual artifacts in the background, the same intro, things like that. So that's kind of what forces people into doing the same thing over and over. I got really fucking lucky in that I started my TikTok based off my personality and tended to go viral based off videos that reflected my personality. So like the giant DM screen was one of my first big ones. The dick twisting comedy video, that was funny. Me talking about the fact that I was sterile went viral. Me talking about like the surgeries I've undergone, me talking about like complaints about my period, things like that. I've gone viral for several different things at this point, and so I have it shows a good spread of my personality, basically, if you go and sort my page by what's most popular. And so I don't really have a like niche, like, I mean, I'm a TTRPG TikToker because I love TTRPGs, but I'm not TTRPG only. I'll talk about whatever and I'll still do well. And I got very lucky. Most people don't get that lucky. So for instance, if the Roll for Sandwich guy, Adventures in Ardia, he's super cool. I passed him at Gen Con and did a double take because I didn't realize it was him. But he seems really chill. He, however, have you ever seen him do anything else? the answer is no, because if he were to do anything else, the algorithm would suppress it. You know, he wouldn't be able to do as well. He wouldn't get the same amount of views because the algorithm has typecast him as the sandwich guy, which is fine. It's, you know, he enjoys doing it. He's successful at it. It earns him enough to be a content creator or whatever he does for his day job if he's not full-time. However, if he ever gets bored of being the sandwich guy, or if he ever wants to transition into something else, the algorithm's gonna absolutely do everything it can to prevent that. And so you end up kind of having this slow death by just eventual audience boredom, because that will always happen. Attrition will always be a thing. But yeah, that's, you know, people aren't gonna want to see sandwiches forever, even on the audience side of things, except for, you know, just the people who are there just to support. Which is just sad. It's how content creation goes. So basically the whole point of that video was to be like, hey, if you see your content creators doing something different or trying out new things, new skits, new whatever, be nice to them, support them if you actually like them as people. And yeah, the algorithm's gonna try and punish them for it, and chances are they're trying to work their way out of this niche, this hole that they've been typecast into or pigeonholed into. However, it does not affect me, thank God. I am always motivated to make content because like I said, I don't have any particular niche. I don't have any particular format for my videos, and I just do whatever I like, and it tends to do well, mostly thanks to you guys. So shout out to y'all for being such good audience members and letting me do what I want. Like, that's not lost on me. But thankfully I don't have that motivation issue because I'm not pigeonholed into anything quite yet. I don't doubt that it'll happen at some point in the future, but fucking I will fight that to the end. JC Fitness, welcome in. Thank you for being a follower. Welcome to the party. Hokage Chef, thank you so much for subbing with Prime. Antoine PCZ, Megster A7X, hello. Commander Paiswu says Diana is the content, not just TTRPG or anything. Right. So that's why, and Philly Pop says I followed you on TikTok because the at-home date ideas. That was the other one. The at-home date idea was another one that I went viral for. I have 10 total viral videos, and they don't have a singular theme, which is just like, that doesn't happen usually. But yeah, it was a lot of fun. But I did get a lot of people following me because of that in particular. A lot of men. And then I also got, I never talked about this on stream, but I had a whole fucking thing where a bunch of like femcels, is the only way I can describe it, stitched that video, and they were like, you shouldn't do anything for a man you're not married to. And I'm like, what? What a fucking horrible take. Good, I don't know. I could go on about that. In fact, I did. I filmed an entire rant video and I made it friends only. I didn't post it on main, but they were like, God, the reception from women was just in general not great. But from men, they were like, yeah, like we want to be treated well too. And I was like, yeah, obviously. Jeez, if you're not being treated well, fucking leave. The 9th has followed using Roman numerals, and Hydrate from Dracobane. I can do that. But yeah. Antoine PCZ says that appreciate your aura. Thank you. I like to think I have an okay aura. I shower regularly, if that counts. I don't know what that does for my aura, but I'm sure it's only good. Very Bad Jojo is laughing. And also Fiddly Pop says, oh, why they hate the idea of dating? A lot of it came from that Sprinkle girl, which I'm 90% sure has to be ironic, because no one is that crazy about their ideas, right? Where they're like, a man should provide everything for me. I shouldn't have to do anything. He should just be thankful for my presence, sort of thing. And it's like, really? You don't have any sort of equality in your relationship? Like, what the fuck makes you think that's gonna last? And I'm pretty sure it's an ironic account, but it's like the people are following her the same way that like they don't realize it's ironic. It's fucking wild. Anyway, Philly Pop says my girlfriend pampers me and I love it. Exactly. Like I feel like, I don't know, reciprocity is good. That's the end goal there. But yeah. Dracobane says I've met women like that who are 100% serious. It's just, it doesn't have any long-term benefits. Like, why? Do you really think you're that valuable? Just by what? Your looks? Looks are purchasable in a dime a dozen. Why don't you get someone who has, like, the looks and the personality? Like, come on. Dracobane says, but I've also met guys with that parallel mentality. Yeah, no one's immune to it, basically. Basically, no one's immune to being an asshole, so keep an eye out for that. Sorry for the dead air. Adam is back and feeling better. Welcome back, Adam. Also, Simi is telling me to Straighten up. Sammy says, in honor of that one dude, lol. Sammy, how did Alex's stream go? Did we end up reaching the goal? Antoine says, what do you think about France? I have no thoughts. I don't know anything about France. But yeah. Spycrab says, not gonna lie, I keep forgetting the music is coming off of your stream when you stop talking. I'm glad you guys can still hear it. I don't really have insight into how loud it is, but also, what was I saying? I'll just skip next. A bird person says, do you know any beginner-friendly D&D groups in the Bend/Redmond area? A bird person, first of all, welcome in. Second of all, I know that the Modern Games in Bend has a Adventurers League. It's not like a consistent group. I think it's only like every, like the second Sunday of the fucking month or something like that. Like, it's pretty rare. But it's a good way to meet new D&D players, or D&D players roughly your age or whatever you're looking for, or your same vibe. Beyond that, I know there's a Discord for the Bend, like, community. And I imagine that'll have a lot of D&D players. Beyond that, unfortunately, there's a smaller portion of just nerds in general in this community than there are in other cities because we're a very outdoorsy type place. So there's that. Simi says no, however chat did turn into a recipe swap. Simi, how far did he get? Because I do want him to have that teddy bear onesie because it's a spite thing at this point. Deandra says, Deandrando, sorry, said, same, had an ex who never paid for anything or would never suggest date ideas. It was a very tiring thing and didn't last long. Exactly, like, what the fuck kind of longevity would that have? Good guy. It's just a wild concept. Montage says, Obsidian is what I use for notes and world building. It's so great. I want to get into Obsidian. I don't know. I'd have to port everything over. Montage Maniac says, I keep getting pulled away. Microscope is a cooperative RPG where you world build between 1 to 4 players. Oh, interesting. I've never heard of it. And Hex AVI says, I totally thought the music was my wallpaper. Oh, I'm so sorry. By the way, if you guys don't have a wallpaper engine, you 100% should. It's like a fantastic little, like, it's $3 on Steam. It's the best $3 on Steam I've ever spent. Other than $3 towards tabletop, towards my favorite virtual tabletop, which is Tailspire. Draco wants me to hydrate. I can do that. I also need more water, though. But yeah. Adamska says, hi, I've seen you play Baldur's Gate, but have you tried Dark and Darker? It's D&D-esque, but also a dungeon explorer. Isn't Dark and Darker the one where you try and, like, kind of like a battle royale, but, like, fantasy-ish, where you play a certain class, and you got a couple friends, and you try and, like, I guess, do well in it, and then you also fight other players? The other thing is I don't really do multiplayer games much, so I play a lot of single player games, sometimes little indie games. So if you guys haven't played what was it called? Oh no, I'm gonna forget the name. It's called like Hex something. Splattercat Games made it famous. I can't remember. Anyway, Dr. Spell, welcome in. Hex ABI says, what's your wallpaper of choice? I can't really show it off easily because my wallpaper is fucking cluttered with all these things and I don't want to share my entire screen. It would take a whole thing to set up, but it's basically like this little like black and white background that moves. Mario Smash says, I love the decanter picture. I don't know, I love it. It's a little wine decanter that I use for water. I like it. I think it's just like a little bit of bouginess. It's really hard to clean, but it's worth it. Deadliest Warrior, hello, welcome in. Philly Pop says, my boy Splattercat getting a shout out. I fucking love Splattercat games. I use it to find just like indie games that are in my niche, especially when it comes to like, I don't know, survival games is what I used to be really in for. So I discovered Project Zomboid, which is an amazing zombie game. Super realistic. If you guys haven't played it, you should. Yeah, he did a fantastic video on that. But yeah. Fiddly Pop says Splattercat's voice is my whiteness Fred. He does have a really interesting voice, doesn't he? Oh my god. Everyone's talking about Project Zomboid now. Project Zomboid is such a good game. The fact that you can take a fork and use it as a weapon against zombies is so cool, and like the looting mechanic is wild. And also just like the fact that I don't like zombie games. I hate zombies as a concept, but the isometric view makes it really easy to play. Mr. Person wants me to breathe. But yeah. Adamska says, it's not really Battle Royale, but it can be PvP if you run into another party in Dark and Darker. Gotcha. See, I'm not a PvP person is the only thing. A bird person says, I played Project Zomboid, or playing Project Zomboid makes me want to touch grass. I suck so bad. It's hard is the only thing. I found myself playing on easy mode and then I would just gather a fuck ton of food very carefully, bring it back to my home base, slowly watch it all go bad after the internet went out, or the power went out. And then I would just be stuck there, like, basically munching chips and staring at the walls and not really doing anything. I didn't really know what to do. And I imagine that'd be pretty realistic. Adamska says, it's got a learning curve for sure. But yeah, Jaden LeBron says you're wearing nothing under that. No, there's like a very clear shirt here. I guess this is what I get for being brown and wearing brown. Dracobane says, Zomboid is working on getting animals implemented soon. Oh, sick. Damn, that would be a change. Goodness. That'd be wild, because then you can go hunting and stuff. Dracobane says, not bad for a game made by one guy. Is it really one guy? You're kidding. That'd be pretty sick. Dracoblade says, if we can't get a Discord, could we get a Steam group perhaps? I would probably lean towards a Discord sooner than a Steam group. Yeah. A Discord just would make more sense. It would require more moderation, but I can't imagine too many people are like, oh, you have a Steam group as opposed to a Discord. Like, awesome. That's what I've always wanted. Like, anyone who's going to be on a Steam group would rather be on a Discord, I'm sure. It is one guy? That's wild. Goodness. Dr. Spell says, Diana, my D&D group is finally embarking on a campaign after a few sessions of world building and character leveling. That's awesome. Holy shit, that's fantastic. People are saying, I want a Diana Discord, that would be sick. Maybe in the new year, because I would have to moderate it is the only thing. I trust you guys immensely. I don't think I'd have to do too much moderation, but like opening it up to the public would be a trip and a half, and I don't want to have to like, I wouldn't trust anyone else to moderate it, and I wouldn't have to want to moderate it myself. But yeah. Dr. Spell says it's my first live one, so I'm super excited. Those are a lot of fun. Being able to actually use your dice too. And I will die on this hill. Fucking virtual GMs who are like, yeah, you can't use your physical dice. You have to roll the virtual dice that I can see. I hate that. Like, I did not spend fucking $80 on these beauties. I hope my camera fucking cooperates. Please cooperate. Oh my god, fucking shit. I'll do it manually. Come on. Maybe? Anyway, fancy glass dice. I did not spend obscene amounts of money on these to not be allowed to roll them and things like that. So yeah. Oh my gosh, yes, perfect. Amazing. Look at that. Look at how cool those are. This case is not, they're reused. Opals, they are not opals. They are just glass. So these are from, I believe they're from Norse Foundry, because they have like the Norse Foundry numbers on them, but they're glass dice that have like the number, so the sides are kind of like opaque, and then the numbers, you can kind of see them there, are shiny. And so the inside also has these facets in the middle that makes it look like it's glowing different colors. These were $80 dice, but it was so worth it. They're my favorite dice ever. They're the only dice that I actually keep out on my countertop, because I don't know. They're the only ones I have out permanently. But yeah. Pikachu says, it might be a hot take, but if as a GM you don't trust your players to tell the truth about rules, you got bigger problems. Exactly. And then ID10T says, just glass? They're so pretty. I need some. Yeah, the only problem with glass dice, though, and they should warn you about this when you buy some, is that you can't roll them together. In fact, even storing them, you have to keep them all separate from each other. So when I bought them, they came in a Ziploc bag, but every individual die also had its own individual Ziploc bag inside the large Ziploc bag. Because if they hit against each other, they might crack. If they hit against anything else, they might crack. You have to use like a velvet bottomed or some sort of soft bottomed dice like roll tray to roll them in. They're quite fragile. Same with like petrified wood dice. You can't roll them with metal dice. You can't even store them with metal dice, so I can't throw these or my petrified wood dice in a giant bag. Same with stone dice. Stone dice will chip or scratch each other and other dice if they're rolled together. So anyway, I have this case left over from some other dice set. I think Kyle gave it to me, actually. This is for, he got me a resin dice set, and I kept the box and now reuse it for the glass dice. And I keep it just like open on my desk. And it's just nice. Like those fucking colors, so cool. It all comes from reflected light. They don't have any sort of like shininess inherently to them. But they're really nice. Commander Pieswu says Dragon Dice Horde is better than a Dice Goblin. Exactly. I really want, so I did see Director Colin on TikTok. If you don't follow him already, you should. He's a member of is it Cat's Party? I think it's Cat's Party. And he was at PAX Unplugged. Him and Ryan are both super chill, and so are the rest of the Cat's Party gang. And he had these like 3D printed shelves that had basically indentations for every dice. So you could have risers basically to show off all your dice like laid out. They wouldn't hit each other or anything like that, and you could put them on display. And I was like, I need to buy this. And then he said it was 3D printed, and he 3D printed himself, and I don't know anyone who 3D prints, so I can't get one, but I really want to at some some point get something like that where I can have them out on shelves as opposed to just shoved in my poor little dice bag. But yeah. Drakeman says you can make it subscribers only. I could do that. That would probably be a good idea. I don't really know how to make it like integrated though, so that way I wouldn't have to, I don't know how to manage that. Adamska says I can show you how to set up auto mods that will do most of the work. Oh, okay. I have friends who are, so like Dev used to work at Discord, so I'd probably ask him first. But yeah. Dr. Spell says I'm definitely going to turn full dice goblin. Good. And a bird person said they look like they would be chewy. They would break your teeth is what would happen, because it is glass. Adamska says, it does like 95% of what you need, and the other 5% could be between you and mods. It would just be me. And honestly, I'm in so many Discords, it's really hard to keep an eye on them. But, yeah. Adamska says I dated someone named Opal once. Opal is a sick name. I do like that. But yeah, the point of that entire thing was, yes, if you're a DM playing virtually, let your players fucking roll their own dice, dude. They bought them for a reason. I bought my dice for a reason. I roll my physical dice for my games. But yeah. Hey, Wes is here. Arcane Anthems, who says so many Discords. I think I'm up to 88. Jesus. I'm not that crazy, thank God. I think even at this point, it's not so much the quantity of Discords that I'm in, it's just the fact that they're all so noisy with people I don't really talk to very often, to the point that I even I have my own personal Discord for my friends, but I have my own personal Discord muted even. Anyway, guys, go follow Arcane Anthems. Wes is amazing, absolute fucking bro in the TTRPG community. Follow them on TikTok as well. Wes, what's your main thing? Is TikTok your main thing? Have I asked this before? Wes says, yeah, I got folders. Wonderful friend. Absolutely worth a follow. Also, I have a new follower, Lyra CL. Welcome in. Hello. Oh, hey, the Bearded Bard is also in TikTok saying broken dice are no fun. I would cry if I ever broke one of my dice. I don't think I could handle that. Wes says Instagram or TikTok. So go follow Arcane Anthems on Instagram or TikTok, you guys. Let's see. Riley says, I'm with you on that. I have too many dice not to roll them. Yeah. Did I ever show you guys my fucking... Okay, hold on. I have a, oh my gosh, a dice bag of holding, which is, oh my goodness, way back here. And it's actually a gift from one of you guys. Ignore all the clattering. I have my nerd box that I'll have to show off on camera at some point. But these are... Sammy says, as creepy as it sounds, I saw Arcane Anthems from a distance at PAX and I was terrified to go say hi. Oh, they're so nice. They're an absolute sweetheart. Most of us are. Guys, please don't be afraid to come up and say hi to me. I know Endeavorance feels the same way. I promise, unless we're in a big rush, we will stop and say hello. Yeah, Wes is the same way. I won't speak for everyone else, just to be but I know I can't think of a single person who's yeah, I'm usually busy. I'm so sorry. Please come up to me elsewhere. But yeah, my dice. I have my dice. I can show off my dice if you want. Oh my goodness. So oh my gosh. This is a die that, now that I have a camera for it, a die that I got at fucking Gen Con forever ago, it feels like, even though it was just in August. It is, I use it for wizards, this little gold, heavy, dense as shit, gold medal and blue dice. Oh my god. And then one of you guys actually recently gifted me is this the right one? It is. These bubblegum dice. This is going to turn into 100% just a dice show and tell. But I did my nails, so I may as well. Yeah. So these, I asked for candy dice at one point on I think I put them on my Amazon wish list. And I couldn't find actual candy dice, dice made of candy that were edible. And so someone gave me these dice instead that have these little balls inside that make it look like it's got candy. And then this is the one that Kyle gave me, which is my first ever set of sharp edge resin dice that have these little cosmic sort of purple vibes on the inside. It's that crinkly sort of paper, I guess. I don't know. I got a lot of dice, you guys. I'm a big fan. I also had the dice. Holy shit. Is Tamarathon still here? Rich, are you still here? Rich came up to me at PAX Unplugged and actually gave me this set of dice, which are these scaly dice. And they were kind of marketed towards me. I saw them and I almost bought some, but they were marketed as these dice that are, yeah, hey, these are thanks, Rich. These are the dice that Rich gave me while they were waiting in line for the panel. And they're these dragon scale dice. They're also metal, also heavy. Honestly, if anything, at this point I need to upgrade my dice tray, I think. But yeah, those are some of the highlights of the collection that I am willing to pull out right now. The rest of them I could go on forever. Adamska says titanium dice can also be used as impromptu weapons. So Modern Artifice, one of my favorite dice makers, mostly because they're an evil genius when it comes to the type of shit that they will make dice out of. Wes says those scales dice are so rad. They feel really nice too, and so it was marketed as like a tactile thing where you could just kind of rub it, kind of like a worry stone, but like with scale texture. Truly says, do you know how many you have? No. Should I count? It's hard because they're so scattered now because I have so many dice that can't be kept with other dice. Like, this one right here is a set of, oh gosh, my poor thing. Oh goodness. My set of petrified wood dice. These are a little scratched already. I think I bought them kind of scratched. No hate to the creator or anything. These are very hard to keep unscratched. Oh my gosh. You know what? Let me do this. Yeah. Nope. Yeah. So these I have to keep separate as well because they will get scratched by literally everything, including my fingernail if I try hard enough. And so they're these nice like petrified wood ones. I think these are like $60. I try and get at least one set of dice every time I go to a con, just something a little special. And I got these at Big Bad Con, and they're pretty cool. But yeah, they have to be kept in their own little thing, which is really why I want one of those like risers that have, you know, the potential ability for me to set them out and make them a part of my decor. I love nerd decor. Anyway, let's see. Fiddly Pop says, would you consider playing King of the Castle with us? It's a streamer game. I don't have time to play games in general, really. And I don't really stream many games anymore. I'm kind of falling off of even Baldur's Gate just because of how many issues I've had with like the mods breaking or my computer not being able to handle it since I don't have as many fans as I should. Jeremy Oh My, hello, welcome in. First of all, amazing name. Anyway, I was talking about Arcane Anthem's Modern Artifice because they have made tungsten dice, like full on a true set of 7 tungsten dice that were like, God, I want to say $600. And at one point they came up to me and they were like, hey Diana, did you know I can make depleted uranium dice? And I'm like, you can fucking what? And they were like, yeah, it would be like maybe $5,000 for a D20, but like I could do it. And like they were so serious about it. And so now I kind of want to raise $5,000 to get like a full on uranium D20. But yeah. Let's see. I think, am I missing anything? Arcane Anthem says, hold on, what? Depleted uranium? Yeah, just that came up and they were like, I think they mentioned it at Gen Con. While we were at a party or something. Madison, literally, yeah. They come up with so much crazy stuff to make into fucking dice. And they were like, yeah, depleted uranium is commercially available. Like, it'll probably put you on a list and it'd be very expensive. It'd be like $5,000 just to like get enough to make the dice out of. But I could make a D20. And I'm like, if I'm ever rich, like I want to give you a reason to make that D20 because that would be a fucking accomplishment. It would be insane. And also like just having that, oh my God, I wouldn't even know where to keep it. That would be like, I don't know, at a place of honor on my desk around here somewhere. But yeah, Mentat says nuclear D20, exactly. But God, it's fucking wild. Adam Scott says, you heard it here first. She needs fans and a better PC. I don't need a better PC, I don't think. I would need more fans, only because I have 6 case fans in here. It's supposed to hold 9, and 9 would be what would be necessary in order for me to not crash my CPU while playing Baldur's Gate and streaming at the same time. They're on my wish list, but like they're really expensive, the fans that I have. They're like 70 something bucks for a set of 3. But they do look really nice. I got the rainbows going and everything, and I can change the speed and then change the other colors up. I should actually make this Christmassy. You guys won't be able to see this, but I'm gonna change them to green. Yeah, it'll make me happy. Anyway, Roland Demerick, hello, welcome in. Let's see. Adamska says, I'm pretty sure depleted uranium is highly radioactive. There are malformed children born in the Middle East. I have heard that as well. As far as like the PC itself goes though, the specs are down below. It runs a 2070, and I think I got the 2070 right before they got super expensive during right before the pandemic, actually. I got super lucky with the timing of my computer, you guys. I bought the graphics card and all the pieces and got it built like literally a month or so before the pandemic started and before everything got crazy. It's doing pretty well. My bottleneck right now for graphics and stuff isn't so much, like nothing else is really a problem except for the storage on the PC itself as far as parts go. Wes says 2070 Club. Yeah. We're locked in, my friend. We can't move. Everything else is so much more expensive. Holy shit. But at the time, I was told it would be future-proof for like 10 years, and I'm not doing anything crazy graphics-wise. I don't think anyone's making anything crazy graphics-wise. But even if they did, my monitors are the problem, because they're like old office monitors from like 2012. And so they are the issue. I am buying new ones though. They're on the way. Fiddly Pop is heading off. They say gotta go. See you next time. Thanks for hanging out so much, Fiddly Pop. It was good seeing you. Hope to see you next time. I'll be back tomorrow. Roland Merrick also said, what's a book or movie that really resonated with you and makes you think back to a particular memory or period of time in your life? What is the memory? Dude, I watched The Matrix so much as a kid, but I watched it on, this is gonna date me a little bit. I watched it on my iPod Touch. If y'all don't remember the iPod Touch, it was so fucking long ago that was a thing. Hey, Raspberry, how's it going? Hi, hello. Raspberry531 says, how are you? I'm doing good. I'm vibing. I am, my God, 3.5 hours into a just talking stream. This is amazing. Dawson said I had an iPod Touch 4th gen. Yeah, I had a nice green one. Drakbane says I had an iPod mini. I remember the minis too. The minis and the shuffles. That was a whole thing. Montage Maniac says the shuffle was earlier. So I wasn't allowed to have, so the iPod Touch was my first ever iPod. I wasn't allowed to have anything prior to that. And I mean allowed. Like, my parents were weird about electronics. You can tell because I refer to them as electronics, as opposed to, like, the name of the thing. God, that's how you can tell that I guess I was raised lower class or whatever. But I was not allowed to have anything up until an old iPod Touch, far after it was popular and far after it was released. But I used to watch movies on. Like, the only thing that I remember asking for iTunes gift cards pretty much every single Christmas, and I would get like a $15 one once a year, and then I would use that to buy a movie. So I had Planet of the Apes, the OG Planet of the Apes, and then I had The Matrix. And so The Matrix was my favorite movie in existence. And so I started watching The Matrix on this teeny ass screen over and over again because it was pretty much all I had. And God, that was my favorite movie up until I discovered John Wick. And I fucking love the John Wick movies. We talked about that in the episode of the Atlas Limb that we filmed today. I fucking love the first one. You mean the only one? You mean the only Matrix movie to exist? Because there's no others? You mean the only one, right? God. Dawson said, but some people don't believe that. That's the, yeah, it's goodness. The others aren't the worst. The fourth one is the worst. The others, comparison to that, are not terrible. But yeah. ID10T says the Animatrix was fun. I never saw it, but I heard for the lore it was good. I do like the universe that they built. Like, everything to do with the whole thing that they had where they were like, oh yeah, mythology of angels and demons and werewolves and vampires and things like that come from different types of AI that actually exist, but people just misinterpret it because they're trying to explain it away in their own head as Matrix, like, injectees or whatever. Also, Uzi Alaru. Hello. Welcome in. They say I had the iPod Touch. God, I feel old now. Yeah, dude, fucking, I did like, man, the iPod Touch was like I remember when that was a whole thing. Brian Buckner says, I remember the shuffle that looked like a thumb drive. Yeah! Oh my goodness. Also, Ryan Pettycoffer on TikTok says, I have 3 sets of dice, metal dice. 3 sets of nice metal dice, all designed after a layer of the 9 hells. They are so cool. That is such a cool concept for anything, guys. Like, a good color palette. God, that's so fucking awesome. I'm not one for Warhammer, right? I'm not a Warhammer girly. I don't know enough about the game or about the lore, and I don't really like games with guns in general. But I saw someone who painted an entire Warhammer army based off of this one picture of some cherry blossoms. And so it had like this blue sky, the pink cherry blossoms, the brown bark of the tree itself. And then they took that color palette and then painted their miniatures in those colors, and it was so cool. It looked so cohesive. The armor had teeny little cherry blossoms all over it, and it was just like such a cool concept. And so occasionally when I want to paint a mini but I don't want to do it in the boring old colors that are like suggested, I will go off and form my own color palette, usually just by looking at Pinterest and then being like, okay, well, this is a really cute picture of some pine cones and things. Like, why don't I just take the colors out of that and then try and mix the paints for it and then try and make that work as a color palette, as opposed to whatever the default is. I will go with the default quite a bit. I'm not opposed to that. So, like, I painted this is my, I'm going to reach up to my mini shelf here, which is right above my desk, which is dangerous because it has fallen more than once now. But, for example, mimics, right? They tend to be purplish. That's kind of how they are in the book. That's like the default. That's the given color. I made it so that they can have any cool color. So blue, for example, would work as well. Is this gonna fucking... Oh, fuck, sake. Hold on. Maybe? Nope. I'm gonna have to do this the hard way, aren't I? Alright, hold on. Yes? Yeah! Okay, so we did fix the mini shelf. It's back up, but it did fall several times in between that. So this is the barrel mimic that I painted. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I hope someone makes a hypercut of me at some point. That's how Noah made it. Is when I get a hypercut of me fucking failing to adjust my camera. But yeah, so this is a barrel mimic. And you'll notice it has blue instead of purple. I don't like the teeth. That's the only thing I don't like about this guy. And the base. I'm not good at bases. But I decided to make it so that they had... The only thing that's consistent is instead of like a purple tongue is the glowing orange eyes. And then beyond that, they can be pretty much any color. I'm leaning towards cool colors. So different shades of blues and purples and things like that. But I might run out of those and just start going towards like greens and then drift into other colors as well. But yeah. Bad CRC says, have you still not stopped using drywall anchors for shelves? I mean, I think... So I had someone else come by and fix it for me. I think they actually looked into studs. I'm not 100% sure though. Yeah. Anyway. Hokage Chef says, what's a more expensive hobby? D&D or PC building? Ooh, depends on how deep into D&D you get. If you buy like all the books for D&D, it's probably like maybe around $1,000. Nowadays, PC building could be upwards of like 2 or 3. And then if you want to keep up with parts and you're like super on top of it, that's just going to be a perpetual sink. I think D&D would be cheaper than that. But if you get into things like miniatures, terrain, anything on the DM side of things, it's going to be more expensive in the long run to be a avid D&D player. But you can also stop anytime. I can stop anytime. Like I swear I can stop anytime. Ashley says, hi, love, just dropping by to say hi. I'm hella sick, but I saw you were on still. Hey, Ashley, how's it going? I'm sorry to hear that you're sick, though. Jesus. Hope you get better soon. Also, Spy Crab wanted me to breathe. Anyway, Uzi Alaru says, I crashed mine so many times because I downloaded them from the wrong source or got extra unlucky. F-Disk became my best friend after a certain point. Oh no! Also, Montage Maniac says, I gotta answer the phone and log out of the Matrix. Glad I caught your stream. Catch you next time. Thanks for swinging by. I appreciate you guys immensely. There's been over 100 people here for a hot sec now, which helps me out a ton as a content creator and also as someone who's working towards partner status, because I'm like right on the edge of it, dudes. I've been at, I want to say 69 nice or 70 average followers for a while on my streams, or average watchers. I think you have to be at 75 consistently in order to get that, and that will help a ton. Mario Smashed. Kyle says, how many days until Diana's shelf falls again? Oh shit, where's the giant D20? Goodness, hold on. Oh, here it is. First of all, Kyle, how dare you? How dare you put this evil on me? But let's roll this. I'm gonna toss over here though. God, my room is a mess now. It rolled against something, so it didn't quite count. 17! So, I got at least 17 days, and hopefully it doesn't crush my new lights and all my nice stuff. I have all these nice panels right behind that are like echo canceling, that are like these nice hexes. You can see it in the background in some of my videos sometimes. It's quite nice. Raspberry says cocked, gotta re-roll. Exactly. Ashley says, I wanted to ask, do you have any trap and heist advice? I don't tend to run custom traps, but I do know there's a really famous book. I have it over here. It's called like the Dungeon Master's Guide to Traps and something like that. Hold on. Let me see if we can find it. The Game Master's Book of Traps, Puzzles, and Dungeons. That's what I have. I think I have the Traps, Puzzles, Dungeons one, the NPC one, and then there's another. Let me see if I can show this off. Yes, perfect. Random encounters. That's the other one I have. So I have these 3. There's also ones for random tables, villains, minions, and their tactics, and I think there's one for dragons. Proactive role-playing. That's pretty cool. Actually, that would be kind of nice. But there's like a whole series of these books in particular that give you basically a bunch of like drag and drop sort of puzzles, traps, dungeons, and NPCs and quests related to those dungeons. So you can quite literally pluck them out of the book and drop them into your world wherever it makes the most sense. So I really like those. But yeah, Dark Joker says, I just got the NPC one. It's very nice. It is quite nice. Commander Piceway says 17 days or 17 streams. God, I hope 17 streams. I think if this shelf broke again, there's so much more stuff on it. I just bought some really nice minis too, and I haven't even gotten a chance to paint them. I think if it broke on me, it would crush me. I would just never recover. And also neither would my monitor, because it's right underneath. But yeah. Let's see. Spicy Miso Gaming says 40k is me and my daughter's money pit. She plays orcs and I play guard. I feel like I don't know enough about 40k, but I think that what are the ones that are kind of like sinful demon bitches? Whatever that one is, those look badass. I would 100% play those. But again, I'm more of like an Age of Sigmar girly. Maybe I'm also thinking of Age of Sigmar. I think in AOS, whichever one is like the earthy type vibe, because every time I play a game, I try and go for druid vibes, and if not that, then rogue vibes. But like they seem druidy, elfy enough that I was like, absolutely sign me the fuck up. So that was my thing. Also, welcome in Spicy Miso Gaming. Thank you for following. I appreciate it. Let's see. Ryan Pettycoffer said, where did you get that giant D20? I need it. I have no idea. Unfortunately, it was a gift, and I don't know the name of the manufacturer. I don't think it was printed in the box. Like, straight up, the box was sent to my P.O. box. It wasn't on my wish list or anything. It was custom made by Clever. Clever, if you're still here. ID10T says Slanesh. Yes, those are the ones. Those ones are cool. But yeah, it was a gift, so unfortunately I have no idea like where it was custom made, but like it has a rose design on the D20 and things like that, which is super cool. Usi Alaroo wants me to breathe. Okay. Adamska says, I've been working on a gym bro type of player character for a buddy I made at the gym who wants to give it a try. Would there be any other class besides barbarian or monk that would work? Yes. However, you can also make any class into a gym bro. Can you imagine a wizard that's just like ripped as fuck? It really, like, you can kind of stat it out however you want. Generally, monk would be like the most disciplined, most trained. Barbarian tends to be more just like my rage fuels me and it's like unbridled. If you're thinking like gym sort of discipline, monk would be the way to go. And then, yeah, beyond that, it would also be fun to just kind of have whatever class you want and make the player character's personality be gym bro, you know. It really doesn't have to be that specific to the class or the mechanics, unless you want it to be. But also, like, I made a druid who was a daughter of a merchant, and like she's materialistic and bougie as fuck, like, and that's usually the complete opposite of what druids are. So really just like take whatever direction you want. Brian Buckner over in TikTok says Muscle Wizard. Yeah, exactly. And then someone also said, there's a song I love that mentions Diana the Hunter and it makes me think of you. I get that a lot. Like the whole Diana Roman goddess type vibe. I get that. I did also dress up as Artemis, you know, the goddess of the moon, several times over this course of several Halloweens. It was a lot of fun, although silver's not my color. But yeah. Spicy Miso Gaming says she's 7. She convinced me to buy a $150 tank because you need a big fucking tank, Dad. I love that. I love gamers raising gamers. Gamers? Yeah, gamers raising gamers. I don't know why that broke my brain for a sec. ADHD Gamer says, first off, love the chat rules. Secondly, just dealt with a recent TPK as a player. Do you have any tips I should give my DM on encounters? We died during a fight with 2 BBGs and 8 minions that respawn on a 5 to 6. We are level 5s. Ooh, it depends on CR. Generally, if it's genuinely like a balance issue, where your DM is throwing things at you that are way harder than you should be fighting, have them use a CR calculator online to kind of balance out what they're doing. Having minions that respawn are pretty rough. I would also recommend on the player side, like knowing when to run away from things is an extremely valuable skill. If you want your party member or your player character to live, run them like you would someone who actually wants to live in real life. If they need to turn and run, that's okay. I would say it's less okay to like abandon your party to the fucking wolves, but like if you can manage to all group up and agree like, hey, we should get out of here. In theory, that is a potential way out if you can't trust your DM to balance encounters well. Beyond that, I would also talk to your DM about what the expectations for the game are. And because I'm a firm believer of the fact that if you don't want to play D&D with character permadeath, you should not have to. You and your DM can totally agree. Like, permadeath is like, obviously that's a part of the game mechanics, but if your DM is like, oh yeah, we can run a little more like fucking a little more loose of a game, you know, we're just here to have fun, it's totally okay for your party to get knocked out and thrown in jail instead of killed. And knowing that that's an option is not something a lot of DMs implement. So there's a lot of different ways. I did a video on this recently, which you can send your DM and tell them I said hi, where I was talking about all the different ways that a potential TPK encounter can turn into more of a capture encounter or a knockout and then revive just to show off sort of encounter, things like that. So I would talk to your DM, set out exactly whether or not you want character death to be a thing in the campaign, you know, agree on that. Ask them how they balance their encounter and how much they took level and CR into consideration, and ask them if they use an encounter calculator. Don't say it accusingly though, like if they want to use one, they can. If they don't, that's also totally okay. And then just be like, hey, you know, talk to your party about running and making sure that's an option. And then talk to your DM and be like, hey, you know, it doesn't always have to end in death. They might just be a new DM as well. I find that that's an issue with a lot of new DMs. I had a friend who I DM'd for once, and they had only played 5e previously one time in their life back when they were in high school, and they quit because the DM that they had at the time was hell-bent on killing them, and they thought it was like a player versus DM type thing, where the DM was just throwing insanely difficult encounters at them and being like, damn, I'm really killing you guys. And it's like, well, okay, you're not supposed to. That's not really how the game works. Or it can, if you agree on that ahead of time. So it really comes down to expectations. Great question though. Raspberry says, I'm thinking about trying DMing for my group next week since it's an off week with people missing. Any words of wisdom for a first time DM? So many. I always get asked like, hey, what are your top tips for a new DM? My number one is not to memorize all of the entirety of the DMG. Like, I've never read the DMG cover to cover, and I'm like, I consider myself a pretty good DM, but most people don't read that. The rules are really difficult to like memorize, and you're not expected to memorize them. And even if you do memorize them, there's always going to be weird situations where it's like, oh shit, like these things are interacting weird, like I don't know what to do, and then you'll have to Google it anyway. So I would say don't even bother really researching much of the rulings beyond how to balance encounters, and like knowing where to look to find things is more important than actually having those things memorized. So don't be afraid to not know everything going into it, and instead just be okay taking a second and Googling things off to the side. Alec, hello. I can fucking check my posture. Anyway, that would be one tip. Another tip is if you're thinking about just trying it, a one-shot is a good idea. I assume that's what you're gonna try. So that's like a good way to kind of test the waters of yourself as a DM without too much pressure to run like a full campaign, and kind of get a sense for how your players are as players as well. It's very low stakes. Raspberry says, yes, it 100% will be a one-shot. Okay, solid. Then yeah, in that case, let loose and have fun. One-shots aren't canon usually. You know, you don't have that pressure of building an entire campaign, and you don't have pressure to perform as much as you would to set up an entire full-length campaign. Like, everything is so contained that things go a lot quicker, and I would just say, have fun and don't be afraid to not know rules, or even to ask your players for the rules. If you know that they're better at the game than you are, as far as like having played longer and things like that, don't be afraid to be like, hey, I forgot the rule for fall damage. Does anyone know it off the top of their head? Chances are they won't lie to you. If they lie to you, you have bigger issues. But yeah. Ryan Pettycoffer over on TikTok says, my group plays with a lingering injuries table that substitutes for permadeath on occasion. Yeah, so that sort of thing where you don't really have... And I use the lingering injuries table on like my horror or mature campaigns, where if you take more than one half of your entire HP pool in a single hit, not a single attack, but like a single hit, then you get a sustained lingering injury, and that only kicks in after level 3 or something like that, because a lot of things can bring you down real fucking hard early on. So that's a thing. That is something I would discuss with your players beforehand, though, because it's an optional rule and not everyone goes into it thinking that that's a thing. And you can do, on the lingering injuries table, there's some crazy stuff. Like you can lose an eye or a limb or something like that, and that will have actual ramifications for your game if you don't think ahead, warn your players that it's a thing, and then also build in ways for them to gain that missing limb or eye back. Which is not hard. Like, there's common magic items that do it without an issue, but like making sure that that's a thing. Broomball wants me to hydrate, and also Shenanigans has followed. Welcome in. Okay, let's see. Let me make sure I'm getting caught up. Commander Piceboo said, I might have had a fever dream. However, did you post a video that mentioned running a session when not everyone can make it and how you deal with that? So I personally run a West Marches style game, and I'm going to post more videos on what those look like. I'm still very new to the concept. My players were actually the ones who brought it up to me and told me I should do it when I was talking about running Curse of Strahd for a group of... I brought it up to a group of people, and it was like 20 people strong, and everyone wanted to play, and I was like, oh shit, I might have to break you all into like groups of fucking 4 and go from there. And they were like, why don't you just make it a West Marches style? West Marches style campaigns are basically this thing where you have, as an overarching concept, this guy came up with it. He had this one area of the world called the West Marches. It was undiscovered or ancient, abandoned terrain, and on the very edge of it, or the very center of it, is a single civilized town. And that is where your guild runs out of, your party members. And it can run for anywhere between, basically as many players as you want, and as many GMs as you want. The entire concept is you're in this hub. It's a safe space. You have shops, you have a guild hall. Everything you need is in here. Everything else is wild. And the further out you go from the town, the more difficult the encounters are, and the more you kind of discover. So you kind of like go through, you explore new areas, you build out the map as you go, and it's basically like a series of one-shots in that sense, where there's quest objectives all over the map, people discover them, they do the quest objective, and then they come back at the end of the session. So it's all very self-contained. You hang out in the guild hall, and time passes while you're not at a session. So whoever shows up that week goes on that week's adventure and goes out on that week's exploration or fulfills a job off the job board to go explore a certain quadrant of the map or whatever. And then I believe the leveling is XP based generally. I run it in Curse of Strahd though, so that it's milestone based and everyone levels up at the same time, whether they were there or not for sessions. And so it's quite nice. It's worked out really well. I had to develop most of it myself because I couldn't see any evidence of anyone running Curse of Strahd as a West Marches before, but it is very well adapted for it. Marches. Sorry, not marshes. I just like slur my words sometimes. West Marches. CH. What was I saying? Anyway, yeah. I hadn't seen anyone do it before successfully, and I've been doing it for a little while. I still work really hard to integrate people's backstories into it, and basically I took Barovia and jam-packed it full of side quests, so that way there would be enough to do for pretty much every week, and the players could literally wander out into the abyss and do what they want. Generally though, those sorts of campaigns don't have a single overarching quest line, or if they do, it's not like vital that they complete it within a certain period of time, because that's not very conducive to people dropping in and dropping out of the campaign. So instead, it's mostly just like a series of one-shots. So doing it with Curse of Strahd is ambitious, but I'll give it a shot. We'll see. Okay, let's see. Hokage Chef says, do you like the isekai genre of shows? I have never seen one, I don't think. To my knowledge, that's the one where you like basically transported into a different world and have to survive or some such, right? I imagine it refers mostly to anime. I don't watch anime much. Ever. But yeah. Hokage Chef says the only isekai I've seen are more or less romance ones. That sounds fun, though. Oh, Adam's goes go to bed. Have a good night. Marathon says, I played and DM'd since 4th edition, not currently running a campaign. Yeah, most people I know are, I don't know, people in my world, in the TTRPG, content creation universe, they either do APs or they do one-shots, which are also recorded and things like that. It's very rare to find people who have like a home game, because if you have a home game, you may as well make it content, because a lot of us are full-time content creators. I got invited to a proper home game though, where it's recorded, but only for the sake of like just in case type things. It's not expected that it's going to be published anywhere. And that's how a lot of people do their home games. If they do them, they still record just because they can, just in case. But yeah, my game is like a proper home game, not recorded, no expectations, just a place for TTRPG content creators to sit down and fucking play for once. Deluxter, welcome in. Same with WZ940888. Wait, hold on. 94084485. Basically a phone number. Good God. Welcome in. Spicy Miso Gaming says, my recent campaign, I played an Oathbreaker Barbarian for rage while protecting the squishies reasons. It was fun as hell. That sounds fun. I do want to play Barbarian at some point. I thought about making it so that there would be a thing where in order to rage, she had to find some sort of substance and draw a line down the center of her face in order to invoke the spirit of her like forebears or ancestors or a lost twin sister or something like that in order to rage. And so if she didn't have access to that, usually she kept pigments on her, like war paint. If she couldn't do that, she would just dip her hand in the blood of whatever enemy was nearby, or her own blood if she needed to make like a scrape into herself to make that happen. Any nearby substance would do it. Or if she was in an aquatic environment, she just couldn't handle it. She couldn't rage. It wouldn't work. That's just a little flavor thing, though. It wouldn't have... I can't imagine it would have too many impacts, except for, like, if the DM decided, like, hey, like, this is kind of a cool concept. Thanks for giving me a fucking, like, thing I can play with, if they ever want to. But it wouldn't be, like, a super huge part of the campaign or anything. Let's see. Pikachu says, a friend of mine played a sorcerer, I'm totally blanking on the race right now, who wanted to be a bodybuilder and didn't realize that his success was in part to him accidentally casting enhancement spells on himself. That's fucking hilarious. That's pretty funny. I kind of like that. Let's see. Cypher Draws just gifted out a community sub. Oh, thank you so much, Cypher. I appreciate that. Deluxter also says, I'm new to D&D. Any recommendations on how to start, whether that be a group session or solo D&D? If you're new to D&D, you can learn the rules of the game really easily by watching other people play. So I recommend Critical Role Campaign 2 if you have the time for that. If not, you can play Baldur's Gate 3 for like kind of like a general gist of how the different classes feel and how the combat runs. Both of those will set really high expectations for you as far as like your game master and the storytelling goes, though, so just be aware of that going into it and try not to, you know, have that bias. But that's a really good way to learn the game. I don't recommend reading the player's handbook all the way through first time. That is a slog, and it's a lot of rules that will not apply to you until the situation that calls for them comes up. So just as like a general thing, yeah, I would watch someone else play first. That's the quickest way to learn. Hope that helps. Other than that, don't worry about like min-maxing your character. Just pick whatever sounds fun theme-wise. If you want to be like an earthy sort of person, go for druid. If you want to be like a holy warrior, go for cleric. Don't worry about the mechanics. And then people will tell you what like easier classes to play are as well. Generally, people start off with like fighter, and like easier casters would be druids and things like that, because you don't have as much resource management when it comes to like spells that you need permanently. Like you get your full spell list the whole time. Things like that, but also any sort of caster is going to be a little bit difficult just due to the way that spell slots work. So I don't know. It's really up to you though, and what your comfort level is. And the more you watch other people play, the better comfort you'll have, even if you've never played yourself before. So it's kind of like homework, but fun. Yeah. All right. Let's see. Okay. Let me skip back down here. Patolin of Virgiola says, I'm on an impossible task doing my world building foundation rules and came here to relax a little. Nice! I hope this is relaxing. I talk really fucking fast, so I'm so sorry if it's not. Changing foundation lore after starting a campaign is a dumb task. Foundation lore. Oh, I mean, here's the thing about lore though. If no one ever uncovered the lore that you're changing, then it's like it never happened, you know? You can just kind of cover it up. There are full-on gods that I've scrapped and then like replaced with other gods, and no one's noticed because no one knew that god even existed in the first place, and so I kind of got off scot-free on that one. Spicy Miso Gaming says one-shots are the key to break up the stress for DMs. They are. Always, I highly recommend letting your DM fucking get a fucking break. When it comes to the holidays and things like that, the absolute best gift you can give your DM if you don't know what to get them physically, and of course this is like not like an actual gift, but like, you know, a nice thing to do for your DM is offer to step up and DM a one-shot for the holidays, especially because everyone loves a good theme, and fighting Krampus for Christmas would be a lot of fun, things like that. It lets you kind of get a sense for how it is to DM if you've never done it before. You might get a little confident in doing it and want to start world building after that, and it gives your DM a chance to be a player for once, because honestly, like, I'm not much of a player, you guys. I don't play, like, ever. I can count, I think I've done maybe 10 total sessions of a full-length campaign ever that I've been a player in. Mostly I'm a DM, and so, I don't know, it's just fun for us to let loose and be like, damn, I've always had this really nice character concept. Like, I've wanted to try it, I want to see how it works, because we have such good ideas. Shenanigans says, damn, rules for fall damage? That's crazy. It is. Yeah, so there are rules for everything. There's rules for a standing long jump versus a running long jump. There's rules for fall damage. There's rules for climbing. There's rules for how much you can carry based off your strength score that is down to an actual number. And it's different based off your push and it's like also how much you can push and pull. Rules for size. So if you're like a medium creature versus a small creature, you can fit through certain spaces or not fit through certain spaces. The size difference between you and a different creature gives you different abilities in combat. There's so many rules in D&D, which is why I tell people not to bother memorizing them. It's just not worth it. Spy Crab has just subscribed for 6 months at tier 3. Spy Crab, that's amazing. Thank you so much. First of all, the most important thing about tier 3 is the fact that you get access to the Diana Celebrate and Diana Dance emotes, which I almost never see in my chat. So it always makes me so happy when someone's actually at tier 3 and like can try them out. They're super cute. They're like my favorites, which is why I put them up so high. So give those a shot if you get the chance. But yeah, goodness, awesome. Thank you so much. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna try and like scroll back down over here. ID10D says artificer friends can always rebuild a lost limb. So yeah, there's a couple things. I think it's in, oh god, I want to say it's in Tasha's, where you get like a common magic item that is a like basically limb that covers your lost limb. I don't even know if it requires attunement. I think it does for the sake of the fact that it's a magic item that is tied to you, but like you can replace any limb and it acts the same as a normal limb would, except it's just reflavored to basically look cool and act as a prosthetic that acts on its own. So yeah, that's always fun. Father Coffee says, I love your content and character IRL. If you could play D&D with someone, who would it be? Oh god, all my TTRPG friends are so much fun. I don't really have like a dream table or like dream characters that I would play with. Because the DMs that I tend to, the people I surround myself with already in this community are so fucking cool and such amazing role players. Oh my god. I swear to god, some of the people who are here who are like smaller creators could rival the fucking Critical Role crew as far as how good they are at role-playing. Like, oh my god, I wish they would get discovered or something, but there's not really a system for that. But yeah. Let's see. Let me see. I think I'm getting caught up on chat here a little bit, which is good because we're coming to the end. Let's see. Oh, so on the topic of isekais, Draco Blaze said Space Jam and Digimon are both isekais. I haven't seen either of those. So sorry. But yeah, Dendrandra says, in my group, if someone doesn't show up, another player will play that person's character as well as their own. Most I've played is 3 at a time. Yeah, I'm okay with that, but only if the player is okay with that. Other than that, I'll generally have that player character step away and go do something else for a session. Like, they'll passively do some downtime activities. And another thing that you can do, and I highly recommend this, is if you have a character who's stepping away for a session, make sure they come back with information that the rest of the party wants or could use. So that way they have a motivation to actually come back, because a lot of times people will step away due to life responsibilities. They'll knocked out, get knocked out for like a month or two, and then they'll come back and they'll be like, holy shit, like I have no idea what's going on in the plot, like I don't know what's happening, I feel like I'm out of place, and we don't want that. So instead, for instance, I had a character very early on in my Curse of Strahd campaign who was gone for a couple weeks in a row, and I made it so that she had meditated on the mists and like this natural phenomenon in Curse of Strahd, while like that was what her player character was doing while everyone else went adventuring. When the rest of the party came back and she came back to the sessions, she presented them with the information that her druid had learned. And so there was like this exchange of information. It made her absence valuable, but it didn't put her player character in danger. So I always recommend that. Oh my goodness. Also, Lash TV, thank you for the sub, and Tamarathon, thank you for giving a sub to Shenanigans. I appreciate that immensely, and we're also about to start a hype train. However, I'm about to leave, so I don't know if that's a good idea. Let me skip through and make sure I haven't missed any questions here. Deluxter says, okay, coolio, thank you so much for the advice. Awesome. Yeah, of course, I'm always happy to answer questions. That's mostly what these Tuesdays are for. Prezi Edit says, hey Diana, I'm running a sandbox game for the first time in forever. How do you guide them without directly telling them? Make every plot point go to the same place, don't tell them. The amount of times where I've been like, oh yeah, you have like 3 or 4 different quest, you know, hooks. They all go to what appear to be different places, but in the end, everything just kind of slowly works its way towards the same BBEG in the end, or you kind of end up running into the same converging clues. That's a really easy way to do it while still giving them not really just the illusion of choice, but also just choice in general. Shenanigans says, I love your energy and your knowledge of D&D. Thank you so much. I'm a fucking nerd. But yeah, Spycrab says the emotes are sweet. But yeah, I got more interested in hearing about D&D and stuff from your TikTok probably a year ago. So happy to support. I appreciate that immensely. I love that a lot. Thank you so much. Chronic19 has also followed. Hello, Chronic. How's it going? Broomball Dude says Xanathars has a prosthetic eye, and technically the ear horn from that book is sort of like a magic hearing aid. One thing I love about D&D is the fact that they continue expanding on how many magic items you can have, because I'm a slut for magic items. Like when I first got the DMG, the only thing I did, again, I've never read it the cover to cover, but my god, the amount of times I've read just the magic item section cover to cover, like that entire section, it was just so cool. And it just, like, being able to look at a magic item and then be like, damn, I can think of like 5 different scenarios where this would be cool, or like I can think of 5 different characters where this would be like really cool for their aesthetic or their end goal. That's my shit. Anyway, guys, we're coming to the end of the stream. We did a whole 4-hour Q&A sesh. Holy shit. I'll have to post this on YouTube later for anyone who couldn't be here for the entire time. Lash TV says, I just recently got back into D&D after a long time, designed a calendar of Harptos and 3D printed it. Damn, that's awesome. Truly says, making magic items is so fun too. Yeah, I tend to not be good at balancing things though, so I'll end up just reflavoring things. You know, if it does one elemental type of damage, I'll just change it to a different element or something like that. Anyway, for now, I think we're gonna go ahead and I'm gonna send you guys to a friend of mine, the lovely Cinderblock Sally. Guys, speaking of fucking homebrewing things, if you ever have a question about homebrew or balance or like, you know, subclass, he's the go-to for homebrew. He's an expert on it. He is on TikTok, but mostly on YouTube, so I recommend checking him out on YouTube. So we're gonna go pop in and say hi. When you get there, tell him I said hello, and then why don't we spam the oh, no, guys, let's spam the candy cane heart when we get there, okay? Let's he's doing a call-in show today, I think, so let's go.